the president down there, you got Shane Wild, you got all those guys down there who've done absolutely an amazing job. They've actually made the track nearly 10 metres narrower over in turns 3 and 4. So new catch fence went up, new lights went up, and it looks absolutely, from the photos now, I haven't actually been there in person yet. I am excited to be there next weekend, calling the Street Stock Stampede. Of course, as you know, the Street Stocks are up in Kwinana Motorplex this weekend. 35 of the tin tops running around the Perth Motorplex. High Limit's got nothing on street stock racing, as Morgan Melvin was saying.
And welcome back to those on the live stream. After that short break, we are back into the full swing up there as well. So you haven't missed anything. They're just giving the track a little bit of a touch up to get a bit of grip into this track for the supermods. You can see those cars rolling around there at the moment, so we'll start to see some action very, very soon. We'll take a little bit of music while they do that and come back very soon for Heat 1 of the Supermods. If you just tuned in at home or you've walked in the gates, we're just about to get Heat 1 underway for the Supermods. We've seen the Legend cars come out for their parades. For those watching at home, if you do hear silence, don't stress, you haven't lost your audio due to the copyright issues with YouTube, where it's been streamed tonight as well. We can't play the music there, so that's the reason behind that. Beautiful afternoon and be a beautiful evening here at Bunbury. Currently sitting at about, where are we? 26 degrees according to my calculations on the internet here. So not an overly warm day, which is good news because we've definitely seen some hot nights here at Bunbury in the last couple of meetings. So just hearing from officials, we're going to go for a start very shortly. A bit happier with this track now. Looks like the tractor's just going to do another little bit of a lap, but the cars are starting to amble up for a start. Just running through that starting lineup again. If you've just joined us, Ryan Carter off the front row with Mark Broom in the 19. In the second row, it's the 90 of Jeff Rogers and the 10 of Troy Leary. In the third row, the 23 car of Kim Enright and the 55 outside of him of Gary Walker. The 14 car of Lance Beaver and the 6 of Darryl Smith are your cars to start this one. So tractor still making its way around. I was hearing from next door that we will be going racing very soon. Kim Beard in the Chief Steward's position tonight. So once again, a massive thanks to all our sponsors that have joined us. G'day to a few of the team on the Hit WA there and the KGB stand. Give us a wave if you can hear us there on the back straight. They can. Can't tell who that is from over here though. It's a long, long way away from up the back here in the grandstand. LDH Contracting, CB Graphics, B&B Offal Products, CMS, Collie Machine Shop, Fit Stop, Auto Smart Southwest, Bunbury Custom Cabinets, Minimus, Kyle Sanders at Bricklaying as well. But the orange lights go out, the pay chute pulls off, so we will see a start for the Legend cars here in heat number 1, the first racing action tonight at the Hit WA Australian Legend Car Championships. It's the 7 and the 19 to lead us off, Ryan Carter and Mark Broom, and they're away. And as you can see, a very slippery start, but it is Ryan Carter gets the best at the start. The 90 car of Jeff Rogers moves up into second, and right around the outside comes Troy Leary to sit into third. So not the fastest heat here, but all cars are mobile and doing their thing. In saying that, Ryan Carter is pulling away at a rate of knots, so he's certainly found his groove in this track at the moment. Back in second place, the 90 car of Jeff Rogers is coming around. So it's going to be a very, very long lap for these ones, but they are under racing conditions at the moment. Doing the best of the racing is Ryan Carter. 7 laps to go for him, the 90 car of Jeff Rogers. Then it's back to the 14 of Lance Beaver, and the number 10 car of Troy Leary is fighting it out with Kim Enright for 4th at the moment. One up high, that is the 10 of Troy Leary. Run down low is Kim Enright. So trying to find a little bit of driving room, and the 10 does of Troy Leary. They'll come around with 6 laps to go in heat number 1 of the Supermods here at the Make Smoking History at Bunbury Speedway. Doing it good at the moment, Ryan Carter in the W7. Close between second and third at the moment between Jeff Beaver and Lance Rogers. A little bit faster that time around for that lap, 30 seconds. So we'll see how this track dials in. Ryan Carter seems to be handling the conditions the best at the moment. Lance Beaver puts himself into second, gets around or underneath Jeff Rogers as they come down for 5 laps to go in heat number 1 of the Supermods here at the Make Smoking History Speedway. Some great shots at home there of them coming out of turn number 4. Thanks to the team at Real Speedway TV. So it's Ryan Carter from Lance Beaver, Jeff Rogers, Gary Walker. Then it's Troy Leary, Mark Broom, Kin Enright and Daryl Smith. So the lap's sitting around 30 seconds at the moment. That one's slightly quicker. In fact, the fastest lap was Gary Walker a little bit earlier in the race. He did a 28.685. Half the journey done and half to go for the Supermods. If you've just joined us at home or in the track, track's still a little bit of grease on top, so these cars will find their feet a little bit more as the night goes on. But it's Ryan Carter. It's his to win. Lance Beaver closing the gap. The gap is 1.9 seconds at the moment, but can he have something to do it? And Gary Walker has made his way up into third. That puts Jeff Rogers back into 4th position. So the top 3, not much between them, maybe a car length, maybe a 2 car lengths between them, but Ryan Carter has 3 laps to go in this one. Oh, the 14 car of Lance Beaver has chucked it onto the infield. He manages to keep it going. He doesn't. You can see the mud on the front of that car there as well, maybe causing him a little drama. That opens the door for Jeff Rogers to possibly get back into 3rd spot. But our race leader, Ryan Carter, has had this race all to himself. Gary Walker is going to come underneath and get into first positions out of turn number 3, finding a little bit of grip on the track and getting there underneath. So they come around. There'll be 2 laps to go this time around. Our new race leader of Gary Walker is 2 or 3 car lengths in front. 2 laps remaining in this one here at the Make Smoking History Bunbury Speedway. And the 55 car is out in front of Gary Walker. In second position, the 7 car of Ryan Carter, Lance Beaver in 3rd, and I dare say that is how they'll finish. I'm saying that I put the mocker on Ryan Carter because he's pulled infield. He's OUT out of this one, so white flag out this time around, and it is Gary Walker in first. Bit of work to do for the Lance Beaver. I don't know if he'll have enough real estate left. He won't. There's about almost the length of the straight or the back straight in it for this one. 3rd place is Jeff Rogers, and Ryan Carter is out for this one. Not sure what happened to his car there, but you can see it in turn number 3. Around turns 3 and 4 comes your race leader to pick up the checkered flag, and he does it nice and easily in the end. It is Gary Walker in first. 2nd place, the 14 car of Lance Beaver, and then Jeff Rogers crosses the line for the checkered flag. That is your top 3. Finishing in 4th was Troy Leary, Kim Enright, and Mark Broom. Unfortunately, Ryan Carter did not finish. He is parked up on the infield, and Barry Roberts is wandering that way to have a little bit of a look and a chat to see what happens.
Mate, she is absolutely boiling. So he's absolutely good. So the problem with these cars is that, they've got a really big engine but a really small radiator. So bit of a heavy track. I do know that's a common thing with these super modifieds, that they will actually overheat when they push too hard. So maybe he just went a little bit too hard. The other guys held back and it sort of helped them out a bit. But yeah, it's absolutely boiling at the moment. So as a push chute will come along, the bike will come along and take him in. Of course, the guy that ran 3rd there, Lance Beaver. We actually head down to Manjimup next weekend with these guys. They'll race for the Maria Beaver Memorial. Unfortunately, Lance's wife, she was a great asset to the sport, and unfortunately we lost her only just recently. So we'll all race for Maria. We remember Maria. She was an absolutely beautiful lady. It was actually impossible to find a photo of that lady because she always hid behind the camera. She never wanted to be in front of it. So it's good to see him out and about and racing for it, coming home in 3rd in that one. But exciting time now as the legend cars will make their way out onto the raceway for the LDH heat number 1 for the Hit FM Australian Legend Car title. But we'll also have our grand opening as well.
We certainly will. I will back very soon. You can see at home there the heat number 1 lineup of Tyler Humphreys. Outside is Russell Seary. The 32 car of Kim Williams will be out, and outside of them Ben Boyd in the 12. Cody Roberts and Matt Gordon in the 3rd row, and Kyle Sanders and Mark Maxek in the 4th row, and Brittany Radford in that 3 car. Hopefully that car will be up and about and ready to go, but we'll pass you downstairs very shortly to Barry Roberts for the official opening, and welcome everyone here for a big night, or big 2 nights at the Bunbury Speedway.
Thank you very much once again, guys. Thank you very much. Thank you for being patient with us while we get this raceway underway as we just wait for Brittany Radford to make her way over to the lineup. As we just sort of getting them all nice and straight. This is the one chance we got to get that nice pretty photo of these guys lined up on the curb. And of course, after the racing tomorrow night, the pits will be open. You can actually get down, get up close to these cars, and actually see that they're not that big at all. So see some of the size of the guys that get out of this car. But if we can just throw upstairs, I'm pretty sure we've got national anthem. If we can all be upstanding with our headgear off, and please be upstanding for the Australian national anthem. Let's go! Legend Car Racing for the 25 Hit FM Australian national title. As we'll roll these guys away now. So as they all get out on the race, we'll roll these guys away. They'll get up into grid position. Exciting times here for Legend Cars here in WA. Legend Cars in Australia, this is absolutely amazing stuff. The Tyler Humphreys in the 3A is going to start off the pole outside here. Mandra's local of Russell Seary. You got the best presented there, the 32 car. They got it all nice and cleaned up. And Kimmy Williams, he's going to be in this one as well. And your current Australian champion is in this field. So a very star-studded field upstairs. Jared, you take this one away. We're about to go. They're going to roll them for a lap or so. Let them see the sight of the track. Just she's starting to tack up quite nice, but definitely going to be a trying first heat for these guys.
Yeah, it certainly is. But these guys have seen this track last night in a bit of practice, so they'll know exactly how it is. So we'll go racing very, very soon. Just waiting on a one transponder. So just working it out in this heat. Tyler Humphreys is out there, Russell Seary, Kim Williams, Ben Boyd, Cody Roberts, Matt Gordon, Kyle Sanders, and we've worked out it's
Go on, say it. Mark Mazek.
Yeah, Mark Mazek is the one that's missing in the transponding.
It's all right,
Number
mate.
33, Mark Mazek is missing, so I'm just helping out the timing next door as well, doing double duties up here.
I was going to say, because everyone freezes, there's another name that'll pop out too. It's Baron Karks. It's K-A-K-S, and that throws a lot of people as well. So just to give you a heads up, Jared, you could just call him BK when you see the W72 roll out the next heat or so. So it's we've come to a mutual agreement, me and him, that I can just call him BK. So it made life a lot easier.
It is. I used to work with him, so I...
Absolutely lovely gentleman too. Yeah. Absolutely great guy. So he Three Waters Digital do a bit of photography with a few race cars and bits and pieces. Also with your family dog as well. So he's actually a really, really nice guy. So because they roll these guys around. I don't know if you guys got it all sorted upstairs,
Yeah,
but
we're all good to go now.
Kelsey Beards absolutely lapped the field here in the KJB pace shoot. She seemed to have shaken up. I'm sure Kimbo's on the radio telling her to slow down for the first time in his life. Quite surprised though, this is the most consistent laps I've seen her do without breaking anything as well. So, and she's still doing it on Kimbo's money as well. So, it's excellent.
I love it. I love everything about it.
No feelings at Speedway, mate. You know that. You have feelings, you'll probably get them hurt. So it's the first rule I learned back early 2000s when I started kicking around here with the likes of Andrew Roberts and Ron Cricky and bits and pieces, that if you got feelings, you won't survive. So
we're not too far away from going racing here. The pace car has come to almost a complete stop to allow them to catch up a little bit. So as we've mentioned, this track just coming in, and once this track dries off a little bit, we're going to see an amazing track here tonight. You can already see how this track is starting to form up from up here in level 25.
Up at the breaches. Yeah. Sorry, we're not as high up as you, mate. So we're just the little plebs down the bottom of the infield, mate.
I've got to say, I'm going to need binoculars before this end of the next season, I think, because the eyes aren't as good as what they used to be.
You thought it was hard seeing a sprint car from up there,
Yeah.
mate. Then we put a car that's 5'8" the size.
And then getting used to all the colours as well.
So I reckon by tomorrow night, by about the feature race, you should be all over it, mate. We'll have you ready to go to Collie before you know it.
Might have to venture up there next week.
I don't think you'd have to bend anyone's arm to get a microphone either, mate. I can tell you that now. Old JC will be up at the motor plate, so I think you might even get a call up if you play your cards right.
Might have to, I'm going to work Friday night, but I'll be up there Saturday to enjoy the Speedway.
Oh, that works out really well, mate.
Yeah.
I'll be there Friday. You can do Saturday. Excellent. Greg Evans will be absolutely stoked to make smoking history Collie Speedway, mate.
All right, we are ready to go green this time around. It is Tyler Humphries and Russell Siri to lead us away for heat number 1. Tyler on the inside, Russell on the outside. Kim Williams and Ben Boyd behind them, getting ready to go racing for the HIT WA Australian Legend Car Championship here at the Make Smoking History Bunbury Speedway, heat number 1. Green, a little bit of a rough start for the 23 of Russell Siri. Did come very close to tapping wheels, may have even tapped wheels with Tyler Humphries, who's kicked away out in first position. Ben Boyd's in the mix there in third as well. But they've sorted themselves out in order, and Ben Boyd has got himself up into second. In fact, the 23 car has dropped back to third. That is Russell Siri. He's dropped back to fourth now at the moment, as well as they start to find a little bit of speed into this track as well. So let's check out the order as they come past. It is the 3 of Tyler Humphries, who's had a really good start with Ben Boyd, Matt Gordon and Russell Siri. So that's how they sit for your top 4 at the moment. Ben Boyd under pressure from the 1AU of Matt Gordon at the moment, and you'd expect him, after having a little bit of drama, to come out and give this car all it's got in heat number 1. So they head around with 8 laps to go in these 10-lap heats. Tyler Humphries doing all the work out in front now. Ben Boyd, who incidentally is doing a 25.708, is the fastest lap in this one, and that was his last time around. So he is putting that car through all its paces. They are starting to catch the lead car of Tyler Humphries at the moment. It's a race in 3 at the front there with Humphries, Boyd and Gordon. Humphries would be starting to hear the motors of those other cars behind him. Matt Gordon just can't seem to find a way around Ben Boyd at the moment. He's going to sneak up on the outside. Meanwhile, Russell Siri back in fourth is watching this all unfold about 30 metres in front of him. So 7 laps to go in heat number 1. There goes the AU1 around the outside of Matt Gordon. He picks up the second place. So he's just got to pick off one car. Well, he goes up nice and wide, opens the door a little bit for Ben Boyd, still manages to hold on. So a change in order that time around. Tyler Humphries, Matt Gordon, Ben Boyd, Mark Maxek has got up into 4th position. Russell Siri back in 5th. Here comes the Australian one underneath of Tyler Humphries. Tyler Humphries goes wide, gets a little untidy coming out of turn 3 and into turn 4, opens up the door. Here he is, Matt Gordon out in front. This is the way he'd be wanting to start his night in the Australia one. So Matt Gordon with half the journey to go in heat number 1 of this 10-lap heat race. So it's Matt Gordon, Tyler Humphries, Ben Boyd. Mark Magzek has closed up a gap slightly between 3rd and 4th. It's been about between that 30 to 20 metre mark this race, but he is slowly coming in and maybe might challenge for a podium a little bit closer to the end of this race, but he's got a bit of work to do to catch Boyd at this point. Meanwhile, Matt Gordon and Tyler Humphries are fighting it out for 1st and 2nd. About 3 or 4 car lengths in there. Since Matt Gordon has got around, he hasn't managed to pull away too much, so we'll see if Tyler Humphries can track him down. A little bit of lap traffic in front of them. Will that come to play with 3 laps to go this time around? Let's check out our order in heat number 1. It's the Australian one of Matt Gordon. Tyler Humphries in 2nd. Back in 3rd place is the 12 car of Ben Boyd. 4th is Mark Maxek. A bit further back then is the 78 car of Cody Robertson. Russell Siri back in 6th place. And he started on 2nd, so dropped back a few places. That's not the way he'd want to start his night, but plenty of heats to get that underway. So around that little bit of lap traffic we're talking about with 2 laps to go in this one. The Australian one has got this one in his grips.
I'll take it over here, Jared. Matty Gordon out in front. This one, the Australian champion, Tyler Humphries in that car, sitting in 2nd place. That 3A car, absolutely putting it here. Benny Boyd, no slouch here. Matt Mazek, only new to the division, sitting well before. One of the big movers in this one, though, would be Cody Roberts, sitting back in 5th, I do believe. So he's absolutely done an absolutely amazing job coming from deep in the pack to get himself up into 5th. So Matty Gordon will get the white flag this time around. Absolutely dominating performance in this heat race now as Tyler Humphries doing everything he can, but Matty Gordon in the JOB taking this one away. Benny Boyd falling backwards, but Mark Mazek is actually coming up on the backside of the 12 car. Can he shut the gap with half a lap to go? But it's really been the story of the Australian champion. Matty Gordon will take heat number 1, brought to you by LDH Contracting. So in the opening heat, that's a great start to open up his campaign. Tyler Humphries will come through in 2nd. Benny Boyd in the 12 in 3rd. Marzak in 4th. Absolutely swinging. Cody Roberts, stellar performance there in 5th. It's good to see that car's flying some pace at 78 machine. Russell Siri, best presented. Kimmy Williams, Kyle Sanders, and bring out some of your finishes. And Brittany Radford Nash will actually tail out the last of your finishes 1 lap down, but absolutely dominating performance there. He just waited, Jared. He was just patient, and he just picked him off and just made his move when it counted.
He knew exactly what he was doing, and he knew that he had a good car, and with that spare motor in there as well. After last night's, well, it wasn't it's the original motor, I believe he said, so they tried a new one. That one went see you later last night, and they're back in it tonight. So we are not too far away from heading downstairs to have a chat to Matt Gordon. He's just coming around as the 12 car goes on the scales of Ben Boyd as well. He'd be pretty stoked with that win. That's the way you want to start the night when you're trying to back-to-back your championships. So the 12 car gets the thumbs up for the weight. The Australian one will head that way now. Massive thanks to LDH Contracting for heat number 1 of the WA Australian Legend Car Championships. Time there was around about the 24 mark, and that was done by Matt Gordon. I just don't have the timing in front of me at the moment, so once that comes up I'll let you know. But we were seeing around the 20 mark last night, so still a little bit of pace to come into this one.
So all good with the scales. Let's get Matty Gordon turn that car off. I think he's getting really practice at doing this with the helmet on, so I don't even think he will. Mate, I don't think there's much of a GoPro footage there for yourself personally, but good way to open up the campaign to go back-to-back, mate.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's pretty fun. It was pretty wet, but yeah, it was be good for later in the night.
Absolutely, mate. You just waited quietly there, just sort of picked him off very much. You followed Tyler around for a little bit there, and you just sort of waited for the mistake and just made it happen, eh?
Oh, that's right. You can think you can win this title race at the first heat, but you can't. So you just got to be patient and get a feel for everyone and bit of respect for all the other drivers.
Well done, mate. Just get a photo. They've got a board there with you, mate. The your LDH heat number 1 winner, your Australian champion, and Matt Gordon. You'll just have a quick photo and then we'll move him on back into the thing.
So well done to Matt Gordon, and that time was a 24... It's just disappeared off my screen as I've gone to say that. So it was in the 24 mark, so the time's starting to come in Heat number 2, for those at home, your grid's on screen. Greg Joss off the front row with Steve Barrow in outside of him. On the second row, Colin Metcalf and Rob Rawlings. In the third row, it's Brendan Radford and then Bernard Cunks in the third row. Baron Cunks, I should say. Travis Gould and Julia Gordon in the fourth row. And Paul Joss will be off the back in this one for heat number 2. Thanks to CB Graphics. Great supporters here tonight. Great to have everyone on board. CB Graphics. Heat number 2 on the way in just a moment's time. First night of racing here for the Hit WA Australian Legend Car Championships. Lights will flash, so we'll see it start this time around. Make sure you keep your eyes on the Legend Cars WA Facebook page if you're watching from home, because everything you need to know is up there at the moment. Paul Joss, who was featuring in the fast times with Rob Rawlings last night, are both in this race. It was a 20.868. You couldn't split them last night, so we'll see how they go this time around. Heat number 2, thanks to CB Graphics, about to get underway. 10 laps in the Hit WA Australian Legend Car Championships, and it's the 69 car of Greg Joss that gets a pretty good start. You can see Paul Joss in the back there starting to already make a little bit of a move. He's got a bit of work to do to get up there. The 16 car in second of Steve Barrow. Then it's the 89 of Colin Metcalf has got up into third. Rob Rawlings comes around and sits in third at the moment. So it's nearly 4-5 wide coming out of turn number 1. And, well, the front position, that is up to anyone. At the moment, it is the 16 car of Steve Barrow, just from Greg Joss. And Paul Joss has made a massive amount of ground up in this one. He's come from the back. Will he be at the front? I think he will be out of turn number 3. This is some great racing from Paul Joss. He's got a bit of work still to do, get around Steve Barrow. There'll be 8 laps to go this time around. It is Steve Barrow just holding on for the time being, but we've seen it so many times at the Bunbury Speedway how good Paul Joss is. He gets underneath and he picks up the front spot. So it's Paul Joss from Steve Barrow. Rob Rawlings, he gets up into second and puts Steve Barrow back into third. So that is your top 3 as they've got 2 laps done and 8 to go. Back in 4th place is the 89 of Colin Metcalf, and then it's a fight for 5th and 6th at the moment between the 69 and the 17. That is Greg Joss and Travis Gould in that order. Rob Rawlings has got a lot to say about what Paul Joss is doing out the front now. We saw the times, as I said last night, you could not split them, and at the moment, you may not be able to split them in this heat race. 6 laps to go in this heat number 2, thanks to CB Graphics here at the Make Smoking History Bunbury Speedway, and Paul Joss is holding on ever so slightly. Rob Rawlings, watch this. This is a great battle out in front. Steve Barrow watching it all unfold in third, and Colin Metcalf back in 4th. 17 of Travis Gould is in 5th. How are we going to see this one go? This is going to go right down to the wire. I reckon 5 laps to go in heat number 1. Paul Joss, Rob Rawlings, those are names we're going to call quite a fair bit this weekend at the pointy end of these races, I reckon, and no doubt across the features, because these 2 cars were looking good last night in practice. Paul Joss just holding him out at the moment. It's going to be 4 laps to go as they come out of turns 3 and 4. Can Paul hold on for the 4 laps? Rob Rawlings got a bit of worrying how this one pans out. It has been Paul Joss. He's come from the back. He's now at the front. Rob Rawlings started in the second row. Lap traffic not too far away. They're going to come around. Paul Joss seems to just have the better car at the moment. He seems to be moving a lot faster. Rob Rawlings found some speed though. Lap traffic's going to hold them up. This is going to bring them really, really close together. Can they both get around in a good time? Rawlings goes underneath. Paul Joss goes around the top. Still a couple of car lengths in it, so Paul Joss manages to hold on for that top spot as they hit that lap traffic. As they come around with 2 laps to go, about 1.5 laps to go. In fact, it's Paul Joss out in front. Rob Rawlings back in second. That is the battle to watch at the moment. Back in third place is Steve Barrow in the 16 car. Who is going to win this? White flag out, 1 lap to go. It has been Paul Joss's race from Rob Rawlings. Will that change with the white flag out? Will Rob Rawlings put in a tackle? He's going to try up the back straight. Paul Joss too good at the moment. They pass the Bunbury Speedway sign. Half a lap to go in heat number 2. Paul Joss has come from the back to the front. This is going to be a grandstand finish. Can Rob Rawlings get underneath? Paul Joss on the outside, Rawlings on the inside. Joss, too good. Picks up the heat win from Rob Rawlings in second. Steve Barrow, third. Fourth place, Colin Metcalf. Checkered flag out there as we wrap up heat number 2. Some great vision from home. How awesome is that, seeing the checkered flag and the white flag? What a great race from Paul Joss, Rob Rawlings. I'm looking forward to seeing how that battle pans out across the weekend, and chuck in the Australian champion of Matt Gordon as well a little bit later on as we get closer to features. What a night we are in for. If we head downstairs very shortly to Barry Roberts to have a chat. If you want a donut though, 5 for $5 on the front straight there. You can pick yourself up a donut and have a little bit to eat.
I'd take a donut, mate, anytime. This rocket dad body loves donuts.
Mate, there's not much different up here, trust me.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. Isn't that exciting, Bunbury Speedway? If that's just a little sample of what's to come later tonight and tomorrow night, it's going to be absolutely exciting. Here is Paul Joss. He's just going to do the run around again to go back on the scales. So he's unfortunately just missed the scales. Just trying to figure out who the extra. So Steve Barrow is going to be the random. So each heat race, they'll have the heat winner come across the scales and one random. So they're constantly being checked, and then these guys will actually head back to the pits. You'll see a blue tent just to the right near the shed. That's actually a scrutineer bay where you've got a couple of guys there, and they'll just do their post-race checks to make sure the cars are all still within spec. So they absolutely just scale these cars up now. As Chris Barrow will just, Steve Barrow, sorry, will just, I just referred to him as a wheelchair late model driver for a second then, Jared. So. And Steve Barrett gets the all clears. Paul Joss will just come through, go across the sail now. This Collie Bin High Club 69 race cars. Tribute to the Gravedigger.
It's a great looking car, isn't it?
Absolutely fantastic looking car. So they actually do a really, really, really good job. So it's son of a digger car, sorry, would be the correct term. So they just put it up on the scales now. They'll just hold it up, stop him there. Of course, this heat race brought to you by CB Graphics. Just getting him lined up on the scales. So hold the brake there for a second. So given the all clear with it, so we're just rolling forward. I'll have a quick chat with Paulie really quickly. I know how this boy loves to have a chat on a microphone as he gets the helmet off. Just shuts the car down. He pushed you all the way, mate, but you've got to be pretty happy to opening up the points in the Australian title with a heat win.
Oh, definitely, Barry. That was pretty good to come from the rear and get the win. Always knew Rob would be hard in that one, but yeah, I just sneaked him.
It's going to be pretty good when you've actually helped Rob get to the track and everything. You've helped with a lot of people to get to the track today. Obviously, a lot of cars sit in your workshop getting repaired, mate. So, and not just yourself. Obviously, you've got a few people you've got to thank.
Oh, definitely. Like all my sponsors that helped get me here, Collie Ridge, ODH Mechanical, Collie Bin Hire, Collie Sign Effects. Without them guys, I wouldn't be able to do this. And the missus and the kids, they help out tremendously. Sometimes the kids, maybe not. But yeah, cheers.
Now, well done, mate. Your CB Graphics Heat number 2 winner, Paul Joss. As I said, Jared, I actually 100% agree with you, mate. I think that's one of the names that you're going to be saying a lot this weekend.
Yeah, certainly will. And for those at home, we've got a replay of that last lap of how close that actually was. And we'll see them feature across the weekend, as we've said. The replay will be up very, very shortly as we'll get ready to head into heat number 3. We'll get the heat number 3 line up first before we do that. Ken Melvin and Braden Williamson on the front row. Darren Snowden and Scott Nichols on the second row. Ricky Lee Beard and Troy Bolton on the third row. And Wayne Campbell and Phil Nichols will be your 8 starters in heat number 3. Thanks to B&B Offal, great supporter here.
That's actually the Radfords that are B&B Offal. So Brittany and Brendan Radford supporters from B&B Raffle. But there's one thing I don't know if you would know. It looks a little different tonight, mate. The last meeting we had here, we obviously had a bit of carnage. Have a look at that 57 machine, mate. She was absolutely, the correct term and the politest way I'm going to say is rissoled.
Yes.
It was not in a good condition at all. When that car got loaded up out of this speedway, they have absolutely busted their backsides and they've put virtually a brand new car together for Ricky to jump into as one of the hit cars as well. So it did change the plans a little, but that car absolutely looking amazing. They've done a lot of great work.
Yeah, it is great to see it back out here. It was a little bit of carnage in that race, and it's good to see cars and drivers back out as we get heat number 3, thanks to B&B Offal underway. Green is given, and it's the 42 car that gets the best of the start of Ken Melvin. Maybe not. Braden Willington gets around the outside and picks up that top spot. Back in third place is the number 9 car of Darren Snowden. He heads down the back straight. All 3 cars looking really, really good up in front. And all cars underway. Oh, 1 car goes around. That's the number 2 car there of Troy Bolton, I think it was, that's gone around. Braden Williamson down in front. Ken Melvin in second. And Darren Snowden back in third place. That's how they sit for lap number 1. Troy Bolton was the car that went around there. He's got a bit of work to do to catch up. Another close battle up the front. I love to see that. And second and third, well, that's anyone's at the moment. Ken Melvin just leading that battle from Darren Snowden at the moment in the 9A car. Darren Snowden gets underneath up into second spot. Can Ken Melvin come back and get around him? Meanwhile, Braden Willington is out in front and pushing away from this. He's got the fast lap of a 21.941, so those times start to come in. In fact, he's improved that again. Darren Snowden is a 21.772, so he got the fastest lap, so he's on the track down for Braden Williamson at the moment. So we have got 6 laps to go this time around. Out in front is the 1. He comes around and puts another lap in the books, does Braden Williamson. In the 1N, second place is Darren Snowden. He has got a handful of laps in this one, half the journey in fact, to catch up and get into second place. The third place of Ken Melvin has dropped off a little bit. He's a fair way back, and then back in fourth is the 22. That's the Queensland car of Scott Nichols, and then Wayne Campbell, Phil Nichols, and Ricky Lee Beard. And that car that spun earlier in the race, Troy Bolton, still trying to catch up to the pack at the back there. The only real battle here you would see, and the closest car is probably on the track besides our last 2, Braden Willington and Darren Snowden. Will we see any difference with 4 laps to go in this one? As I've just had some donuts dropped off. That's fantastic news. I'll share them with you later, mate. And Braden Willington in first. Second place is Darren Snowden. They head around with 3 laps to go as they come across the start-finish line this time. Can the 9 car of Darren Snowden get around? Will it be Braden Willington? Which way is it going to go? 3 laps to go in this one. Ken Melvin still dropping off a little bit there. The gap between first and second was 0.656 that time around. So growing ever so slightly, and they've sort of spread out a bit like what you'd say is almost hot laps at the moment. The closest 2 cars are out in front, Braden Willington and Darren Snowden. I'll get that out in a second correctly. 2 laps to go. They'll see the white flag this time around. Our race leader, Braden Willington, once he's got there, hasn't looked like he's going to die. 2 cars come unstuck towards the rear of the field. Will this see the cautions come on? It won't, because they both get up and going. They come around. Our race leader gets around okay. He picks up the heat race win. Very, very close to a bit of drama there in the latter stages. Darren Snowden in second, and Ken Melvin back in third place.
Still got 1 to go, mate. Still got 1
Sorry,
to go.
my bad. We do too. We'll get that back in. I got that excited about the spin that I thought there was 1 lap to go. Here they come again. We'll try this again. Braden Willington is coming around very, very close. There's nothing in it. There's 4 cars there, 2 lap cars and 2 cars on the front lap, but Braden Willington picks it up. Darren Snowden and Ken Melvin. Scott Nichols and Wayne Campbell back in 5th for that one. I almost swore the timing said there was only 1 lap to go there.
No more donuts for you, mate. You get distracted way too easy. Absolutely.
Braden Willington in the first position.
I mean, if you want to run down that grandstand, just smash one through the fence for me. I mean, I'll be forever grateful.
We need about 3 heat races to get down there and back up. But put your hands together for Braden Willington in first position, Darren Snowden in second, and Ken Melvin in third. A good race in the end from the 1N in Braden Willington for the heat race win in heat number 3.
It's very good for where the hit cars get up on the top step of a heat race straight up early in the weekend. Braden Wilmington has just got the 2A pulling up. Just give me 2 seconds. sorry for that, a little distracted there at the 2A of Troy Bolton just pulling up for a quick chat. But Braden Wilmington, all the way from Sydney, his actual daytime job, Jared, is one of the managers of Sydney Speedway. So him and his dad and that get involved with the track there. He races midgets over in the US. He's actually races midgets on the East Coast, sprint cars, a bit of anything with a steering wheel, as he calls it. So absolute talent behind the wheel, and very, my opinion last night in the Calcutta, he went way too cheap. So I'll just pull up this beautiful looking car. Of course, this car is
Did you buy him, did you?
No, I'm not allowed to, because I was the guy auction. Kyle told me I
okay.
wasn't allowed to. My wife is forever grateful. I think that's why she was happy for me to go and actually be the auctioneer. So, but that the KJB blast it hit southwest, one end of Braden Wilmington. As we're just rolling forward here, I'm wearing multiple hats. Of course, EDR Mechanical and Pertac getting involved with this car as well. Hello, mates. You seem to keep running into each other, but it's a good way to open up your national title.
Yeah, look, it's a great way to open the account here in Bunbury. Awesome track. It's a little challenging out there, but it's a lot of fun. Really happy to pick up a heat win, but yeah, can't thank Hit FM enough for sponsoring the event and the car, as well as Bunbury, Statewide Bearings, Marilla Electrical Group, and massive thanks to Kyle for letting me come over here and have a skid in his car, and yeah, having a lot of fun over here in the West.
Well done, mate. You said everything that needs to be said. Just get a picture of you with the heat winner board there now. Sarah and John, just get a photo there, mate. But great heat win there from Braden Wilmington, mate. As I said, that's another name that has gone flying under the radar. He might be the New South Wales champion, mate, but he has been flying under the radar this weekend, and I reckon he's one of the red-hot favourites.
Yeah, he certainly is, and if he keeps driving the car like that, no doubt we will see that. Up next, the Junior Formula 125, 6 laps for them. We should roll out onto the track very, very soon with the Hit WA Australian Legend Car Championship with sports of Supermods, V8 Dirt Modifieds, Formula 125, Super 6s and the Junior Sedans tonight. Cars pull infield, can't see the Juniors. So they're coming out now. Good to see the Juniors out here tonight in the Formula 125. It's a good field too as well. 6 laps will be the journey for them. So the 44 car of Aaron Curtis will start off the front with Blade Cooler in outside of him. The 42 car of Alexi Cooler will be on the second row with the 61 car of Alia Berry. The 60 car will be in the next row of Rylan Berry with the number 2 car of Hannah Berry. The 48 car in the next spot of Lucas Thompson and the 67 car of Callum Pearson. The 32 car of Mahali Berry behind them, in with the 12 car of Hanisa Mohammed Don. In 12 car, and in the next row we have the 80 car, sorry, that's the 50 car, sorry, of Cody Edwards, and the 20 car of Jager Berry. And final row for these Junior Formula 125s is the 84 of Mason Coolka, and the 95 car of Ryan Donnelly as well. So we get ready to go racing here. I just noticed a couple of spelling mistakes. It's Alexi Kuka, and also in there as well Blade Kuka. For apologies for getting those names wrong. I just had them spelt wrong on my sheet. Can blame Morgan Melvin for that one. So just to confuse things a little bit, car number 10 on my screen will be 32 on the timing. If you're having a look and checking that out a little bit later on up on the website as well. So just getting a little bit of a look at the track, the Formula 125s, before they go racing for heat number 1 tonight. Then we'll get into some junior sedans after that. So we're just waiting for these cars to get underway for their heat number one. Cast of a thousands up here in the commentary box, making sure everything runs smoothly. Great to have the team here, and thanks to the donut man for dropping up some donuts as well. Make sure you get along to the canteens, and also the ice cream van as well, and some churros down there, plus the donuts. And that's in the, you want to grab yourself a coffee, some hot chips, all of that sort of stuff. So we're about to go racing here for heat number one. It's the 44 and the 45 to lead us away. As we go racing, Henneberry gets up in there into first place as they come around. That little car flying down the track. Oh, one car comes a little untidy, manages to hold on to it and get back onto the infield. So racing will continue as they come around for the first time in racing conditions here. 6 laps for these one, and out in front it is the number 2 car of Henneberry. Back in second, the 12 car, and that is Michaela Campbell's in there, and Mason Cooker as well. And back in fourth place is Callum Pearson as they head down back straight for 4 laps to go this time around. The Formula 125 back here at Bunbury out in front and doing it nice and easy. That car is flying out in front of Henneberry. Malaki Campbell in second and Mason Cook in third. Fourth place is Ryan Donnelly and Rylan Berry. So 4 laps to go in this one, and Henneberry has certainly split the scene on this one. 3 laps to go for our Formula 125s as they spread themselves out up at the top 3. It's Henneberry out in front. That car has just zoomed away, but the 84 car is slightly closing the gap. 1.489 seconds that time around with 3 laps to go. Michaela Campbell in third place, Ryan Donnelly in fourth, and Rylan Berry in fifth is how they sit at the moment. 2 laps to go for our race leader. Can Mason Cooker close the gap? They come around to see 2 laps. Henneberry, Mason Cooker. Malaki Campbell in third at the front of that pack. Back down the Bunbury Speedway sign for second last time. 1 lap to go this time around. A little bit of lap traffic in front of them. I don't think they'll catch up to that with 1 lap to go. But Henneberry and Mason Cooker very, very close now. 2 or 3 car lengths in it. It's down to 0.445 of a second. It was just over a second last time around. Can Mason Cooker make a difference in this lap? Well, watch that front pack. There is a change for third and fourth at the moment with Donnelly and Campbell, but our leaders come around with third and fourth turns in front of them. Out of the fourth turn now, will Cooker come underneath? Berry just holding on. Oh, it's neck and neck. I think, according to the timing, Henneberry in first. Mason Cooker in second. There was about probably a wheel length in difference. Ryan Donnelly finishes in third for that one. A lot of changes for third, fourth and fifth with Donnelly, Rylan Berry and also Malaki Campbell in there as well. For sixth place was Lucas Thompson, Lexi Cooker, Callum Pearson and Aaron Curtis. Your top 9 with Cody Edwards just coming across the start-finish line now. So Henneberry picks up heat race win for heat number 1 of the Formula 125s in the juniors. Some great racing from then, and Henneberry shot away at the start there and picks up the heat race win. Only just, there was 0.090. We'll call that a tyre length in it. So we are not too far away from heat number 1 of the junior sedans coming out next here at Bunbury. We'll have a look at their starting lineup for heat number 1. So it'll be the 18 off the front of Xavier Crow, the 81 of Oscar Amato, the 48 there of, sorry, I should say the 4B, which will be, that's Ali Watt in the 4B, you might be able to correct me down there, Barry. The 27 of Jake Johnson, the 10 car of Cody Watt, the other 4 car of Cora McBride. Then in the 11 car of Jaden Stads in the next row, the 69 car of Benjamin Oppett, the 95 car on the final row with Cooper Sayer, and 5 of Ivy Bearsby will round them out. So juniors out on the track for the first night tonight. Try and track down the 2 4s out there. Healthy field of juniors to go around tonight. They'll be back tomorrow night as well. Just waiting for possibly one more car, I believe. No, they're closing the gate. Gate's closed. 9 starters out there, so we are missing, I think it's the number 4 car of Cora McBride to start this one. I will confirm that as they come around again. I'll check those numbers. Does look like there's only 1 4 out there. So we're just going to let these newer juniors, and I believe one of these cars was out last night having a bit of practice, maybe first time in junior sedans, so if I've got that correct. They're going to roll the pace unit around past Cooper Sayer and Io Bearsby out there. Getting past them now, so the start lap will be on the next lap around. For heat number 1 of the junior sedans. Big welcome to everyone who's joined in here and at home as well. Thanks to Real Speedway TV, free coverage on your YouTube. Tony next door pushing the buttons and moving the camera, and Blake Jones down in the middle with the camera as well, bringing you some different angles here at the Bunbury Speedway. So we passed the cars now, that is Ivy Bearsby and Cooper Sayer out the back. There's 2 new drivers only out there learning at the moment. It's great to see. I love watching the juniors get out there and improve each and every race. Green, green, green is the call, and it's the 81 car of Oscar Amato. Gets away from Xavier Crow for the time being, and Jake Johnson back in 3rd place. So they head back down the back straight for the first time in racing conditions here tonight for what is a 8-lap race for our juniors. They'll get a lap in the book. They'll already hit that lap traffic of those newer drivers up there at the back of Cooper Sayer. So it's the 81 car of Oscar Amato from the 18 of Xavier Crow, then back to the 27 of Jake Johnson in 3rd place. Then it's back to Ali Watt in 4th place at the moment. So they head around, sorry, I should say Jaden Studd's in 4th place at the moment, then Ali Watt's in 5th. The 81 car has got a really good start. Oscar Amato, we call that name a few times, towards the front of the pack. Heads down the front straight. 2 laps in the book for these juniors tonight in this 8-lap heat race. Couple of new drivers out there as well. These cars are used to having new drivers on the track, so know exactly how to negotiate them. Back in 2nd place, Xavier Crow's under a bit of pressure at the moment from Jake Johnson in 2nd. Meanwhile, Jaden Stads is watching it all happen in front of him. So our lead car gets down with 3 laps in the book. Crow under some pressure at the moment from the 27 of Jake Johnson. fighting out for second position. Crow tries to come around the outside of that lap car, decides to duck underneath momentarily to maintain that second spot. The 27 car of Jake Johnson is just there waiting eagerly to find that opening, but will Crow keep the door closed? Meanwhile, out in front, it is our lead car, the 81 of Oscar Amato. Second place is Crow in the 18 car, that's Xavier Crow. And third place is Jake Johnson. Back then to the 11 car of Jaden Stads. That's your top four. The only real battle is between second and third at the moment, between Crow and Jake Johnson. This is going to be a great battle for the final few laps in this one. The number 11 car comes a little untidy. If Jaden Stads manages to keep that one pointing in the right direction, comes off the concrete and heads in back onto the track with no harm done. Passing flag out for our slower drivers at the back there in the 95 car of Cooper Sayer. The 81 car of Oscar Amato is coming up and around. Should see the white flag this time around if I've got that correct. Second place is anyone's, very, very close from the 27 of Jake Johnson. Just gets around Cooper Sayer. Not much distance between them. The white flag will come out this time around. So the 81 of Oscar Amato has a lap to do it in. The 27 car gets underneath of Jake Johnson. So we've got a change for second at the moment, but this is going to be a good battle towards the end. White flag out for everyone. Just over half a lap to go for our race leader. Crow has a bit of work to do to get back up into second. At the moment, it's the 27 of Jake Johnson for the second place position, but your race leader, and has been from the start, Oscar Amato, comes around, picks up heat number one for our junior sedans. Second place, well, it's anyone's at the moment, Johnson and Crow. Crow's going to try and come out the wide line. Can't get up there. Second place is Jake Johnson. Third place is Xavier Crow in what was a great race for our juniors for heat number one in their first time tonight under racing conditions. So it's the 81 of Oscar Amato. Finishes off with a heat race win. Big congratulations to Oscar Amato for picking up the win. The 27 car back in second of Jake Johnson. And then Xavier Crow in the 18 car will round out your top three. So we head into a bit more racing here with the senior Formula 125s. As got some information from out the back. It's still blowing a gale is the word, so it's been a very windy day here. Track officials just looking for something on the track. Not sure what they're looking for, but having a bit of a look out there. Maybe something dropped off. Here come the Formula 125s for the seniors for their first heat of racing tonight. See if we can grab a grid up for them for their starting lineup. Off the front load, it'll be the 35 car of Alan Beard, the 36 car of Julian Beard outside of them, the 94 car of Charlie Harris off the next row, the 3 car of Hayley Berry, and then it is the 75 car of Kate Coulker, the 96 car of Alyssa Schroeder, then the 14 car of Peter Harris. Outside of him will be the 28 of Jamal Nun Muhammad Dom in there. And in the 31 car will be James Berry on the next row, and the 65 of Trevor Coulker. And then the 69 of Nigel Schroeder in there as well. As we get ready to go racing for the first time I should say, for our senior division of the Formula 125s. Green light is given, and it is the 35 car of Alan Beer that gets the best of the start They all bunch up behind for the minor positions at this point. As they head down the straight, they manage to all get around safely. So the 35 car has got the best of the starts here of Alan Beard. So they'll head around. Still anyone's position for the minors. In second place is the 14 car. And that is Peter Harris. Julian Beard back in third. Haley Berry in fourth for this one. But for second, third and fourth, it is a mixture of cars. Julian Beard gets up another spot in there as well. So second, third and fourth, it's anyone's at the moment. They seem to be swapping each turn this time around, but it is Alan Beard that is pushed away from this pack. Second place in the nice looking green car and the 36 car is Julian Beard. Halle Berry and Kay Cooker is in fourth at the moment. So first night out for our senior Formula 125s, and we've seen it in the juniors as well. One car pushes away and they struggle to catch, but will Julian Beard be able to track down Harris as they come around? There'll be 5 laps to go in this 8-lap heat race for our Formula 125s here at the Make Smoking History Bunbury Speedway. The 75 of Kay Cooker and Trevor Cooker side by side as they head around with Peter Harris leading this one. 21.864 is the fastest time, and that is from Peter Harris, the man out in front. Second place is Julian Beard. Third place is the 3 car of Halle Berry and Trevor Cooker, and Kay Cooker are fighting it out for 4th and 5th. They head around with 3 laps to go when they see the start-finish line this time, so they've done over half the journey now, and they're into the final stages of heat number 1. Out in front, Peter Harris. Second place is Julian Beard, Halle Berry, Trevor Cooker and Kay Cooker still fighting it out. All that gap has grown ever so slightly. Then back to Alicia Schroeder in 6th place. So our race leader, we'll see 2 laps to go this time around, has been out in front since the start of this one and is driving this car off its wheels into turns number 1 and 2 now with 2 laps to go. So it's out in front. Peter Harris doing it nice and easily for this one. They really spread out for the minor positions. It was the Cooker fight out happening for 4th and 5th, but that has sorted itself out at the moment, and Trevor Cooker is leading that battle. White flag out, 1 to go. It's Peter Harris from Julian Beard, from Halle Berry, I should say, Trevor Cooker and Cade Cooker. Back down the rest of straight. Well, it's the Bunbury Speedway straight these days for the last time for our race leader in the W14. Peter Harris comes around and picks up the Heat 1 win for the Formula 125 Senior Division. Second place, it's Julian Beard, Halle Berry and Trevor Cooker in 4th place. Alicia Schroeder in 5th. Managed to get Kay Cooker on the last lap there. And that rounds out your top 6. But Peter Harris took off and took the race for the heat race win in heat number 1 of the Formula 125s here for a big night of racing with the Hit WA Legend Car Championships. We jam together for all our Harriet's winners. We head down to Barry. He's been having a bit of a look at this track there, Barry, on the front straight.
Mate, this track's actually coming in superb. I thought I had a quick look on Facebook. Even everyone on Real Speedway Television, they're actually commenting how amazing this track looks at the moment. We've got a bit of a slick down the bottom, but I like walking on it. My shoes are almost sticking into the clay, mate. So it's actually, Logan has done an absolute superb job with this track. So as the V8 Dirt modifiers will come in, they'll sweep it up a little bit, mate. But she's definitely got some 2 and 3 wide Super 6 sedans of Luke Madeljan. I'll say it for you. It's Madeljan or Madeljan. You get away with Madeljan. I asked Luke myself. So your WA champion here, and he won it just here in this very venue at the Winter Nationals just last season, and got caught up in a lap 1 incident where he ended up buried in the fence, and we managed to get the car going. He got away with a win in the Super 6 sedan. So absolutely exciting stuff for the Super 6 guys here. It's good to see him here. Of course, we'll gain 1 more, I do believe, tomorrow night as well, so we'll end up with 6. So I'll throw it back upstairs to you, Jared, and I'll let you call this one away.
Thank you, mates.
Doing such an amazing job, mate. No one wants to hear my voice, let's be honest, though.
That's not what they're saying on the Facebook, is it, mate?
I'm so popular.
Well, when you call the wrong lap, we'll blame the timing. The timing tells you that.
No, it's never the commentator's fault, mate. You know, just point at someone in the crowd, say they distracted me, mate. It's never our fault. Ask my wife. It's never my fault.
The Super 6 is out on track for heat number 1 for them tonight. Still got the V8 Dirt Modifieds and the Heat 2 of the Supermods to come in this round of heats before you get back into the Hit WA Australian Legend Car Championship. See if we can get a lineup for you here. We can. Luke Mandelton in the 126 car of Rod Clark outside of them, the 14 of David Learton, and then the 2 car of Jason Irwin, and the 69 car of Ray Winfield, and the 7 of Jeffrey Versma in the back row. 5 cars to take it out, I should say, in this one. So we are down a car in this one. I believe that'll be the number 2 car of Jason Irwin if I can't see the 2 out there. Green for the Super Sixes, and they are away. And the WA1 car gets the best of the start. Luke Mandelton back in second place is the 14 of David Learton. He's on the track down and just sneaking into third, maybe momentarily, is Rod Clark, because Jeffrey Versma gets up there and claims that third spot for the first lap around. We have got 1 lap in the book with 7 to go here for our Super Sixes. First place is the WA1. That is Luke Mandelton having a great run out there, and you can see why he's got the big number 1 on the car, because that car is looking fantastic tonight. Nearly 2 laps down in heat number 1 here of the Super Sixes. Out in front, Luke Mandelton. The 14 car of David Learton, and then the 7 car of Jeffrey Versma in second. Then rounding out the field is Rod Clark in the 26, and then the 69 of Ray Winfield. That's how they sit. They'll put another lap in the book with this one. They've spread right out. The front 3 have got almost even distance between them for first, second and third, and that out in front is Luke Mandelton. Second place in the 14 car of David Learton, and then the 7 of Jeffrey Versma. That is how they sit with another lap in the book. Half the journey down for this one in heat number 1. And look at Luke Mandelton. That car is just firing. In fact, he's extended that lead by probably another 2 or 3 car lengths just on that lap, I reckon. Back in second place is the 14 of David Learton, and then it's back to Jeffrey Versma in third. You would say in this one, Luke Mandelton, it's his to lose, because that car is firing. He's got this track, and the track looking really nice, as Barry Roberts just explained. He's had a little bit of walk on it, and the comments coming back from this track tonight are absolutely tip-top. Luke Mandelton comes around. He is out in front, and almost a length of the straight in front now over David Learton, and then Jeffrey Versma out there. So 2 laps to go in heat number 1 of the Super Sixes, and since the start, Luke Mandelton has just taken this one on, grabbed it by the neck, and he's going to own this heat, you would imagine. He's about to hit a little bit of lap traffic with a white flag about to hit for him. So 1 lap to go for our race leader, the WA1 of Luke Mandelton, the 14 car of David Learton in second. Jeffrey Versma has caught up a little bit, but with a lap to go, I don't think that order will change for your top 3. The number 1 heads down the back straights. Luke Mandelton comes into turns 3 and 4 in front of that lap traffic, or behind that lap traffic, I should say, the lap traffic in front of him. He picks up the heat race win with a checkered flag. Second place, the 14 car of David Learton, and then third place is Jeffrey Versma. That's how they finish for heat number 1 of the Super Sixes tonight. The number 1 of Luke Mandelton, David Learton in second place, and then in third place it was the 7 of Jeffrey Versma. 8 laps run and done for our Super Sixes in heat number 1 of their first run around Bunbury for tonight. Some great driving from the WA1 out front there. You can see why he's WA1 going.
Oh, absolutely, mate. I've just stolen my little cameraman here. Well, Blake Jones, also one of the camera guys, sitting here at the Make Smoking History Bunbury Speedway, just as the V8 Dirt Modifieds. I'm just going to have a quick look, as the actually track's starting to create something that hasn't really done it for a while. A little bit of a cushion, actually. You can just start seeing the fluff up. So, as I just take Blake out as the V8 Dirt Modifieds, roll out the pit gate now, make sure I don't get myself run over. But I thought I'd bring Blake out to the track so you can actually see it up a bit closer. You see that track peeling up quite nicely, and just that bit of fluff up on that high side. So you're actually going to see these guys probably push it a bit more up onto that high side. So it's going to be quite exciting to see. I said the Legend Car guys will give it a go. I was having a good chat to Braden Wilmington just after that heat win, and he He's pretty excited that track he can move around on, so if you can actually see where Blake's just looking down that line now, you can just catch that line that their right rear is just going to sit in nicely, mate. And these guys will actually show this line once this sweeps off this time with these big wide tyres, nearly 16, 17, 18-inch rims wide, to give it a good sweep off. Jason Craig just gives me the thumbs up. So track's looking absolutely amazing. I know I keep going on about it, mate, but you know, the poor venue's actually copped a little bit of criticism in recent weeks for the track, and I actually think right now they're in a step in a massive direction, the right direction.
Yeah, certainly, mate. It is looking good, and whether you're down there or up here, you can certainly see how amazing this track is forming out, and it's going to make for some great racing across the next 24 hours, and including the rest of tonight and tomorrow night. And some pretty decent weather too, not too hot. I love that. That's as the weather gods have certainly turned it on for us tonight as well. Well, it might be worth bringing a jumper if you are coming tomorrow night. There's been some cool evenings here as we look at the lineup for the VA Dirt Modifieds for their heat number 1 tonight. Seen him a little bit earlier, doing a few hot laps. The 24 car of Jason Craig, the 31 car of Mark King, the 43 car of Cody Evans on the second row, and the 99 of Raz Pedersen on the next row. The 18 car of Matt Kennedy, which has got the big number 1 on the side of it, I believe, and the 5 car of Benjamin Evans. And then rounding out on the last row is the 16 of Stephen Campbell. All starters out there by the looks for our 8 cars, as we get ready to go racing. VA Dirt Modifieds as part of the support here at the HIT WA Australian Legend Car Championship. Great to see everyone here tonight. Great to see everyone at home. Let's go green. The VA Dirt Modifieds, their first race tonight, and it is the Jason Craig that gets the better of the start from Mark King. Slipping underneath is Raz Pedersen into third, putting Cody Evans back in 4th position, and then the Matt Kennedy in 5th. He tries to go around the outside and claim that 4th position. He can't. Look at the battle out in front though. This is a great battle with 1 lap down. The 24 car of Jason Craig, 31 Mark King in 2nd spot, and then Raz Pedersen in 3rd spot, and Matt Kennedy back in 4th, and then Cody Evans in 5th. So we're seeing that 18 car with the big number 1 on the side, 18 on top, 1 on the side of Matt Kennedy, sort of pick a few spots off there. So we'll see how he goes in this one, but out in the front at the moment, Jason Craig putting the car in all the right directions. We obviously saw these cars out for hot laps, putting in a lot bigger times this time around now that this track's dialing itself in for a perfect night here at Bunbury Speedway. Can the 2nd place of Mark King make up any ground on our race leader of Jason Craig? Bit of work to do into this one for him. Meanwhile, Raz Pedersen under a bit of pressure from Matt Kennedy. Bit of smoke coming out of the back of Matt Kennedy's car past the Bunbury Speedway sign. They head around, and it is your race leader out in front. Closing the gap though is Raz Pedersen for 2nd, and he is going to get around the outside of Mark King. He won't. King closes the door for the time being. Jason Craig, this is good for him because he needs to push away a little bit. Passing flag out for our number 16 car of Stephen Campbell. The 24, have a look at this car. It is flying around this Bunbury Speedway. Jason Craig, bit of lap traffic in front of him. The top 4 are separated by, well, 3 or 4 car lengths for first and a car length and maybe a little bit more for 4th. So it's very, very close. And as they hit the corners, they tighten right up. Lap traffic going to cause a bit of drama for Jason Craig. He's going to try and get around the outside. Passing flag out. 31 car of Mark King just couldn't quite capitalise on that, but it has tightened this field right up. Raz Pedersen in 3rd and Matt Kennedy back in 4th. That order's been pretty much the same for the last few laps. As we head around, the white flag will come out for our race leaders and the 24 of Jason Craig. 2nd place is Mark King. This is going to be a close finish. Can King close the gap? He does. He comes underneath. King gets underneath and picks up first. A little mistake from Jason Craig puts him back into 2nd. So it's not over until they cross the checkered flag, though. He comes around. Mark King, what a passing move out of turn number 2, picks up the win. So it's the 31 in 1st, the 24 in 2nd of Jason Craig. Then it's back to all 99 cars. They come together as they cross the line of Raz Pedersen and then Matt Kennedy. So Raz Pedersen and Matt Kennedy come together on the back straight as the checkered flag had come out. So race was done and won, but how good was that from Mark King? Just capitalised a little bit on a mistake from Jason Craig. Not 100% sure what happened then. I was looking back towards the back part of the field, so I'm not sure if it was a massive mistake or something happened to Jason Craig's car. But either way, he's opened the gate, and
I don't think some of them saw the checkered flag, mate. I think they were too up on the race, and poor Matty Kennedy's come up. I can actually probably confirm from you, they went through like 4 sets of rocket covers just trying to get those rocket covers to actually seal up and stop leaking oil, and I reckon they still haven't managed to do so. So that car there, they won the title in it with Daniel just only a few weeks ago, and then the engine come out 'cause she was very tired, so they had another engine there. They put it all back together, but they couldn't get a rocket cover to seal. So they managed to get here last minute, and they're here having a run, and mate, that is exciting from the vet. I reckon all the divisions at the moment are absolutely putting on an amazing show.
we are. And as we see this track come in, especially with heat number 2 of the super mods, they obviously had the, I won't say the worst of the track, but they had the wettest of the track is probably the word, as they've been trying to get this track to, get 2 big nights of Speedway plus practice last night on it, and they have got it dialed in. So the super mods will put on a great show here for their heat number 2. And we'll find a lineup for the super mods in just a moment's time as they get pushed away. So the super mods heat number 2. Off the front is the 27 car of Peter Newman, the 57 car of George Letchford outside of him, the 13 car of Luke Jury in the second row with the 47 of Wayne Bingham, then the 23 car of Kim Enright and the 10 of Troy Leary, the 90 car of Jeff Rogers and the 19 car of Mark Broom, and then rounding out that field will be the 7 car of Ryan Carter here for heat number 2 of the Supermods here at the Make Smoking History Bunbury Speedway. All cars just about pushed away. The Brooks car just pushing away the 57 car of George Letford, and the 90 car also being pushed away in front of them of Jeff Rogers as well. So we get ready to go green for the second time for cars. I've just been delivered some strawberries. I've been well looked after tonight.
This is crap, mate. This is crap. We're down here absolutely busting our backsides. You're getting donut shot. Where's the whipped cream coming, mate? I definitely got the raw end of the deal on this one.
Been very well looked after here. Thanks to Tony and the team at Real Speedway TV bringing us the live coverage tonight, and the strawberries incidentally as well.
I really should have agreed to sitting up in the tower with you, mate. I'm like, oh, no, I've got to be on the infield. And now I'm sitting down here going, you
I've
idiot.
saved a donut for you, mate. You'll be cold by the time you get up.
Probably be half chewed on too.
Some great racing so far from our supermods, and well, as you're saying, all divisions. I can't wait to get the next round of heats out. In fact, for the legend cars, we've seen some great racing, and I've just picked my eye at the next lot of heats, and boy, some of the positions in there are going to see some very, very good racing, with heat 5, Matt Gordon coming off the back row, similar to what Paul Joss did in the heat number 2. So some big movers and shakers starting back in the field for that one. Very good evening to everyone trackside, as the sun just starts to put right in the eyes of the faithful on the back straight, and the team from HIT there in the KJB box as the lights go green for the super modifieds, and it is the 27 car that gets a pretty good start. Luke Jury gets underneath and gets up into first, and then it's back to Kim Enright, I believe that is there on the light green car on the inside. So they come around and put a lap in the book. Some faster times coming out of these cars after their first seats. Jury out in front, then the 27 car in second of Peter Newman. 47 car, a little untidy of Wayne Bingham, and he opens up the door for fourth place of Kim Enright in the light green car in fourth spot. Battle for fifth and sixth between Rogers and Leary. Leary gets around and catches into that fifth spot, although maybe momentarily, as these cars come very close. A battle at the back is they're too wide coming out of turn 4, but meanwhile our race leader up nice high on this track is Jake Jury. Pushes this car away. Better times this time, around 20 seconds. We were seeing around 30 in the first heat. So this track dialing right in for these super mods, the classic class and the original sprint cars of the sports. Jake Jury from Wayne Bingham up in second. Herb Newman has dropped back into third, and Kim Enright into third position. So Wayne Bingham has been the mover in this one. He has managed to push away in his way into second, and has managed to push away from the chasers in third and fourth as well. 4 laps to go, halfway done in this one. Jake Jury, Wayne Bingham just got the fast lap of a 20.226 out there in these super modified cars. So it's Jake Jury, he'll see 3 laps to go this time around. Second place is Wayne Bingham. Battle for third and fourth is the big one. Newman and Enright are fighting it out for third and fourth, and equally for fifth and sixth between Leary and Broome. Those 2 cars, or 2 lots of pairs, are side by side. It is Eric Newman leading out the battle, and Kim Enright in 4th spot at the moment. So they've spread themselves out in the minor positions there as well. Will be 2 laps to go for our race leader in this one, the 13 car. Then back to the 47 of Wayne Bingham. Newman Cummins across with Kim Enright hot on the tail. If there's going to be a change, it's probably going to be there in this one. 1 lap to go for our race leader. He'll see the white flag coming out of turn number 4. The gap certainly has closed between he and Bingham, but not much real estate left in this one. It's a long way back to third. They're battling it out though, is Newman and Enright. Newman winning the battle. Enright there and thereabouts, so could be a change on this. Meanwhile, our race leader comes out of turn number 4 and picks up Heat 2 win here at the Bunbury Speedway. So it's Jake Jury in first, Wayne Bingham in second. How's this third and fourth position going to play out? We'll see how it comes around. Too good, the third position of the 27 car of Newman. Kim Enright in fourth, Mark Broome in fifth. Was sneaking around, getting very close. Maybe a different story if there was another lap in that one for him. It's a great win, and then the heat win for heat number 2 for the super modifieds of Jake Jury in first place. Second place is Wayne Bingham and Eric Newman. Hopefully I've got that name right. Apologies if I do get any names wrong tonight.
Yeah, you got it right. I'll let you have that one. I know I'm a bit of an encyclopedia on names, but it's kind of comes with the territory when you probably do about 6 or 7 tracks across the state. So, but I don't know if you noticed, there's young Jake crossed the start finish line. He's fist pumped. That's actually his first heat win in
awesome stuff.
in the Supermod. So I think he was literally, I watched him for that whole half a warm down lap, and I reckon he was celebrating like he won a feature race, mate. So it's good to see this excitement in Supermods. And the young fellas coming through as well. You got guys like Mark Broome who've been racing those things. Well, I'm 35, and I remember him when I was a little kid. I mean, I'm still little, but, you know, in that sense there. So it's absolutely, it's good to see they're coming back in numbers too. They struggled for a bit there, and they're getting bigger and better, which is awesome. And a couple of Bunbury cars in there as well, and bits and pieces. But we're about to go. Hit FM Legend Car Racing for round number 2 here at the Make Smoking History of Bunbury Speedway.
Yes, and this one all thanks to the Collie Machine. So Heat 4 lineup is Kyle Sanders and Julia Gordon, Ken Melbourne and Tyler Humphries on the second row, Steve Barrow and Scott Nichols on the fourth row, Ben Boyd and Brendan Radford on the fourth row. So some movers and shakers in this one as well. As the car starts to roll away. How you've been keeping your one eye on the track, one eye on the cars. How's it coming in after the last couple of heats with the dirt modifieds and the super mods?
Yeah, she swapped up now. She'll end up with a nice slip line, but like my shoes are still sticking to this track, mate. You're going to see some quicker lap times in this second round of heats out of some of these divisions. Of course, Logan's just leading the pack away. You can see he's actually out in front on the ute, and what he's doing is he actually is just packing the track down. You'll see a little contraption, a little white ute's going to be driving past me now with a big scraper hanging off the side. Gone were the days where we used to get the shovel and scrape the wall down all by ourselves. Now we've actually got a nice little ute there that will actually scrape the wall down for us, so it makes that a little bit easier. Of course, vision being everything, and these guys as they line up with Kyle Sanders and Julia Gordon off the front row on this one, all the way from Queensland. So it's going to be an interesting front row this one. But coming off the back is a little bit of a dark horse. You got Tyler Humphries out of row number 2, but Brendan Radford in that 70 machine, mate, he has absolutely been stand out in that T-Mac Logistics B&B Offal number 70. He's actually been absolutely awesome this season. I'd probably say it's his standout season. He showed a bit of greatness last year, and this year it's just from round 1 at the Perth Motorplex where he got the win. He's actually undefeated at the Perth Motorplex this year, and the couple of times they've been there as well. So, which is actually awesome to see. But Kyle Sanders, I don't know if you remember much on the last meeting, he got caught up in an incident down in turn number 1, ending up in hospital himself, pretty beat up, and they've turned that car around, mate, to be here. As I said, there's a lot of guys here that have jumped in. It's not just the drivers themselves, it's other teams like Paul and Greg Joss from Collie Binhire and Club 69 Race Cars, mate. They and Kyle Beard from KJB Race Parts, they do their best to keep every car on the track, mate, and that's what Speedway should be about. And you see it over in America, and that we see all the sprint car teams getting in just to help their opposition get on the track. You wouldn't see it in any other sport, mate, because I don't see any of the NASCAR teams helping each other out. So it's absolutely awesome to say. And like that's why I was having a good chat with Kyle Larson up at the Perth Motorplex only a few weeks back, and he said the same thing as why he keeps coming back is because the friendships and the camaraderie in Speedway is absolutely amazing. And Con Morrigo used to say something that I thought was a bit silly to say, like, let's make Speedway great again, but my God, that bloke was onto something, because we need to make Speedway great all the time.
Yeah, it certainly is, and love chatting to Con. He's an encyclopedia of the Speedway world. I was chatting to him yesterday, and he's obviously up at the Motorplex for the final nights of Speed Week up there. So we get ready to go green in this one. Kyle Sanders to lead us away with Julia Gordon. They go 3 wide, and it is the 91 and the 42 that push away. Julia Gordon and Ken Melvin. Ken Melvin gets the better of the starts. Steve Barrow slips underneath into second, and then Tyler Humphreys just momentarily in third, does claim that third position this time around. So they bunch up for the minor position, but it is Ken Melvin in the 42 car that kicks away for heat number 4 here at Thexacoli Machine Shop. Steve Barrow in second, Tyler Humphreys in third for the time being, and then Kyle Sanders has sweeped underneath and got himself into 4th position, and then throw a T-towel over the rest of them because they're all side by side coming into turn number 3 and 4. Ken Melvin pushing away from this. Good battle for second. The 16 of Steve Barrow and Tyler Humphreys in 3rd position. Then it's back. Sitting in there watching it all happen, Kyle Sanders. He's been sneaking a few sneaky spots. Equally, Scott Nichols in the Queensland car is there watching it all unfold and be hoping. Orange lights on. We've got a car around in the back straight, I believe.
Turn 1 and 2, mate.
Sorry, turns 1 and 2.
Julia Gordon, she just got tagged there by, I believe it's the 12 car. Just going to come in for a quick check now. Benny Boyd, we'll have a quick look at that. Just give us 2 seconds, mate. I'm going to go mic silent for a second, if you don't mind me. Doing double duties tonight.
So doing a bit of everything down there. They're just checking out that 12 car of Ben Boyd at the moment. Looking good at the moment. Thumbs up down there.
Unfortunately, just made slight contact with Julia Gordon there as they went into turn 1, unfortunately turning the 91 machine around. So the one thing I love about this division tonight is this is how the restarts will go. So scrap that advantage that Kenny Melvin, the only advantage he gets right now, he gets to set the pace for 1-2. He gets to decide if he's going to start inside or outside, but he sets the pace way in this restart, and we go back to a double Indian file restart. So that gives us Steve Barrow a good look on the outside. Tyler Humphreys see behind. Brendan Radford comes forward to row 2, so that might give him a bit of a shot in this one.
Yeah, it certainly will. Let's see how this pans out with Ken Melvin and Steve Barrow off the front. The 22 car, Scott Nichols, was seeming to find a few spots there as well. So we got 2 laps in the book, still 8 to go in the 10-lap heat races. They go green for this one. Ken Melvin gets a pretty good start away. Steve Barrow's there, but Tyler Humphreys is underneath. Yellow's on because of the back markers didn't go.
What happened there, mate?
I was watching Ken Melvin just kick away, and I didn't happen to notice the 4 cars that just didn't fire. So
yeah, I'm not sure what's going on. Logan's on the radio there, so I think they're just going to have a quick look at something on the track there. But yeah, this looks like the back 4 cars just didn't fire up. I'm not sure if they decided to hold the start there, but as the safety crew just jumps up on the track there to have a quick look, there might be some debris or something, I'm not sure, mate. But
yeah, just in front of the Pearson Teeny sign there at the moment, having a look to see what's going on. Moving around turn 2 at the moment. Can't see anything from up here.
No, I can't see nothing here, but I'm not very tall, so I can't see much at the best of times, mate. So fun size is what they call me, mate, like a little Snickers, a little bit nuts. Isn't Kenny Melvin? Now, this is something, isn't it? I remember watching Kenny when I was just a little boy.
Yeah.
racing the Sigma back in the day. He was a modified superstar, we'll call him, but he's the hardest man. I'm dreading this. If he gets a heat win here, I'm almost dreading this conversation because he's very He's like the Iowa-nows and wingless, mate. They're very hard to get a conversation out of after a race. So how was it? Good. You happy with it? Yep. So, but he's absolutely taken to legend cars here over the last couple of seasons, mate. And he went over east for the national title last year. Him and Greggy Joss went over there. So he's definitely doing the miles with these cars, mate. And as I said, it's just exciting to see here in WA. I'm just excited. Got a bounce about me about legend cars here.
Yeah, certainly. It's a great division. That's growing Division 2. Just looking for a tail shaft, they are. So,
Yeah, right. That could be a problem.
yeah.
So.
I haven't seen them pick anything up yet, but
No, they're not a very big tail shaft in these. I think they have the front, the rear tail shaft's actually probably, I'll give or take about, it's still a decent size, about 700 mil long. So I'll be very curious to know what they're looking for from a previous heat. But it's obviously enough to pull up racing here at the moment. So they'll be looking over there. Obviously haven't found nothing yet. So, but they're quite a heavy, decent size. I don't think we'd had anyone that's DNF'd at the moment. So without that tail shaft, they don't really move too well. So that'd be a curious one, mate.
we'll have to see what they're going to do here. I think all the officials are off the track, so light's still solid at this point. Given the start lap order, the lights flash. So Ken Melvin, he's got away both starts for the actual start of the race and then the restart that got called back. So the double start brings this field into 4 car lengths between all of them. And as the lights start to take a bit of effect, our lights not on yet, we'll see them come on very soon. Lighten things up here. Green and Ken Melvin anticipated the start there and is away. Unfortunately for Steve Barrow, he's been pushed back into second because Tyler Humphries was the better of the start there. And the 22Q car, as I said, has been picking off spots. He's up into 4th after restarting in 5th position. So the double file start certainly made that one very interesting. 7 laps to go for Ken Melvin. He is out in front and putting this car away, but Tyler Humphries is right there. Pushing right very close this car, 2 or 3 car lengths as they come out of turn number 2. Then the 22 car in second spot has picked off another car. That's Scott Nichols for the Queensland car, and he's up into second. He'd be open to find a few more positions and be out the pointy end, but Ken Melvin's got a bit to say about that because he's got 6 laps to go, and he's out in front by 0.897 of a second. Then it's back to Tyler Humphries, and Scott Nichols may just well pick off Humphries as they come around turns 3 and 4. Let's watch that unfold. He comes into turns 3 and 4, just sitting behind. Oh, there's nothing in it as they come around. He's going to try and get underneath is Nichols. He does. He's going to claim this second spot, maybe momentarily. No, he holds on. So he's on the chase down for Ken Melvin now, and he has hit the ground running. And looks like one car there has come off back right, is all but on the ground in that car. So we'll find out if that is just a sec because I want to watch his battle. Out in front is the 42 car of Ken Melvin, and Scott Nichols in first and second. Then Tyler Humphries back to third. I think that might be Brendan Radford's car out there. It is the 70 car that has got a bit of damage on the back right there. We'll crop down and find out what's happening there very shortly after this race. But let's watch these last 3 laps for our race leader in Ken Melvin. Second place is Scott Nichols, and Scott Nichols has a bit of work to do. We see this car, 1 car around the back straight. Amber lights will come on. So just trying to catch the number on that car. It's just on an angle. There it is, the 66 car. The Tony of Kyle Sanders as we get the close-up shot for the viewers at home. Spun around. So we might see if Barry's free at the moment. Just see what's the matter with Brendan Radford's car. Looks like the back right was very close to the ground. They're already close to the ground, but it was closer.
He's actually snapped the top of the strut off, mate. Just a pure thing that can happen is he actually just picked the spring up. I just had it in my hand. So the right front strut, right front strut, she's completely sheared off. So we'll actually get him lifted off because that tyre's hard up on the car. It's actually a front. So the back's actually A-OK. He's a little bit disappointed. He didn't really need this with his points, but it's not an overly aggressive schedule. So we'll hopefully get him back in the pits and get it all sorted out, and he'll be back out. Just a shock momentarily.
So hopefully this one plays out for Brendan Radford to get back out. So he's got a four heats, and a couple of, sorry, I should say 6 preliminary A mains and another heat before, or another 2 heats, I should say, before he's got to be back out on track. So hopefully we'll see that car back out as we continue through for heat number 4. They go green and Ken Melbourne gets a good start. Look at the 3 wide for second. And the winning of battle of that is Tyler Humphries. So Tyler Humphries picks up that spot back, and Steve Barrow has said no to Scott Nichols. He's been put back to 4, so the restart for Scott Nichols not in his favour. He was in second, trying to track down Ken Melbourne. I thought that might have been the battle as we get into the latter start of this race. There's 3 races to go in the battle between Ken Melbourne and Tyler Humphries. Scott Barrow in third with Scott Nichols around the outside, and then it's close between Boyd and Gordon for fifth and 6th, yes. So Ken Melbourne pushes away, and look at this second place go. It is nearly 3 wide. They were 2 wide momentarily, with a third just sneaking in behind, but it is car 16 that is out in second of Steve Barrow. Then we've got Tyler Humphries in there. Sorry, it's actually Nichols in third at the moment as well. So it's Melbourne, Barrow and Nichols, and then Tyler Humphries is in all sorts of trouble back there at the back of the pack. So they come around with 1 lap to go. Ken Melbourne, Steve Barrow, Ben Boyd and Julia Gordon. Tyler Humphries, not sure what's going on that car, but it is almost out of this race. So Ken Melbourne comes around half a lap to go, less than half a lap now into turns 3 and 4. He's going to pick up the checkered flag. What a great win. Second place, still on the line. It is the 16 of Steve Barrow. He holds on from Scott Nichols, who was trying to come underneath. Back in 4th place is Ben Boyd, Julia Gordon, and that Tyler Humphries car is going, but not well.
Not many cylinders left in that lane, mate. It doesn't seem like it's anything serious. It's just gone off the noise, so hopefully you'll hear it go past. So you'll get that back. You'll be pretty disappointed with that. Kyle Sanders' car over in the back, it's the diffs decide to exit stage right. So differential issue that they're trying to pick that car and get that in. Brendan Radford has a snap front strut. So it's definitely survival of the fittest here at the Make Smoking History Bunbury Speedway.
So like I was saying before, they've got, what have they got, 2 heats and then 4 more heats of the supports, and then they've got another round of heats as well. So they'll be wanting to get back out for that, but if they can't, they've then got a few more preliminary A mains before they've got to be back out tonight. So a bit of work to do in the pits for some of these drivers, but one guy that doesn't need any work done and has got that car looking good is Ken Melbourne. He's about to jump on the scales. Before that, though, is Scott Nichols been called in random just to check that car, and Scott Nichols had a really good race. Probably unfortunate on the restart there to lose a couple of positions. He was in 2nd spot, but he's managed to keep that car where he wants it and finish in the minor positions. But Ken Melbourne jumping on the scales right now. Give him a little bit of a push. Not only is Barry working the mic and the track, he's pushing cars, mate. You're a busy man down there.
I'm always a busy man, mate. We just get Kenny Owen, he gets the all clear off the scale, so he's all good. So we'll just push him off the scales. It's only fitting that you win the heat race sponsored by Colin Machine Shop, mate. You've got to be happy with that. There's round number 2, get a heat win, good gaggle of points to put up near the front for this prelim.
Yeah, that's for sure. That was just some sick track. It's unbelievable. Yeah, good fun.
Definitely happy with the track there, mate?
Happy with the track. It's been not so good for the little cars, but now they've got it right. And go the old fellas. Let the old fellas get out there and win.
Yeah, I was just telling Jared upstairs, I remember watching when I was a little kid. So well done, Kenny. You take heat number 4. Win just gets a quick photo there with John Denning in the heat winner. Of course, he's the owner of Collie Machine Shop and a massive supporter here at Legend Cars WA and Legend Cars Australia. So it's only fitting that he wins his own heat race. So I'll throw it back upstairs to you, Jared, as we go heat race racing again here for the Hit FM Legend Car Australian national title.
Heat number 5 is up on the screen for those at home. Travis Gould and Phil Nichols off the front. Brittany Radford and Greg Joss in the second row. Darren Snowden and Kim Williams in the third row. Rob Rawlings and Troy Bolton in the fourth. And Matt Gordon in the last row. This is going to be a good race, I think. We're going to see some pushing from the back from some of the cars at the rear. They're just lining up now, so we should see a start next time around. So just checking the order of these cars. So we are down a car, I think. Might be the number 3 that we are missing. We'll have a look at that in just a sec. Number 3 is there. Heat number 5, thanks to Fit Stop, it is green, and the 17 pushes away of Travis Gould. The 9 car in there is getting around, and that is Darren Snowden in second place. And, well, there's a ding-dong battle at the back as we see some of those cars already start to dominate some positions. Oh, 2 cars come together, 1 car goes against the wall, spins, faces the wrong way, manages to just keep it away from the, well, it did touch the wall, but could have kept going into that wall, pulls away. So that is the 32 car of Kim Williams, and he was just bumping with the 69 of Greg Joss at the back there. So that is not the way you want to start a race. So it's the, just while we're waiting for this to sort itself out. This is heat number 5, thanks to Fit Stop. Looking good for Greg Joss by the looks.
Just a little ding in the rim. I was just sitting there trying to eat my bloody burger, mate.
You're getting fed down there. That sounds amazing. A burger.
Oh, mate, get down to the canteen. Hey, that food's absolutely amazing. Hey, just
Chips are
everything
great.
stars are aligning, mate. You're getting donuts. Someone come and must have felt sorry for me. He brought me a hamburger and a choc milk. So I think they're sticking me whinging. So if the donut man wants to scale the fence, I'm all for it.
As we get ready to go green, this will be a complete restart for this one. So they're just sorting through that order at the moment. Stuart's happy with that. So they're ambling around the front straight. Everyone seems to be happy with that. Rear of field for 32. Calls the restart of Kim Williams. So a complete restart of the 10 laps. So still rolling around. Start lap this time now. Given the okay. Heat number 5, thanks to Fit Stop, the Hit WA Australian Legend Car Championships. G'day to the Hit team, a few up there in the KJB box. Lights go green. Travis Gould gets a good start. Again, Phil Nichols equally gets around there as well. And then the 1 car of Rob Rawlings is in the mix. He's going to come underneath and stick into 3rd spot. So Travis Gould in the 17 car is out in front, and have a look at him go. He's under pressure though. The number 9 of Darren Snowden is right there, and Rob Rawlings, well, he's like, hello, I'm just here as well. So minor positions between Nichols, Gordon and Bolton. That's anyone's at the moment. They come around. There's battles of threes. First three and then fourth, fifth and sixth as well are fighting it out. But Travis Gould is holding on to this lead. Albeit by a car length. Underneath comes Darren Snowden, tries to go. Rawlings tries to go around the outside. It's an assault on Travis Gould. So they've got 2 laps in the book. In fact, they've nearly got 3 laps in the book as they come into turns 3 and 4. Back in fourth car place as one car goes kaboom up there. That is Matt Gordon, I believe, in fourth place is all but out of this race. That car is smoking big time. And looking out in front, there's a bit of a battle, and Rawlings is trying everything to get underneath, as it was momentarily in second there with Travis Gould out in front. So pretty much this one, you throw a T-tail and you'll cover all these cars because they aren't that big and there's no gap between them. Travis Gould, Rawlings, Gould gets relegated for the moment. Snowden gets up into second. Rawlings is like, what happened here? I'm still in third. So he's going to try and get around the outside. There'll be 5 laps to go this time around, so half the journey done in heat number 5, thanks to the team at Fitstop. It is the number 9 of Darren Snowden out in front. Maybe it was pure luck. Maybe it was good driving. I'm going to say it was good driving because it was a good drive. Now Rawlings manages to claim Gould as well. What a good battle this is for the top 3. In 4th, Phil Nichols and Troy Bolton. They've separated a little bit, but still close enough for a final battle as they get close to the end of this race. 4 laps to go. Lap traffic right now, and this is Darren Snowden out in front. Rawlings just tries to get underneath as well. So this is a ding-dong battle for first and second, and Travis Gould is watching it all unfold. What a heat race this is for heat number 5. Can Snowden hold on for his heat race win? Can Rob Rawlings make a move and get into that top spot? Can Travis Gould come back? Minor positions between Nichols, Bolton, Joss. They're fighting it out there. In fact, while I'm saying that, Nichols gets up and claims that 4th position. As we come around with 2 laps to go, out in front, it is the 9 of Darren Snowden. He has got Rawlings hot on his tail at the moment. What is going to happen here? Travis Gould's back in 3rd spot. He's probably pretty much out of this one. White flag should come out this time around. It does. 1 lap to go. Who is going to pick up the win in this one? It has been Snowden for the last few laps. Rob Rawlings trying absolutely everything to get. Either way, he can get around this car. He comes around a little untidy out of turn 2, leaves a little bit of a gap between him and Snowden. So Snowden comes around turns 3 and 4 to greet the checkered flag, and what was a great drive for Darren Snowden. He'll pick up a heat race win. 2nd place goes to Rob Rawlings from Travis Gould, and then it's back to Phil Nichols in 4th, or will it be? There's a battle for 4th as they come around. Phil's holding on, just holds out from Troy Bolton, and then we go back to Greg Joss in 6th spot there, and then the 32 car of Kim Williams, who was sent rear of a field for the restart, back in 7th, and Brittany Radford in 8th position.
So I got a little bit of good news for some bad news there. So Matty Gordon looked like he terminated an engine then. He shut it off pretty quick as he went into turn 3. I can report he shut it off in time actually. He only snapped the fitting off the front of the engine. So hopefully he's caught that, so especially on their last bullet. So hopefully they get that sorted and get back out. But yeah, as soon as we spotted it, once we got the bonnet off, you could see the relief on his face. So he's just hoping that's he caught it early enough, but she definitely lost a bit of oil.
Certainly did, and that's not the way you want to go out. But as you say, bad news, but a bit of good news in there as well.
Definitely the best of a bad situation, mate. He looked absolutely heartbroken when he pulled up, so we just started pulling the bonnet off straight away. And the first good report was there was no holes in the engine.
That's good news as the cars come around to get an interview and away.
So as Phil Nichols just goes over the scales. He actually wasn't called to the scales, but I'm guessing we got told in the drivers' meeting, if you weren't sure if your number got called or not, just come in anyway, because if they don't come to the scales when called, they are instantly disqualified from the race. Doesn't matter what's happened leading up to it. So as Darren Snowden just turned around and we were just doing the scales now, they shut the car off, and it's Darren Snowden Motorsport 9A. So he gets the all clear over the scales. Of course, all these cars running Hit FM stickers in them. as he just gets the helmet off. Of course, the safety gear paramount here in Speedway. He gets a little one-way sleever out of his ear and stuff, so Chief Stewart's not talking to him while I am. Darren, mate, you've come a long way to be here this weekend. You've got to be pretty happy. I know the car come on the truck and stuff, but a fair bit of effort and a lot of ground weight to get in. You've got to be happy to reward the boys with a heat win.
Yeah, it's a massive effort. Can't thank the boys enough for coming with me. It's such a great help to have someone over here that's got your back and can help out so good. Best team around, so that's tough out there too.
You look like you're puffing, mate. You're definitely not on the younger side anymore. So you obviously got a few people you do have to thank, a few sponsors for this business.
Yeah, apart from thanking the crew and the wife, just to thank Weldon Moore, Capcorp, Mick and Joe's Tyre Power, Granger Brothers Fat Lambs, and everyone home that helps out and watches and takes interest. It's good fun.
Well done, Darren. So there'll be a winner's board here for you, mate. We'll get you have a pretty photo. Have a photo with John there as he dead like that. For the Fit Stop Heat winner, we'll go to the final heat race of round number 2 of Legend Cars here. This is also going to be an exciting one as well. As you got the likes of Colin Metcalf out there as well. He's actually been a bit of a quiet horse with that side of things in Legend Cars. He stepped into it late last season. He brought the Joss Owen, but the ex-Matt Gordon car that he raced here last year, and he broke out with 2 heat wins his first time hitting the track in a Legend car, originally coming from street stocks. So the old Swamp, we call him, just so you know, the 77 off the pole, Wayne Campbell. His nickname, we call him the Swamp Donkey. And he'll take this way with Mark Maznick outside him. But watch that position number 3, son of a digger, Paul Joss.
Yes, it's going to be a very good one. Let's check that lineup. Wayne Campbell and Mark Mazzick off the front row. Paul Joss and Braden Wilmington off the second row. Russell Siri and Colin Metcalf off the third row. Ricky Lee Beard and Cody Roberts and Berenger Cax off the final row for heat number 6. Thanks to Kyle Sanders Bricklaying, another great sponsor here tonight.
Now, we actually get a few little nicknames for these drivers. I'll give you a quick guess. What do you think Ricky Lee Beard's nickname would be?
Oh, I don't know, RLB?
No, we literally call her Super Spud.
Super Spud.
So because she's now got Hit FM sponsorship, she's super corporate Spud this weekend. So she's embraced it. You actually ever get a chance to pop your head inside that car, there's a sticker on the dash. It's literally a potato with a cape and a blonde wig. So absolutely owning the nicknames. And then you got Cody Roberts at the back, little Iron Man. So it's good that some personalities there. Of course, you got Swamp Donkey, as I said himself, off the front row. Yeah, we're pretty creative, aren't we? Basic or creative? I don't know where we're going.
A little bit from column A, a little bit from column B.
We're pretty proud of ourselves, mate. Don't take this from us.
It's all about the fun and the enjoying what they're doing out there on the speedway. It does get fierce out on the track for competition, but it's always great in the pits afterwards as well. So we get ready to go green here. Just waiting to ready to go now. Officials happy with the lineup. Ready for a start here. Heat number 6 for the Legend cars. About to go green for their second round of last heat for the second round of heats. It's a 4-wide start and the one car gets around the outside and has a really good start to this race in Wilmington. And we've got the cars starting to line up behind and get themselves ordered. But have a look at that car out in front. It is pushed away and has got a great start. And the front 2 cars, in fact, are pushing away really quickly. So it's Wilmington out in front. And then the car that we've got to keep an eye on is Paul Joss. Mark Maznick back into 3rd and Wayne Campbell in 4th position. Then it's back to Russell Siri there in the 23W. So big battle out in front. One car around, manages to get it going, but the officials had already put the amber lights on, and that might be our third car of Mark Manzik in the 33 there, I think, has come a little unstuck. He has. On the replay at home there, he's spun it around.
You're dreading to say that name each time.
I am. I'm going to start calling him Double M or something like that.
Every commentator has that one name we're absolutely petrified of saying, and of course they're the one that's either in the action or doing really well. So you keep calling it the 33 car, it just doesn't count. So this is going to be exciting, mate. Wilmington and Joss at the front, mate. This to me, this is the match race of the night for me so far. The excitement these guys have, and they're both young fellas, mate, and they are up at real good, which is really exciting to see.
Yeah, they certainly are, and we'll see how this battle continues to roll as we see some good battles already. The Legend Cars heats have not disappointed. I was watching the start of that race, and after the number one took off, I thought I'd just have a look back through the back markers, and they were all jostling for positions. So we got it 1 lap in the book, so there'll be 9 laps to go. Braden Wilmington, Paul Joss and Double M in third spot there. Won't do that all night, we'll call him Mark Mezic. Apologies if my pronunciation isn't quite correct on that one. So the lights are out. Braden Wilmington, Paul Joss. Lights are green. They're giving the go. Must have felt like an eternity in those cars, but have a look at Wilmington. He is away. Paul Joss is also away. Goes up a little bit higher on the track. Mark Mazick back. Sorry, I should say it is the 77 car of Wayne Campbell back there in third spot. Mark Mazick was put rear of field for the restart. Have a look at this battle up out the front. It is Wilmington. It is Joss. How's this going to play out? It's a story, this one, and each heat has been a story for the Legend cars so far. Have been some great battles. Wayne Campbell back in third with Russell Siri there as well in the 23 car. So the battle at the front with 7 laps to go. Joss is trying everything. Wilmington knows he's there. Wilmington trying to shut the gate on him. These cars have pushed away. They are going fast. Paul Joss has got the fast lap that time around at 21.93. So he's inching close. He comes wide around the outside. Out of turn number 4. He's very, very close. They are side by side as they come across the start-finish line. But Wilmington is just holding him out for the time being. He's going to stick low on the track. Paul Joss is out wide. Joss just sticking the nose in front. Williamson's going to come underneath. How's this going to go? There's 5 laps to go. They've done 5 laps and they've done the last one side by side. Out in front. Well, no one really. It's Joss by the timing. Williamson in second. But Joss is now back into second. Joss back in front. Williamson back into second. Third place is Wayne Campbell. He's watching this all unfold, hoping that he can catch up and maybe challenge for this. There's a fair distance between second and third, though. It is Joss out in front. Williamson is back in second now, and that is in concrete because there's 2 or 3 car lengths between them. They spent nearly the good portion of a lap and a half side by side in this one. So Paul Joss heads down the back straight past the Bunbury Speedway sign. Williamson does the same. They hit a little bit of lap traffic. It's a long way back to Wayne Campbell. Colin Metcalf is in there as well in 4th position. Then Russell Siri in 5th. Our race leaders head past the start-finish line with 3 laps to go. Down the back straight away one more time. It is Paul Joss. Williamson is not giving up, though. Williamson is finding something in this car. Paul Joss, as we see this car so often, at the front of the pack. That beautiful car, and it is doing really, really well. It's just holding out at the moment, Williamson, with a couple of laps to go. So there will be a lap to go this time around. We'll keep our eye on that battle at front between Joss and Williamson. They'll come around and greet the white flag this time. This will be a race to the finish. Will Williamson try and come underneath as Joss did? Will Joss hold him out? Will he close the door? We've got 1 lap to watch this one all unfold. Couple of jostles further back, but we'll keep our eye on the front too. Paul Joss under pressure from Williamson. Williamson, can he find enough in this car as they head back down the Bunbury Speedway track? Williamson's going to try everything for this last one. He comes down low. Williamson's down underneath. Joss is on the outside. Joss too good. Picks up a heat race win from Braden Williamson. 3rd place will come around. It'll be the Wayne Campbell in the 77 car. And then 4th place, it is back in there of Colin Metcalf. Russell Siri, Ricky Lee Beard. Some very close battles there for 5th and 6th. And then it is back to Mark Mazik in there in 7th position.
How you doing up there, mate?
What a battle that was. I didn't want to take my eyes off that. I know there was a few jostles towards the rear of the field, but that was a battle you didn't want to take your eyes on. You just felt like the Paul Joss had the faster car, and that proved true.
Mate, this track is just doing an absolute amazing job at the moment. That race was absolutely astounding. Braden Wilmington and him barely put a bumper each other in the whole race, and Jossie is our only back-to-back heat winner after the second round, which is absolutely awesome for the local hope in the Club 69 race cars. Son of a digger! But Paulie Joss, as he puts it up on the scales, should be no problems. They just... So as we just get Paul Joss through, he's the first back-to-back heat winner, which is absolutely amazing that he gets a back-to-back heat win. Kyle Sanders bricklaying, so as he just gets the helmet off now, we get comfortable. You just shut the car off. This car absolutely immaculately put together. As I just lean down, have a quick chase, he just takes the gear off now. As I said, a lot of safety gear with harness device, helmet and everything else in these cars. They've got to take off every time they get in and out of these cars. Of course, Collie Ridge Motel Resort, the major sponsor for the state title next weekend at the Make Smoking History Collie Speedway. I know you were one of the red hot favourites, mate. If I told you you'd be the two-time only back-to-back heat winner at an Australian title this year, would you believe me?
Oh, not really, but nah, I'm having pretty good running with this car, so it's surprising me all the time.
Mate, this car looks absolutely, out of everyone on the track, you look absolutely bullet fast. Obviously, you've already, the kids and the wife to thank you last time, mate, but any change you're going to make coming into round number 3?
I'll have a look over the car, see what we can do. We might do a little tweak here and there, but nah, there's not much to do. Just top it up with fuel and go again.
Well done, mate. You're back-to-back heat winner. The Kyle Sandlands heat race winner. As he just gets the photo there, the Legend Cars Australia of John Denning, as they pace shoots will be just out just packing a bit of this track down. We'll bring this lane in a little bit higher, but mate, wasn't that exciting? I know you were running out of breath. You didn't even have time to stick a donut in your mouth.
I didn't, but I did grab a little bit of a pie and pizza, so...
Jesus, pie and pizza too?
We're spoiled up here, mate. I'll save some for you, too. I'll chuck it in the fridge, you take it home, put it in the microwave.
Tomorrow night you're doing the infield stuff, mate. You watch, and you what? They'll bring it all down here because I winced hard enough for the infield crew. That's just... It's never fair, mate. It's just us little guys, we just get told to work. As they get in there. So that's actually pretty cool. So I've had no real dramas with the Legend cars so far. No dramas in any division, really. So it's been pretty good. So as we pack this track down, I'll throw it back up to you, mate. And I'm going to try and finish this burger that's now really cold. You just enjoy your nice food up there, your pizza, your pie, your donut. Anything else, sir?
Nah, there's some sandwiches.
Okay, cool. Just checking.
Like I said, I'll chuck a couple in the fridge for you. And, so there you go.
Such a nice guy.
We might take a little bit of music and a little bit of a breather here as the cars just pack down a bit of this track in what has been some great heat racing here, and plenty more action to come. We've got the juniors in the Formula 125s, the junior sedans are back out, the senior Formula 125, Super 6s, V8 modified super mods, another round of the HIT WA Australian Legend Car Championship as well, plus all the preliminary A-mains to come. We'll be back very soon here at the Make Smoking History Bunbury Speedway. So driver's been given the starts lap in this one. Just to know for those at home, when it does go quiet, we can't play music on YouTube, so apologies about that. We do have to take a breather once in a while. Inhale a little bit of food and get ready for the Formula 125s, which are about to go green for their heat number 2. They are away. It's the 95 and the 84 that kick us away. It's Ryan Donnelly and Mason Coulker. They kick away side by side. Behind them is the 20 car of Jager Berry in the mix there as well. As the little cars head down the back straight for the first time in this heat. One car comes streaming infield and is off the field and out for this one. So we'll pick them up as they come around. The 95 and the 84 battling it out. That's Mason Coulker and Ryan Donnelly. They're side by side and fighting it out for first and second. Rylan Berry is back in third, watching that all unfold, and it looks like it may have been Jager Berry that pulled infield. It was. So we'll come around and we'll have 4 laps to go in the 6 lap heat for our junior 125s here, and a good battle out in front. Leading that battle at the moment is Mason Coulker from Ryan Donnelly, and then Ryland Berry back in third place. Fourth place between Campbell and Berry is very close. That's Henna Berry back there in fighting it out for 4th and 5th spots. They come around, they'll see 3 laps to go on the board this time, and what's the non-existent board? I can see it up here on the timing, and it's Mason Coulker, Ryan Donnelly. They fight it out for first and second. The gap has grown out to 0.585 of a second for this one, and Ryland Berry is watching it all unfold. Ryland Berry has Henna Berry, I should say, right on his heels, and then it's Campbell back there watching as well, and in 5th spots. But 2 laps to go in this one, and our race leader has pushed away now. Mason Coulker is out in front from Ryan Donnelly, Ryland Berry and Henna Berry, I should say, keep going to say Halle Berry, apologies about that, but it's Henna Berry. Mason Coulker has all the work to do. We'll see the white flag this time around, hitting a little bit of lap traffic this time, so shouldn't cause too many dramas. 1 lap to go for our race leader. The white flag comes out. Mason Coulker has pushed it out to 1.437 seconds and is at the fast lap of the race at 22.610. Down the back straight away for the last time for our race leader. It's Coulker, Donnelly, Berry and Berry, and then back to Campbell and Thompson in our top 6 there. Our race leader comes out at turn number 4, picks up the heat in the end easily. Mason Coulker, great drive. Ryan Donnelly in second, Rylan Berry in fourth, Henna Berry's just picked him on the line for that one, and then Malaki Campbell in 5th spot, and Lucas Thompson in 6th spots is how they go. But a great drive out in front from Mason Coulker, picks up the win from Ryan Donnelly in 2nd spot, and Henna Berry in 3rd. It was 0.435 of a second between Henna Berry and Ryland Berry as they cross the line. Very tight battle for that 3rd spot, but Mason Coulker wins it by a couple of seconds in the end to pick up Formula 125's heat race win here at the Bunbury Speedway. Heat number 2 for them. They'll be back out a little bit later on for their prelim A main. That's coming up a little bit later on tonight. Up next, the junior sedans. We'll bring it out. Great sponsors up on screen there at home, KJB. Thanks to all our great sponsors tonight here. Bunbury Custom Cabinets, Renamuse, Kyle Sanders Bricklaying as well, Auto Smart Southwest, LDH Contracting, CB Graphics, B&B Offals, Collie Machine Shop and Fitstop as well. Bustle and Bitumen Services and Civil, Pertec, Edge Fiberglass in there as well. So many great sponsors bringing you a great one. Of course, the major sponsor for tonight is, or for the 2 nights in fact, is the Hit WA team bringing you the Australian Legend Car Championships. G'day to the Hit team on the back straight there. So the juniors are out. We've got ourselves a starting lineup for the juniors. So if all starters are out there, we should see this lineup. The 81 car will be off the front of Oscar Amato. The 18 car, Xavier Crow. The 4 car of Ali Watt. and then the 11 car of Jaden Stads, the 27 car of Jake Johnson, the 10 car of Cody Watts are on the third row, the 69 of Benjamin Oppett on the fourth row, the 46 car in there as well. 46 car in my lineup, the 5 of Ivy Beersby, and then the 95 of Cooper Sayer. Sorry, that might be the 4B car, which I think is possibly out. One of the 4s is out in this one, so to see that, I've got a picture of a whiteboard that is a bit hard to read at distance for the lineups for the divisions, but great to have the support divisions. And great racing all night tonight as well. So starting lap for this one. So it is McBride that is missing from that, which was starting a bit further back in the pack. Of course, we've got our junior sedans out there, so a couple of new drivers. Just getting some instructions from the Kim Beard about making sure they're aware of those drivers, and they're so good at doing it here. We're about to go green. It's Oscar Amato to lead it away, and he does a pretty good job. Xavier Crow is swooped underneath by Ali Watt in there, and then Jake Johnson is sitting in fourth at the moment. But have a look at this car out in front, Oscar Amato. That's a name we call at the front of a pack a lot of times, and then we've going to hit that lap traffic very quickly for these guys, and as I said, they're very used to having cars out there on the track with them. So they've got one lap in the book here at the Make Smoking History Bunbury Speedway. It is Oscar Amato out in front. Xavier Crow is in second, and then it's Jake Johnson in third. So they head down the back straight one more time to get another lap in the book in this 8-lap heat for heat number 2 of our juniors. Have a look at this car out in front of Amato. That is zooming around. Then Crow, got a bit of work to do, but anything's possible in Speedway. Jake Johnson in second, and then the 4 of Ali Watt and the 11 of Jaden Stads are fighting it out for 5th at the moment, 4th and 5th position. Our race leader comes around, puts another lap in the book. Oscar Amato has got a set of train tracks out there that this car's on. I don't think it's moved off that line. Besides maybe getting around some of these lap cars, it is looking pretty good too. Back in second spot, holding on to it at the moment is Crow. Then it's back to the 27 of Jake Johnson in third spot. So a bit of a battle for second, couple of car lengths in it at the moment. It's nearly a length of the straight. In fact, maybe a little bit more for our race leader of the 81 of Oscar Amato out in front. Have a look at this battle back in second spot. On your screens at home, that is Crow and Johnson fighting it out for second and third. Back to fourth spot is the 11 car of Jaden Stads. So a couple of lap cars in front of them. They've had to go around each other because of lap cars, and that puts our second and third place getting around as well. So we'll see the passing flag come out. A bit of work to do for Xavier Crow and Jake Johnson to get around it, but they did successfully, and they maintained their spots. Have a look at our race leader. He is nearly a half a lap in front of this pack. He comes around to put another lap down. It is the 81 of Oscar Amato, long way in front. Here come our next second and third out of turn number 4. It's Crow just at the moment from Johnson. Johnson got a few laps to get this one sorted. In fact, it'll be one lap this time around. I think the white flag's going to come out. We don't have timing for the juniors, so we'll check and see if that white flag will come out. But Oscar Amato, he has got this car flying. It does come out from the white flag. So he's got one lap to go. Second and third between Crow and Johnson is very, very close. But Crow has been leading it so far and has got 2 to 3 car lengths to make sure that he can get in second spot for this one, with Johnson throwing everything at it. But our race leader comes around turn number 4, picks up the win by nearly a full half length of the track. It's Oscar Amato in first. Second place, it is close, but Crow wins out the battle in the 18 car, and then the 27 of Jake Johnson finishes it off for heat number 3. But how good, heat number 2 I should say. Oscar Amato in the 81 car, puts it in, gets the green, and then doesn't look back.
Isn't that car just quick, mate?
Oh, it's great to watch too. Like I said, it's almost like it's on its own track because he just follows that line. Besides hitting some of them lap cars, and he has to adjust slightly, he follows that line, and he's got that car running perfectly.
Of course, he's one of the top star junior sedans in the field. There's two of them, him and Xavier Crow. The rest are actually new star juniors, so they're mixing it with. So young Jack Johnson, he's actually coming to his own the last few weeks, so last few months, which is absolutely exciting. So, of course, at the same time, we've got a few West Aussies over at the Australian Junior Sedan title at Kingaroy, which got rained off today. Unfortunately, that seems to be the story for the whole East Coast these days. Of rainouts, the poor guys. They tried to get the meeting in. They got a couple of heat races in. They canned it, and they actually I told all the guys to be back 9 a.m. in the morning, and we'll race all day. So they'll finish off their round 1, 2, 3, 4 of heats, and then 2 B mains and the A main as well. So should be exciting to see, but it's good to see a few of the young ones. Young Ivy Beersby, she's just slowly finding her feet with that, and obviously young Sarah as well. It's his first ever race meeting, son of the former state and current 2-time Australian production sedan champion of Kyle Sayer.
Yeah, it's going to be, so hopefully they can get racing. That's the key, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely, mate. Yeah, a few guys, young Jake Lehman here, so Bunbury Custom Cabinets owner Scott Lehman, it's his young fella, he's over there. He hoping to go 2 spots better this year with Coming Home Australia 3. The kid is only 14 and he's a 2-time West Australian state champion. It's just almost, he was the youngest ever West Australian state champion ever in WA history when he won it at 13, and went back to back. So in Collie later in the year, hopefully he's hoping to get 3-time also as well for that. So you got young Beersby, and you got Harrison Bears over there and bits and places over as well. So you got a few good front runners up there, but all the West Aussies running very strong over at Kingaroy. Jesse Hammond, of course, of Bunbury. Nick Hammond's son, he actually went quickest in practice the day before. So exciting times to be interesting. Hopefully we can bring that Australia one back to WA where it belongs.
Yeah, we certainly hope so. And just think back to what you were doing when you were 14. And I said that to Jason Crow last week when we were here, and well, he was commentating Speedway, he said. So, but you think what you were doing at 14 and what some of these kids are doing.
I was kicking a footy, mate.
Yeah, like most of us, I think.
Chasing girls and kicking a footy, so it's a bit different, mate. But the commitment they went through they built a brand new trailer, big enclosed trailer to head across with, mate. The work they put into that, plus being business owners as well. But we're about to go racing and seeing the Formula 125s, Jared, and this should be an exciting one.
Yeah, it should be, and there's been some great racing between these tonight. So we'll see Trevor Cooker off the front, and outside looks like the 69 of Schroeder there off the front row on the outside. So we'll get ready to go green this time around. Who will get the better of the start? They do go green, it is Cooker, but look around the outside, the 14 car of Peter Harris just loops around and goes, well, this race is mine, guys. And as we've seen so much tonight, once you get to the front, it is hard to track down the leader in this one. So Peter Harris, how good is he? It's a blanket over the rest of the field as they jostle for positions. They come together as one car slows in front, but meanwhile, not in any harm out in front is the 14 of Peter Harris. Back then to Trevor Cooker, he's in second spot. Nigel Schroeder is in third, and Hailey Berry is in fourth position. But looking back to fifth, sixth and seventh, put a tea towel over him again, but Alyssa Schroeder has come around the outside and claimed a couple of positions there. 6 laps to go, and the 14 car puts another one in, and it's Peter Harris pushing away from this field. It's out to 1.879 seconds from Trevor Cooker and Nigel Schroeder. Down the back straight, one more time. Who is this going to be for the minor positions? Because I would say, barring something going wrong, Peter Harris has got this one rolling around this track absolutely perfectly. Good battle for third position at the moment between Nigel Schroeder and Hailey Berry. They're fighting it out. And second position of Trevor Cooker is being caught up by the cars behind him at the moment. So Trevor Cooker will be in a little bit of hearing a little bit of noise behind him and hoping to hold on to this second spot. But meanwhile, it's Peter Harris out in front. Second spot is Cooker holding on at the moment. Hailey Berry back in third spot, and Alyssa Schroeder in fourth spot. As these cars head down the back straight, you can see at home it gets very dark on the back straight there. These cars are very, very small on that back straight, so it is they've got a fair bit of room on this track to get around. They're all running similar lines out in front, but ducking underneath. Hailey Berry's trying to capitalise on that inside line and does. Gets up into second spots, and good battle for second, third and fourth at the moment. So a bit of work to do for those drivers with a couple of laps to go in this one. But Peter Harris has pushed away. It was 3.522 last time. And there's a wheel off of one of our cars. And I reckon that was, let's have a look.
Looks like the 96,
96 car, I think it is the 96. The wheel is making its own way back into the infield.
She's snapped the axle clean, mate. I'm here just picking it up now. She's absolutely pinged that axle clean in half.
Yes.
So, brake's a little hot, but this is how light these cars are, mate. They can just push them off even without a wheel. Just eat that in there.
So that's not what you want, a wheel or an axle in this. So that car's been...
I'm jack of all trades, mate. Now I'm in the ATV. I'm just stealing Logan's ride here. I can do anything around here. Give me half a license, I'll steal anything.
So Peter Harrison, Trevor Coulter, Hayley Berry are your top three. This brings them closer together, so we'll see what comes of this last race. But like I said, barring something here, Peter Harris might be the winner of this one, but he's got 3 laps to do it. Already pushes that car away. It definitely is one of the faster cars down the track. In fact, it's got the fastest lap of 21.291. Hayley Berry and Travis Coulter in behind, and Alicia Schroeder in there as, sorry, not Alicia Schroeder, Nigel Schroeder in there as well. So the head around, there's going to be 2 laps to go in this heat number 2 for our Formula 1 time. 125s in the senior division. The 14 cars out in front. Doing it nice and easy is Peter Harris from Hayley Berry, and Trevor Coulter has dropped off into 3rd position. So maybe a challenge for first for Hayley Berry. Very, very close in this one. The white flag is out, so we'll see. White flag, 1 lap to go. And it has been Peter Harris's race, but Hayley Berry is looking at changing this. Keep an eye on that battle close to further back between Coulter and Beard. So 2 battles for 1st and 2nd, and then for 3rd and 4th. Let's see how the 1st and 2nd battle do. They come out of turns 3 and 4, and it is going to be, it's very, very close, but doing it easily is the 14 car of Peter Harris in 1st place. Hayley Berry finishes in 2nd. In 3rd place, it was Julian Beard in the end. Gets over Coulter as they were side by side coming up the back straight. So Peter Harris, Hayley Berry and Julianne Beard are your top 3 in heat number 2 for the seniors in the 125s tonight for the Formula 125s. A great racing from them, and I'm pretty sure that's the only restart for them we've seen all night as well. So only being a wheel coming off, the officials up on the track just picking up a little bit of debris there as well. But Peter Harris picks up the heat race win in a good race here. Next up on the program tonight is our Super Sixes out for their 2nd run tonight. Let's see if all 5 cars will make it back out on the track. There was no dramas in their first heat, so you would imagine so. The 7 car of Jesse Versma's out there, the 69 of Ray Winfield, the 14 car of David Learton, the 26 of Rod Clark, and the 1 of Luke Middleton is out there as well. Having a look at the starting order for the Super Sixes, the 7 will be off the front, Jeffrey Versma, with the 69 of Ray Winfield, the 2 of Jason Irwin, and the 14 car of David Learton. And then on the final row is the 26 of Rod Clark, and the one to watch in this one, I would say, Luke Middleton in the 1 car. So
well with the names, mate. The Super Sixers love to throw some interesting names in there, so I'm pretty proud of you, mate. You've come a long way in your commentating career, mate. I think you almost made it.
I've still got 20 or so years to catch up on a few of the other ones.
Yeah, you and me both, brother. Jason Crow, he's just old. I hope he's not listening.
Can we cut that, Tony, and we'll send that to him tomorrow?
Yeah, straight to him. Jason Crow, Jesus Christ.
Of course, he's up at Perth tonight. So, hence the reason you've got me up in the solo in the box, but Barry downstairs.
There was really no one else left, was there?
No, that's not what they said. I personally asked for you.
Oh, thanks, brother. I like you more than my wife all of a sudden.
Ready to go racing in the Super Sixes for heat number 2 for them. It is Jeffrey Versma and Ray Winfield to lead us away. The car to watch, I reckon, will make a couple of moves in the first couple of laps, I would reckon, but it is Versma that gets the better of the starts. They come close and they manage to all sit around nicely. Have a look how close they are. Look at the one. He's back up into, well, momentarily was fighting for third spot, but is sitting back in fourth at the moment is Luke Madeljan. But it's Jeffrey Versma out in front. The second place is the 69 car of Ray Winfield, 14 of David Learton, under pressure from Madeljan at the moment as well. But look at the 7 car. Jeffrey Versma has pulled away from this pack. We're going to put 2 laps in the book in this 8-lap heat for our Super Sixes here. Oh! Tragedy at the back. Tragedy. Luke Madeljan has come unstuck. All I saw was Luke Madeljan heading towards the wall because I was looking at the front 2 cars. He's come unstuck. Tony's caught this at home. Has he? He has. It's car spun in front of Madeljan, which would have been, let's have a look and see which car that was. See if we can get that replay again. Didn't catch the number of the car that was in front of him there, but up and about, that car of Luke Madeljan has gone square into the fence on the replay there for those at home. Bang, that is a nasty hit against the wall, so that might be night over for our number 1 car, who was fighting very, very hard to get into that spot. I'll just find out.
Here's a quick something, Jared. So, never done this before in the middle of a heat race under a red light situation. We'll have a quick chat. We'll have a quick chat with Jeffrey Versma. We'll just leave that window net out, mate, because if you pull that down, your race is over. I don't think you really want to do that right now. Please explain to us, mate. Now, there's a lot of things. Why, out of all the cars in the field, the left front on this car sits about half a metre in the air on average?
Just the way it's been set up, so I enjoy having 3 wheels on the ground.
Mate, you recently just lost your WA title here, mate. You obviously got a bit of redemption back this year, but obviously everything looking good. Cars looking good, looking fast, mate. You obviously got a fair bit of work to still go with it, but positive vibes for this year, mate.
Yeah, I've done a lot of work on it, resetting the car up, trying to get it to run right, and getting there slowly. I often do one thing at a time.
Nah, well done, mate. Jeffrey, one of the real good personalities here in the Super 6 sedans. I said they've actually got a fair few numbers of them. I think, as I said, they've got a couple more coming tomorrow night, because I think they had like 6 or 7 of them at one point there. So, what I did notice here in turn 3 as they come in, though, a bit of parts coming off the number 1 car as they rolled in, and then the accident happened.
Yeah, it was with the 26 of Rod Clark.
So now I'm being track crew too now, mate. I'm just, call me Jack. Jack of all trades.
So I don't, you're obviously closer there. The 1 car probably won't get up and about.
No, they're going to grab the telehands while they've stopped us and stopped all the cars on the track, mate. It looks like I'm actually standing back here and having a look at the trap leading up to Luke's car. I actually think the car broke going into turn number 3 because there's gouges out of this track, like the chassis dug in deep. So, and they're fresh as, and they're following right up the track all the way to that 1 car. So I reckon something's broken on the right front of that car prior to him and Rod Clark coming together, maybe.
Well, the replay would probably suggest that as well, that the car was getting a bit untidy before it went in, so we will have a little bit of a break as they sort these cars out and get the telehander in. We're trying to duck down to the canteen and grab yourself something to eat.
I can tell you this now, even a cold hamburger was really, really nice, guys. So if you can get a hot one, it must be absolutely amazing.
They do a good job, the team.
Sort of going to have a chat with this guy. I've spoken to this guy when he's been in a good mood, and sort of he has a lot of bad luck sometimes when it comes to feature races. So we'll hope this is all the bad luck that he gets all weekend as they just extract the number 1 car from the track. We have a lot more hard luck conversations, Lukey, than we do good ones. We did have a good chat about a WA win not long ago, which was a pretty good one to have, mate. But it looks like something broke just going into turn number 3 there.
Yeah, not sure what happened, mate. Just, yeah, clipped the back of him, I think, and spun me up. It's done about as much damage as last time, I think, so.
Well, when it was damaged last time, mate, you got a WA title win, so maybe this is a good omen.
I don't think it's coming back out again tonight from looking at the other side of it, but we'll see.
Good luck. Well, I hope it all works out for you. I'll throw you back upstairs to Jared.
Thank you, Barry. And driver's been told to fire back on as the oranges come back on. So we'll see this race start very, very soon as they... So cars starting to roll away again. And it is night out for Luke Middleton. I said he was the man to watch in that race, and he was doing well until not really 100% sure what did happen, but certainly not what you want to happen. Gates being closed as they take that car of Luke Middleton into the pits. And we get ready to go green with our 4 remaining cars, with Jeffrey Versma leading us away. Slowly make their way into turns 3 and 4. We'll see the green for very, very soon. They go green now. Versma gets a pretty good start away as well. Then it's back to the 69 of Ray Winfield, and then Clark in 3rd spot there. So Versma just got to keep that car in the right spot, and you think that he'd have this one in the bag because the car is definitely flying out there. But as we've seen, anything can happen in Speedway. So it's Versma in first. Underneath comes the 14 car of David Learton to claim a spot as he's got up to second in a pure fluke of luck. And Rod Clark trying to get around the outside up into 3rd at the moment as well. So around they come, and it is Jeffrey Versma out in front, doing it nice and easily at the moment. The 14 car of David Learton's gone to second, then the 26 of Rod Clark, and the 69 of Ray Winfield has had a bit of horrible luck in that last couple of laps and has put himself back into 4th spot. We are coming around with our race leader, Versma, out in front, pushing out that gap over David Learton and then Rod Clark and Ray Winfield. That is our 4 remaining cars here for the Super Sixes tonight. They've spread right out, and Jeffrey Versma has pretty much got this one almost written down, you would imagine. Out in front by a long, long way. Back in second is David Learton, and slowing is Rod Clark. He was involved in that incident earlier on with Luke Middleton, so maybe some damage to that car. We'll have to wait and see how that goes. He's still moving, but he's not moving fast. He's high up on the track. The 7 car of Jeffrey Versma comes around one more time. The white flag is in the hands downstairs. So we should see that come out very, very soon for Jeffrey Versma. Jeffrey Versma is a long way in front. It's turned into a 3-car race now, and they're spread out evenly across the track. So it is Versma first. Second place is the 14 of David Learton. That's the 26 car of Rod Clark coming across the start-finish line now. That car is off the track and out. And then it's back to the 69 of Ray Winfield. Checkered flag out for our race leader in Jeffrey Versma in what has been an eventful race for the Super Sixes. He picks it up in first. Second place is the 14 of David Learton. And then it's a long way back to the 69 car. He comes around turns 3 and 4 in Ray Winfield to pick up third spot with the only 3 cars left. So Rod Clark was involved in that incident with Luke Middleton, so maybe a bit of damage to that car during that has caused him to have to pull out of that race. With the car was still rolling, and it's still rolling now, but hopefully they can get whatever that was fixed and back up for the final race a little bit later on in their preliminary A main. V8 Dirt Modifieds are out next. They are heading towards the infield. Well, Cody Evans is heading towards the infield at least anyway. Comes out.
Yeah, he's got no clutch, so he actually has to lock it in. These have like what we call a Burt box in a way, so virtually they start off in a rolling gear, then they click into the second gear. So and what they actually do is he's actually got to put it into top gear straight away and get pushed away. So his brother's actually got the same problem, so it must be an Evans thing, I don't know, but they've had bad clutches nearly all season. They're not really doing much to fix it, so keeping our push chute drivers busy all night.
Maybe it's don't change what's working, something like that. I don't know, that could be the...
Yeah, well, Cody podiumed for the state title, so why change a good thing, so he says. So.
That's generally, it's normally the way it works, right?
Absolutely, mate.
Right, as we get ready for our V8 Dirt Modifieds, their second heat. Off the front will be Benjamin Evans outside of Matt Kennedy, the 99 car of Raz Pedersen and the 43 of Cody Evans, 31 car of Mark King, the 24 of Jason Craig and the 16 of Stephen Campbell. Now we'll be short car in this one. So one non-starter in this one. As we get ready to go green this time around. Lights are green. And it is Matt Kennedy that gets a pretty good start in there. Got that car going up and about already. Cody Evans into second, and then it's back to Jason Craig in third spot and Raz Pedersen in fourth. That's the top 4 for the time being at least anyway. We'll have a look at the 18 car of Matt Kennedy. It's the number 1 on the side, number 18 on the top. He is flying away in this one. Lap in the book for all these cars as they head down the back straight. Cody Evans in second. He's got a bit of work to do to chase our race leader because that car is absolutely flying. Behind him is the 24 car of Jason Craig. Then it's back to Raz Pedersen in fourth spot. And Mark King is in fifth. And then Benjamin Evans rounds out the field in the V8 Dirt Modifieds. Heat number 2 here tonight. They fly around the track. Look at the West Aussie one. They're doing a good thing in Matt Kennedy. Out in front, bumping out of turn number 1. Got that car sitting in a really, really good spot. Good battle back for 4th and 6th between Raz Pedersen and also Mark King. And not a bad battle, in fact, for 4th, 5th and 6th as they're making ground on Jason Craig at the moment as well. Our race leader has got a little bit untidy, a couple of laps there maybe, and allowed the Cody Evans to come in and get a little bit closer, although our race leader's car is putting out a puff of smoke. Is it slowing down? It still seems to be going all right. Doesn't seem to be going as fast as what it was, though. Cody Evans, second spot. Going to be a good battle for first and second if it stays this way. Jason Craig back into third spot, and Raz Pedersen in fourth, and Mark King watching it all happen with Benjamin Evans up the back of the field. So no certainty for positions here in this one, as close between first and second, and then close between third, fourth and fifth as well. But we've got a lap and a half to this one. Cars at the rear come all unstuck with each other.
What if I told you the owner of the 31 car also owns the 99 car?
There you go.
Cost him twice.
It's cost him twice.
Isn't Cody Evans a little bombshell there, just on the backside, rolling in Kennedy there? So that's absolutely exciting to see.
Yeah, that is exciting to see.
So hopefully we can get up alongside him and give him a good run for his money.
A replay at home. There as those two cars do come together. Not something you want to go back to the pits with double the amount of damage.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to explain to the team owner that you spun out and he collected you. Doesn't matter what happens, it's your fault.
I'm sure it'll be all smiles back in the pits after this one.
Well, it gets even better because the owner of the 5 car actually does own the 43 car as well. So
There you go.
they're brothers, but yeah, Betty owns both those cars. They're both Troyers. They're ex Kennedy Troyers actually. The Kennedys both own those cars and dominated all their titles in those cars.
Some good pedigree amongst. The cars were very close to coming together then as they lined up. It's not what you want to see. He did. Mark King managed to get that one under control. Green again in this one. So it'll be a green-white checker to finish off this one as they head down the back straight. Will we see any passing moves? White flag out right now. 1 lap to go in heat number 2 for the V8 Dirt Modifieds, and it is Matt Kennedy doing it well. Cody Evans and then Jason Craig is your top 3 at the moment with just over half a lap to go. Out in front and heading around turns 3 and 4 for the final time. Shouldn't be any order changes in this one. Put your hands together. Matt Kennedy picks up the heat race win. The 43 of Cody Evans and then the 24 of Jason Craig in the 3rd position. Then it was back to 4th of Benjamin Evans in there as well. And the 99 and the 31 fighting it out. A little bit of flame out of the bottom of Raz's car there to finish off the race.
And those cars are actually alcohol-driven cars. They run on methanol, mate. So when when they're not on the gas, because they shoot that nice little flame out the side, so you can get stuck up them for backing off.
Well done to Matt Kennedy for picking up the heat race win. Great drive out in front.
In America, these things are absolutely huge over there. Your Bricknells and stuff like that, mate. They run 150, 250 lap races over in some of the showgrounds over in the US, mate. They actually can be quite exciting to watch, and they come in the massive numbers over there. They're a lot bigger on the East Coast, and yeah, there's a few of these boys are going to make the journey across this year for the national title. But all of them are pretty nervous with the rain that's always floating on the East Coast. And as I said, I was chatting with Braden Wilmington about it at Sydney Speedway, mate, and it's just an absolute nightmare. It's either 40 degrees or it's 18 degrees. There's no in between. So, and with heavy rain. So we're quite lucky here in Wait a While, as we call it, WA. So we're quite lucky. That's why a lot of the guys are happy to travel over and give us a go, mate. So not a hole in this track anywhere, mate.
Yeah, it's looking beautiful up the top here, and I was reading somewhere that there's like a La Nina, like a weird La Nina type thing, is that what you call it, happening over on the East Coast that isn't normal or something along the lines of that. So
Yeah, absolutely.
not good for summer sports like Speedway that don't like the rain.
Yeah, well, yeah, absolutely, mate. Over here, so the last couple of meetings, I had Alan Barley doing the track here all the way from Darwin. You'd probably call him God. Mikey would be Jesus in track prep world. Mikey Rimmer from Perth Motorplex, and obviously Logan works alongside him. But Alan Barley is one of the original guys. He used to track here and used to do it at the Perth Motorplex, and they put a bit of, we'll say, water agent into the track, and it's absolutely made. We've probably benefited more this meeting than they have in the last couple, and it's yeah, it's just. I mean, I don't think I remember seeing Bunbury this good. No. Honest to God, that as a competitor over the years and everything, I don't think I've ever seen the track. I know I keep going on about it, but I have not seen the track this good.
It's fantastic. I always love to put on a good track, and for an Australian title, you need the best, and that's what we're delivering here tonight at the Bunbury Speedway. Get everyone online. It's a good amount of viewers watching at the moment, up to 140 on the at home. Feel free to leave a comment if you are watching on the YouTube there. Always happy to.
I'll even start a text line, mate. 0427 987 899. Just text me through any questions you got. Shout outs, mate. I'm happy to do that. My phone's already online, so I've got nothing to lose.
Should have bought the spare phone with me, the burner phone. do text through and if you've got any questions for Barry. Always interesting to see what people have got out there in the world, and we do normally chuck out Jason's number as the text line. So
Do we do that anyway? Do you think he'd be confused when he's up there and everyone's texting him?
He won't. He'll know exactly what's going on.
Set him up a beauty. And we'll go Supermod racing, mate. I'll throw upstairs back to you and let's go green.
We are going to go green with the 6 cars for our Supermods out there for heat number 3. And green light comes on. Daryl Smith gets a pretty good start over Lance Beaver and then back to Wayne Bingham in there as well. That's how they sit coming around turn number 1 and 2. These cars were doing 30-second laps earlier on in the piece, but they're getting it right down in this 8-lap feature. So they come around with a lap in the book, and the 47 car has slooped around the outside of Wayne Bingham. Then it's back to Daryl Smith in second spot for this one. A couple of cars getting very, very close for third and fourth. It is a bit of a battle there for third. Oh, one car spins in front of the pack. I reckon that might have been our last heat race winner there that spun in front of the pack. Was it? Just trying to spot that. It's a bit dark over in that corner there. So the green lights do stay on. Will the oranges come on? It might be far enough off the track at this point. So green lights are staying on. I was expecting the lights to come on. So we'll pick up the racing action back out in front with Wayne Bingham in first position. That car precariously close to the track. It is on the infield though. In second spot is the number 6 car of Daryl Smith. Then it's back to the 55 car of Gary Walker in our Supermods here for heat number 3 tonight. As they roll around to get another lap in the books. And that car precariously close on the infield there keeps catching my eye like something else has happened. But no, it's the spun earlier. Wayne Bingham in first. Then it's back to Daryl Smith in second. It is Gary Walker in third. And then Beaver and Newman and Jake Jury is the man who went skew-whiff up there on the back straight. So there's 3 laps to go this time around. And your race leader is Wayne Bingham. Daryl Smith. Then it's Gary Walker in third spot. Very close between third and fifth between Walker and Beaver. Maybe a swap or a change there to finish in third, but a long way out in front. Wayne Bingham, it was 2.683 seconds last time around. He goes nice and high out of turn number 3. Has he improved that lead? We'll have to wait and find out. The timing has just been taken off the screen for this one. Back in second spot. And, well, it's pretty much white flag, and then our race leader, he's got the checkered flag coming out for him because he's doing an amazing job, is Wayne Bingham in first spot. Second spot is the 6 of Daryl Smith. Very, very close between Gary Walker and also Lance Beaver. Checkered flag out now for our race leader. He comes around, picks up a heat race win, is the 47 car of Wayne Bingham. Second place, the 6 of Daryl Smith. Gary Walker holds on to third spot from Lance Beaver. They were very close, 0.364 between them. Very close for third and fourth. It was a pretty good race between those two. Newman in fifth. And Jake Jury is the man you can see sitting up there just out of turn number 2. So a great win out in front for Wayne Bingham.
And give you a bit of peace of mind, mate, by the way. He's actually a bit far enough off the track than what it looks like from up there. So I just thought I'd walk over and have a look, just in case everyone wants to go up in flames. He was back far enough where he was safe. It looked a lot closer than what it was. So Kim Beard got that one right. We'll give him that one. Chief Stewards don't do it very often, I'd say, but he got that one.
I won't let him know you said that.
He'll let me know at the workshop, mate, don't you worry.
You can see where that car is parked, and now that you can spot the curb while you're not watching the other racing, you can see it was a fair way off the track compared to what it looks like back here in row F.
Yeah, well, as I said, you can have your strawberries, mate, but we've got the best. I still think I've got the best seat in the house, mate. Honestly, it's one of the best jobs in Speedway to be on this infield, and whether it's with a microphone or you're just helping to make the sport better, mate. It's just, we're pretty lucky in what we get to do here, mate. You know, for myself personally, used to sit on the back straight and watch sprint car racing as a kid to doing what I'm doing now. I didn't think that I'd be where I am, but it's quite privileged to be what we do, mate, and it's to call the show and then put the show on for the people with a microphone. Like, I mean, I wouldn't think of giving me a microphone in a million years, but hey, they keep doing it, so I must be getting something right every now and then, or there's just really no one else.
And there is the new audience of bringing it to the wide world with all the technology these days as well of the camera, and we're looking at a great shot there on the just near the flag waiver.
What they're trying to do now is Logan's just leading the car around. What they're doing is just stopping the track from peeling up at this time and moment. So it just keeps it friendly for our legend cars and our 125s and bits and pieces. All right with your dirt mods who've got like big chunky tyres, and your Super 6 sedans and your V8 dirt mods have nice big wide tyres. But we'll just keep packing it down between the rounds, and what it does, it just keeps that track nice and wide for our legend cars so we can see more exciting racing.
I'm going to put the pressure on for our viewers at home. Tony done some great interviews down in the pits. I wonder if we'll have enough time with this little bit of work to send towards one of those for our home viewers, and the listeners here will chuck on a little bit of music and take a little break. Might be a chance to quickly duck to the toilet, grab yourself a donut, an ice cream. And yeah, we're going to look through the KGB.
We're going to have a look inside the KJB Fabrication and Race Parts Accessories truck. Big truck now. We'll have a look and see what's in there. Here we go. A few steps to get up there. Let's have a look and see. Oh yep, trolley jacks. Pretty handy if you need a trolley jack. Great spare. Also spares. KB Fabrications looking after the junior sedans very well on the southwest of Western Australia. A little bit of oil there. And lots of things. And of course, organising legend cars day as well.
The AutoSmart heat number 7, AutoSmart WA heat number 7 is up on screen for those at home, with Matt Gordon and Cody Roberts off the front, Rob Rawlings and Colin Metcalf off the second row, Braden Wilmington and Ken Melvin off the third row, Brittany Radford and Julia Gordon off the forefront. Travis Gould will be up the back of the field as we come back to action here at the Bunbury Speedway. For those home, good little tour of the KGB truck there. Have been fantastic sponsors. Thanks to the team at Real Speedway TV for delivering us all the action for free. We are into heat number 7 here, thanks to the team at AutoSmart Southwest. Let's go green this time around. We do go green, and it is the one car that gets the better of the starts. The 2-1 cars up the front, in fact, finding it out between Gordon and Rawlings, and then Cody Roberts in there behind as well. So they head down the back straight for the first time in heat number 7. This is the third round of heats on night number 1 here in Bunbury. A very close battle out in front as we watch this get around. And the 2-1s are fighting it out. In fact, the 3-1s are fighting it out. It's Gordon, Rawlings, and Williamson has moved up. Gould has dropped back to 4th spot. 5th spot is Ken Melvin and Julia Gordon in 6th spot. So it's 1-1-1. Gordon, Rawlings and Wilmington out in the front 3 positions. And this is a good battle. This could be anyone. Will it be the AU one? Will it be the W one? Will it be the N one? Is it going to be a good battle? Oh, Rob Rawlings goes around the outside. Our race leader goes for a little bit of a spin there. So he's still on the track. So we'll see the amber lights come on here. So we will get a replay of that at home, I reckon. Watch and see exactly what happened there. So, just come unstuck under his own steam there, did Matt Gordon. So that is not the way you want to start a heat race. Doesn't look like they touched in the vision. We'll just watch that one more time at home. They didn't. Well done from Rawlings for getting around the outside. But horrible luck for Matt Gordon. So we'll see that double file restart, which plays in the advantage of the one car because it keeps them rather close. That is the one car of Matt Gordon. So we've done 2 laps. There'll still be 8 to go. Green, green, green. So there's no rest for the wicket here. They're back into racing formation. They head around in side by side. And these cars get fired away for one more start. You can see Travis Gould there. He's probably been the advantage of this start. He was in 4th when he went around, but he's got up into 3rd position, albeit momentarily out in front. It's a battle of the ones one more time. And it is Rob Rawlings, Braden Williamson, Travis Gould. That is your top 3. Ken Melbourne is watching this as well, and he's had a pretty good night so far. Ken can get underneath. Side by side is Rawlings and Williamson. What a race this is out in front. So this has got a bit to play out, this one, I reckon. Another close finish on the way. Let's hope for that, because that makes a great racing here at Bunbury. 6 laps to go. It's Rawlings out in front from Wington. Travis Gould is there, and Ken Melbourne is right there as well. Sitting behind them is Matt Gordon in 5th spot. The top 5 cars are within just over a car length away from each other. So anyone's race for the front position and the minors at this point. Rawlings holding on to that front position. At this point, Matt Gordon has moved up into 5th, incidentally. Has a bit of work to do, though, to catch up to these guys that are out in front. So is he going to get around the outside? He's going to try maybe claim the 4th position. He can't at the moment. Meanwhile, the ones at the front, Rawlings and Williamson, still fighting it out. Then you have a look back to the AU1. Got a bit of work to do still, but he's trying to get around the outside of Ken Melbourne at the moment. That is Matt Gordon. Matt comes down underneath. Around the outside, trying to get around Melbourne. Melbourne's not opening the door at all for him. Lap traffic in front of our front 2 race leaders with 3 to go. It is Rawlings from Wellington. That's the way it's set. Wellington maybe just buying his time to find the right opening. He gets underneath now as I say that. Wellington and Rawlings are side by side. Lap car in front of him. Going to cause some interesting moves here for them. They both ease off a little bit to try and get around this lap car. They're going to hit the car in the straight. And when I say hit, they're just going to get around it, not necessarily hit it. So they come together with a couple of laps to go. It is Rawlings out in front from Williamton. The 17 car of Travis Gould is under siege at the moment from Matt Gould. He gets underneath and claims the spot. Does this have another story to tell? We will find out. They come around with 1 to go. White flag out. It is the W1 of Rawlings out in front from the N1 of Williamton, from the AU1 of Matt Gordon. It is a lap to go. Don't close your eyes because you'll miss this one. They could potentially come out of this nearly 3 wide. They're pretty close to. They're at least 2 wide with the AU1 sitting right behind. They are 3 wide. Who's going to win it? I don't know. They're side by side. It will be Braden Williamson from Matt Gordon and Rob Rawlings. What a great finish that one is. Whew. Checkered flag out for that one. Coming up on the replay at home. We'll catch that finish because they come 3 wide out of turn 1. Have a look at this. Braden Williamson just sneaks in. I don't know how he did it. Matt Gordon was on the charge. And unluckily for Rob Rawlings, who was having a good time out in front for a good portion of that, he's finished up in 3rd. Time difference was 1.909. That doesn't read right to me. But 3rd and 4th. Just wanting to see that that time come up again. Let's see that. Yeah, it's not doesn't ring true. They were side by side as they come around, so we'll have to wait and see when we go back to the timing screen what that was. So a very close finish there. I'm just looking at the timing screen. Matt Gordon, Braden Williamson and Rob Rawlings in amongst them. Then what a great finish that was. It was said potentially we had a 3 wide to do it, and it come true. It's like these races tonight have been absolutely spectacular. So we're just waiting. stairs. Just double checking the timing with that close finish. Stand by, we might get the replay just one more time, Tony, if you've still got it there, and we'll watch it unfold. Might have just put the pressure on him. Okay, you can't do that replay, mate. So stand by down there, Barry. There's just a bit of conversation happening next door. What I can do is bring it up on the YouTube feed and rewind. So we're just waiting on this one here. Just watching the replay on the rewind of the YouTube feed. Very, very close between all the cars. While we do that, we'll get to the main Muse. Heat number 8 up on track. Brendan Radford off the front row. Scott Nichols and Darren Snowden off the second row. Russell Siri and Tyler Humphries off the third row. And Phil Nichols and Wayne Campbell rounded out. So we'll move on to the next race. So we'll just check over that timing for Heat 7 as well. Car's just about ready to go green one more time. What a feature, what a Heat 7 that was. Heat number 8 here tonight. Brought to you by Main Muse. Going to go green this time around for heat number 8. Bernard Carks and Brendan Radford to lead us away. We go green, and there's a lot of moving and shaking in there for this heat, and the 22 car gets around and makes a go of it to Scott Nichols as the light flag goes green for heat number 8 here and the Legend cars. So we watch them come around one more time in heat number 8, and out in front and doing it easily is the number 9, doing a great job out there, and the number 9 of Darren Snowden pushing away from this track. So Darren Snowden is out in front. Mix and match for the minor positions in heat number 8 here, but Darren Snowden pushed away. Back then to the 70 car, Brendan Radford, and the 3 car in there as well. For this one in heat number 8 is Tyler Humphries. So they jostle for positions there. Humphries tries to get underneath, gets up into second, and the 3rd, 4th and 5th car are less than a car length away from each other. Meanwhile, the number 9 car of Darren Snowden pushes himself around in heat number 8 here, pushed away. This is not a close battle for first, but a good battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Watch the action as it unfolds, and they go nice and wide up around turns number 2 and 3. 4 cars battling it out. Second place at the moment is the number 3 car of Tyler Humphries. Doing it nice and easy. Got a bit of work to do leading that pack there. And, well, if you have a look at the 9 car out in front, Darren Snowden, he has pushed away from this field. How's this race going to play out? Another lap in the books for race number, heat number 8, I should say. In 3rd spot is the 77 car of Wayne Campbell. Wayne Campbell sitting there, eagerly waiting to find a spot. Then it's back to Scott Nichols in 4th spot in the 22 car. So a bit of work to do for Scott Nichols, who started in 3rd position, has been dropped back to 4th and is a long way off our race leader of Darren Snowden, who started outside of Scott Nichols to lead this one away. Some jostling for second and third at the moment. Trying to get underneath is the 77 car of Wayne Campbell and stay in that second spot. He's got the 3 on the outside of Tyler Humphries, trying absolutely everything to get around for this one. Passing flag, our car comes unstuck. That is the 77 car of Wayne Campbell. Gets very unstuck coming out of turn number 4 there as we get ready to make the lineup for this one. And the restart, the one thing we do know is the 77 will go to the rear of field. So Snowden, Humphries and Wayne Campbell it was. He spun, so Scott Nichols will move back into that third position and then back to Radford, Siri and Phil Nichols and Baron Cox in 8th spot. So Braden Wilmington was away like a shot. Sorry, I should say Braden Wilmington. Darren Snowden was away like a shot there in the number 9 car. So the final margin in there was 0.018 of a second, just looking at that timing for the previous race. So they've just sorted that out, and then 0.038 back, sorry, 0.020 back to the next car in Rob Rawlings. So a very, very, very close one. Darren Snowden out in front with Tyler Humphries in second in this one as they line up. I love these restarts side by side. We go green one more time. Out in front, Darren Snowden, Tyler Humphries, Scott Nichols. Anyone's race at the front at the moment. Scott Nichols is relegated back there into third position as they come around. This 9 car has just got a lot of gusto up at the front, but the 3 is in and amongst with Tyler Humphries trying to get around at the moment. Scott Nichols is holding on to that third spot. 4th place is still up for grabs, as well as all those cars are quite close in the minor positions. They are spreading out a little bit in the latter stages of this one, but having a look at this, the number 9 car is the one to beat. He is going away with it, and Darren Snowden has pretty much put the car in the right position the whole way around for this one. Then you've got Tyler back in second spot. Got a bit of work to do with a couple of laps to go in this one. White flag out this time. Will there be any changes? We'll have to wait and see. It is the white flag out now for our race leader. Then back to the number 9 of Darren Snowden, then to Tyler Humphries in second spot. And then we go back to the Queensland entry of Scott Nichols in third. I can't see that changing. They spread right out our race leaders as the checkered flag comes out to finish off at this one. Checkered flag. Great drive by Darren Snowden. Then back to Tyler Humphries in second, and then the 22 car in third of Scott Nichols. So it's Snowden, Humphries and Nichols. Brennan Radford back in 4th position in that one. Siri, Nichols and Cuss finish that one off. So Darren Snowden picks up a great heat race win. Just waiting to chat to our race leader. We may have an issue with the batteries down there on the mic. If you can hear me, Barry, you should have had one in your pocket when I... So just getting the mic sorted. Give that another go now, Barry.
Let's give that a crack, eh?
There you go.
I'm devastated, mate. That heat race before, mate, that was freaking awesome, and I'm sitting there all excited.
There was some conjecture in the timing as it came across, but they sorted out that 0.018 was the gap in the end for second, and then 0.020 for third. So So
That's crazy. I got Darren Snowden here, mate. 2 heat wins. That goes all right, eh?
Yeah, not bad, mate. This is the only motor like this in Australia racing on dirt, so we're a bit of a pioneer.
It's got to be pretty good to have those results. I know you had a few issues with the motor when you first put it in over at Lismore, I think it was you said, or whatever. And it's good that you've got it over here now. You've done a few changes, and she's absolutely humdinging along, mate.
Yeah, no, it's hooked up good tonight, so not bad for a little 900.
So that'll put you on the front row for this prelim main. I'm going to guess the 19 car is probably going to be alongside you, mate. So you got any game plan going into that one?
Just try to beat him, I reckon.
Absolutely. Darren Snowden, your heat winner. But back on the heat race before, mate, that's why those guys had number ones on the car. I swear to God, that there to be 3 wide. I stood on the start-finish line when they came across, mate, and I couldn't pick it. So it's crazy, absolute crazy.
I've watched the replay a few times, and all I can say is thanks for timing.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to make that decision, eh? I really wouldn't, because, oh, mate, that's crazy. And like, as I said, that's just a sign to come for a prelim main tonight, and then we'll back it up again tomorrow night with the Hit FM WA national title.
Yeah, massive.
Absolutely crazy. Sponsors and the fans online and that aren't getting their money's worth. And I mean, the fact we're streaming to YouTube as well, so it's coming free. We've got followers. I've got a few texts. I'll go through them a bit later on. But I'm getting a few texts about the track mainly. Just how nice the track is.
Yeah, it's fantastic. We can't thank the team enough for their work. And Bunbury Custom Cabinets bring us heat number 9 with Troy Bolton off the front, Ricky Lee Beard outside, and Ben Boyd on the second row with Ken Williams. In the third row, it's Steve Barrow and Greg Joss, Paul Joss and Mark Max in the fourth row, and Kyle Sanders in the last row in ninth position in the 66 car. So we get ready to go green one more time in front of the KJB Ute. Someone's going to do a bit of cleaning tonight. Amber lights flash. As the cars make their way past the freshly painted Bunbury Speedway sign. Already copped a couple of whacks last weekend. You can see a bit of rubber there. In fact, the fence copped a bit of a whack last week, and the team had it all sorted pretty quickly from New Year's Day over to the Saturday. We're away, and the 2-car of Troy Bolton with Ricky Lee Beard and Ben Boyd through the front, and King Williams and Steve Barrow in the mix there as well. Steve Barrow in 5th spot at the moment, going to sneak in under the 4th car around the outside. Is that Paul Joss coming high and wide? It is, I reckon, but out in front, the Troy Bolton is away. That was Paul Joss. Look how wide he is on this track, right around the outside. And Paul Joss, well, there he goes. He's up into 2nd spot. So, as we've seen so much in the last couple of races, he is the man to track down, and a bit of work to do out in front at the moment, though. We're still a handful of laps left in this one. In fact, there'll be 8 laps to go this time around. Paul Joss, watch that car. Back in 3rd place is the 12 car at the moment, and that is Ben Boyd. Ben Boyd gets around with laps to go. Have a look at Paul Joss out in front, though. What a great race this is out in front between Troy Bolton and Paul Joss. They are nice and wide. How good is this race? Paul Joss is just around the outside. That car is around as we've got 2 cars come together towards the rear of the field. But Troy Bolton and Paul Joss in there. Not sure if Paul Joss's pass will count in the red. Looks like it's not going to.
Poor Ricky Beard, mate. She cannot get it. Should not get a break, mate. Should not get a break. Some heavy damage on the 57 car. That'll be probably her night done, I reckon. She's not happy, so I'm going to probably keep the mic away. Steve Barrow looks like he's turned it round, or he's got a bit loose there. I don't know if our camera caught it, but poor Ricky's had nowhere to go, and she's found herself in the concrete wall. So I'll throw back up to you, mate, with a bit of music. We'll get this cleaned up. And
yeah, I can see, you might not be able to see it from your angle, but that front right is not pointing. The tyre is on a fair angle there, so we will go to some music while we clear this track up and come back to finish off heat number 9. that's all thanks to the team at Bunbury Custom Cabinets. Heat number 9 with Troy Bolton leading it away from Paul Joss is the restart at this point. So that pass not counted in from Paul Joss. So we'll get some music and we'll come back out the other side. So track is cleared and we'll get back under racing conditions very, very shortly. Troy Bolton and Paul Joss side by side, and as we know, even though Joss was in second with these side-by-side starts, this would, you'd have to think, with the way he's been going tonight, advantage him. So Bolton and Joss to lead us away. Lights go green in heat number 9. They're away. Joss goes around the outside. Gets around the outside of Bolton and, as we've seen all night, pushes this car away. So there's still 8 laps to go in this one, though. Is there another story to tell? Paul Joss out in front, second place. And pushing away from the third place is Troy Bolton. Ben Boyd in third, Kim Williams in fourth. Mark Magzik and Greg Joss in a depleted field for our legend cars. 2 cars come together towards the back, but all managed to keep up and going. Look at Joss, he's just pushed away from this pack. Second place, Troy Bolton. Then it's back to the third of Ben Boyd. Mark Magzik has got out into fourth, and fifth of Kim Williams. Sixth of Greg Joss. Kim Williams was the 32 car who got into a little bit of trouble heading down that back straight and slowed down since then. Out in front, long way out in front. It was 2.160 last time around with 5 laps to go. It is 3.489. So the lead continues to extend for Paul Joss. He will be at the pointy end of this preliminary A-main. Troy Bolton back in second place. Good battle between Boyd and Mark Menzick in third and fourth positions, but that's the only real battle going on at the moment. As they come past the start-finish line, it is the 33 of Mark Menzick that's got up into third, and Ben Boyd been relegated back to fourth position with that pass. Troy Bolton in second, a long way second. It's out to 4.895 with 3 laps to go. What will it be? I'm going to suggest it's going to be quite a fair bit more than that because Paul Joss is almost on the back straight. It is 6.179. So Paul Joss either picking up the pace there, or Troy Bolton dropping off a little bit. He's allowing Mark Menzick to get very, very close to him as they head down the Bunbury Speedway sign one more time. 2 laps to go for Paul Joss. He's pretty much owned this race since the restarts on lap number 3. He heads down the back straight, gap out to 8 seconds now, so growing each and every time. We're going to see a different, maybe a different second place. We will. Mark Menzick's got up into second spot. They're holding on. This is going to be a side-by-side finish. So the white flag out for our race leader. He's a long way gone. He's split the scene. He's in on the back straight. He's going to see the checkered flag very soon. Mark Mazick up into second, and then Troy Bolton in third spot. Here comes our race leader to pick up the win. Now, Paul Joss, heat number 9 winner. Battle for second. Who's it going to be? Mazick or Bolton? Bolton or Mazick? They come around very, very much on the infield for the car number 2, but Mazick does come in and pick up the second place anyhow, and Troy Bolton in second spot, in third spot I should say, but Paul Joss in the heat race, but he just dominated. The gap in the end was 10.68 seconds, which basically half a lap, because they were doing pretty much 20-second laps. And in fact, Paul Joss was the quick time with the 19.890. Mark Mazick in second spot, and Troy Bolton in third spot, with Ben Boyd in fourth, and Greg Joss rounds out the top 5.
Absolute domination from the 19 machine there, Joe. Just a quick report too. So Steve Burrows ended up with a broken panhard rod on the back of that car, and Ricky Lee Beer, well, the right front's missing. It actually doesn't look too bad, and the shocks on these are about $600 a pop, and she actually's got away with not even breaking the shock. The top's come off, but it hasn't snapped it or anything, so I'll be able to reuse it, and hopefully, I don't think you'll see her again tonight, and she's a bit disheartened. She's had a pretty rough month of obviously going upside down. But they'll hopefully get that 57 machine fixed and back out in the track as she walks herself back to the pits. I reckon this guy, he's going to get sick of talking to me by the end of this weekend, mate. He's going to run out of things to say. He's going to have to start Googling and doing some AI chat so he knows how to do his next interview, because he's absolutely killing it tonight. We knew he'd be quick all weekend, and mate, I bet you've never been so disappointed to have a chat with me 3 times in one night.
Yeah, I'm not very happy about talking to you all the time, mate. Nah, it's all good, eh?
No, mate, it's just, so that puts you top of the points, and only driver's gone through undefeated, so they'll put you off pole for the prelim. Bit of a heads up, you're going inside or outside?
I'm not too sure yet if they're going to tickle the track or not. That'll determine where I'm going to go, but nah, she's hooking up pretty good at the moment. I'd like to get a bit more out of it, but it seems pretty good at the moment.
Mate, this car's an absolute rocket ship. Get your little winner board there from John Denning, and Sarah, take the photo of that one. How's that, guys? 3 from 3 from Paulie Joss, the local hope, taking it to the Eastern Status, mate. An absolute dominating performance. A little bit of damage in that one. Hopefully we'll get them all sorted. Steve Barrett's just as simple as I said, a panhard rod, easy fix. And Ricky Lee, they can get the front end in these cars actually pretty quick. So I think we'll take a quick little break, I'm not sure, and we'll be back with the action very soon, Jared.
Yeah, we certainly will. We'll head to a bit of music while we take a bit of break. We might have enough time to chuck on an interview for those at home from earlier in today. And more action kicking off very, very soon with the preliminary A-main for the Junior Formula 125s. We're going to go to Paul Joss, in fact, for those at home. This was,
all right, Paul Joss is with me now. Paul, equal fast times to last night in practice with car number 1 driven by Rob Rawlings. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, well, I'm pretty impressed with myself to keep up with Rob. That's good to put out a time that's equal with him. He's the top of the WASA, so I'm pretty happy with that. Yeah, hopefully we can continue on with good form and see what we can make out of this title.
Now, you haven't had a lot of races in this year, have you? Because it's really your first year full-time in Legend Cars.
Yeah, well, I've done 5 shows in this car now, and that's just this season, and we've won every single one, so it's been a good outing in this. But, yeah, still learning things, getting the hang of it, and just, get myself right until I can race me stocky again.
Beautiful, mate. That's fantastic. And look, we wish you all the very best for the whole weekend. You've got 4 heat races and a couple of features to contend with. Let's hope it goes well for you.
Cheers, Tony, and cheers, Real Speedway Television, for doing this whole event. Cheers, guys, and thanks.
So just sorting out the lineup for our 125s. So getting ready for a start here. So they're just sorting out the final order for these cars. So it should be Mason, Coulker and Hannah Berry off the front row. So we get ready to go green. Lights go green and they are away. It is the 84 car of Mason Coulker that gets the best of the starts in there, and the 95 of Ryan Donnelly moves up into second spots, and the rest sort themselves out behind them, and they all get under green conditions in their preliminary A main as we get through night one here at Bunbury Speedway for the Formula 125s and into their preliminary A main. How good has this been out in front all night? The 84 car of Mason Coulker in there. Hannah Berry, Ryan Donnelly I should say in second, Ryan Berry in fourth, and Hannah Berry in fourth spot for this one. So they head up the back straight one more time in their heat race, their preliminary A main tonight. That is over 10 laps for their preliminary A main, and the 84 car is steaming out in front with this one in Mason Coulker. Great drive out in front from him. A little bit bumpy on the curb there from a couple of cars that got really down close to the curb, but they've managed to hold onto it. They're streaming around out of the back straight into it. Mason Coulker is in first. Second spot coming around and trying to track down is the 95 car of Ryan Donnelly. Then it's back to the 2 car of Hannah Berry there in third spot. So close between first, second, third and fourth, and then back to fifth. It's a bit of a drop off there. So they head around to hit a little bit of lap traffic here, which we've seen for most of the night tonight, but they've negotiated quite well. Quite small cars on a big track. Heads around with the, around past the lapped car does the 84 car of Mason Coulker. Down past Pearson Teeney's and doing it all right at the moment. Mason Coulker out in front from Ryan Donnelly, Hannah Berry and Rylan Berry, and then it's back to Malarkey Campbell in fifth spot. So Mason Coulker and Ryan Donnelly fighting it out in this one for first and second, although that gap has grown more and more each time around for this one. And the 84 car of Mason Coulker has a massive lead as he comes around to hit another bit of lap traffic. Getting close between the 95 of Ryan Donnelly and Hannah Berry for second, and then back. They're going to get very around that lap traffic. Although I was just watching out the front. Mason Coulker hit that lap traffic in turn number 2. Gets around okay. Hasn't caused him any dramas. So he is going to get around this one. Passing flag out for that car. Our race leader of 84 of Mason Coulker out in front. Then it's the 95 car in second of Ryan Donnelly and Hannah Berry. Then back in fourth spot is Rylan Berry there as well. So that's your top 4 as they head around. They've split the scene, the top 4 at this point. Orange lights are on. We've got one car that has come a little unstuck there. So we will see a restart with 3 laps to go. Mason Coulker, Ryan Donnelly, Hannah Berry and Rylan Berry. Malarkey Campbell in 5th. Lexi Cooker in 6, and Aaron in the 44 car. That is out there as we get ready for the start. That is Aaron Curtis back there in 7th spot, who caused the restart for this one, so he'll be sent to the rear of field. So Mason Corker, it's his race to win. Just getting lined up now. They're getting ready for a start. Mason Cook and Ryan Donnelly is the last come in from next door. Great timing and Stuart's team up here. Cars have stopped in the front straight. So just waiting to see what's going on there. So Harley Berry and the 44 car of Aaron Curtis have come to a stop. So being pushed off the track at the moment. So Mason Cooker, who's our race leader, is just letting Barry Roberts now doing 100 metre sprints. There must be something on the track. There he is, just out in front of the pit gate. Four laps to go in the final race for tonight for the junior Formula 125s. It's Mason Cooker from Ryan Donnelly, Hannah Berry from Ryland Berry. Lights go green. Mason Cooker gets a pretty good start away from this one. Some great footage from the GoPro on the front there I can see from up here in the top level. And Ryan Donnelly and Hannah Berry in 3rd spot. Ryland Berry going to try and claim a spot there in 4th spot. Can he get up and around and get around Tanner? We'll have to wait and see because there's going to be 2 laps to go in this one. The front 4 have spread out. So it's Mason Cooker where he's been all night at the front of this one. And then in 2nd spot is Ryland Donnelly, Hannah Berry, Ryland Berry and Mahala Berry, Lexi Cooker and Cody Edwards. 1 lap to go this time around, and Mason Cooker has pulled away from the rest of the field, as he has done for this preliminary A main on night number 1 here of the Legend Car Australian title, thanks to Hit WA. One lap to go in this one, so we should see a checker flag out this time around, although the white flag is out this time around. So now to be the checkered flag, I believe. So white flag is out, but I believe that is the end of that one. 84 Mason Cooker, Ryan Donnelly in 2nd, Hannah Berry in 3rd, and Ryland Berry in 4th. Lexi Cooker in 5th spot, but preliminary A main won by Mason Cooker in the Formula 125s out in front. Not the checkered flag out. They'll come and do it again one more time for Mason Cooker, Ryan Donnelly and Hannah Berry. So the timing says they finished the lap before, but they put an extra run in the book. Orange lights now come on for that one. To round out the preliminary A main for the Junior 125s, Mason Cooker picks up the win. Put your hands together. Great drive. I'll be back tomorrow night to bring us more action on night number 2. That's the preliminary main done for the 125s in the junior category. Up next, the KJB Industries Junior Sedans in their preliminary A main. So the juniors pull out onto the track for a start. So a bit more track inspection happening up there. A very happy fan out there giving some encouragement to a juniors driver by the sounds. So all our juniors are out and getting ready for a start. So just waiting for officials to clear the track. They're going to get this one last car off the track as well. And then we'll get underway for the preliminary A main for the juniors tonight. It's the 18 off the front of Xavier Crow with the 81 of Oscar Amato, then the 11 of Jaden Stantz, and the 27 of Jake Johnson, the 10 of Cody Watts, the 4 of Ali Watt, and then Benjamin Oppett to finish them off the back there with the 95 car of Cooper Sayer and the 5 car of Ivy Beersby. Newcomers into tonight, and they'll be coming off the rear, getting their laps in. So pit gates are both now closed. This will be the start lap. Oscar Amato, the one to catch in this one. Xavier Crow's been trying all night. Lights go green, they're giving the go, and Amato gets the start that we've seen all night. Crow in a second, then moving up into third is Jaden Stads, and then the 27 of Jake Johnson back into fourth spot. But have a look out in front. The 81 machine is away and got a bit of tracking down to do, does Xavier Crow. A lot of work out there. This 81 car is a rocket ship. Very, very close for third and fourth between the 27 and the 11. That's Johnson and Stads. That's anyone's at the moment. They hit a little bit of lap traffic early in this one. That puts Stads back into fourth position at the moment with Jake Johnson up in third. But Xavier Crow, Oscar Amato was pushed away. Xavier Crow is in second. Good battle between third and fourth between Johnson and also Stads, and they're in that order as I spoke it. So they're coming around this lap traffic of these newcomers here in the junior sedans. They head down around the straight one more time. This feature is across 12 laps for our junior tonight, and Oscar Amato, you'd expect to be where he is for all 12 of these laps. We are down to 3 laps down in this feature. It's Oscar Amato pushing away from Crow. Crow's got a bit of work to do to catch up to Amato. Then back in third spot is Jake Johnson. Fourth spot, Jaden Studs back there. And then we come around to the fifth spot of Ali Watt, followed by Cody Watt in the two green cars that are next to each other, heading around into turns 1 and 2. Oscar Amato flying through this track and flying through this preliminary A main for night 1 of our juniors. Back in second spot is Xavier Crow. Hot on his heels, Jake Johnson doing a fantastic job here tonight at the Speedway and showing what these junior drivers can do between the new stars and the top stars. Oscar Amato puts another lap down. So does Crow, so does Johnson, and so does Jaden Stads as well. And that's the order they're in as they head around in this feature race, and they start to get very, very close to the two green cars in Watt and Watt at the back there. So Oscar Amato is about to hit those as lap traffic. They're still on the lead lap at the moment, those two cars. Second place, Xavier Crow. He has got a bit of pressure starting to be applied from the 27 of Jake Johnson. Just seems to be edging closer. Maybe pulled away a little bit now, but also equally back to Jaden Stads, who is trying to claim a position on the podium in this preliminary A main. We are down the back straight with our race leader, who's hit that lap traffic of the two Watt cars. Now he's going to get around okay. The passing flag getting a workout in this lap. He does, he gets around okay to Amato. Then Xavier Crow, he's got about a length of the straight to catch up, if he can, to our race leader of Oscar Amato, who puts another lap down in the books. Very close between second and third, between Johnson and Stads. Johnson just winning out that battle at the moment. Stads trying to claim a position on the podium for night number 1. Our race leader gets around and puts another lap in the books. Coming up to lap traffic, this will make second and third very, very interesting, and equally fourth as well as they hit the two Watt cars for that lap traffic. Oscar Amato comes around. White flag about to come out for Oscar Amato. He's going to see that right now, so he's got one lap to go. Will we see any changes with one of the Watt cars in front of Xavier Crow? Will it hold him up? Will it allow Jake Johnson to gain a little bit of momentum? It doesn't. Crow gets around, Xavier Crow with no dramas at all. Jake Johnson and Stads trying to get each other. This is going to be where the battle's at. Meanwhile, our race leader picks up the checkered flag. Second place coming around now is Xavier Crow, and we have a calamity, for want of a better word, which involves, I can't see them, the 27 car of Jake Johnson. He was, so Jake Johnson was in third spot, and he has come together with those lap cars, which I didn't think were going to cause a drama, but they did with just under half a lap to go. Pretty sure we're locking that one in the book as a race one and done. So a big congratulations to Oscar Amato in car 81. Xavier Crow in third. That would put the 11 car into third. Xavier Crow's in second. Jaden Stads in third spot for this race. Unfortunate there for Jake Johnson, who was in third spot with half a lap to go. But a great night out for Oscar Amato. But a great night between our juniors. You'll see the 27 car of Jake Johnson on screen there. That's giving that car a little bit of a push away to see if they can get it moving. They have. Just pick up what green car that is there next to them. So you can move to the right just ever so slightly for me. I think it is the 6 and 9 car of Benjamin Oppert. It is the 69 car. See the track crew doing a fantastic job there, just picking up all the bits and pieces from the incident. So a big congratulations to Oscar Amato for a great win in the final race for tonight. Preliminary A main for the juniors. Next up, the senior 125s.
all sorts of things. And of course, organising Legend Cars WA as well.
Stand by.
Here we go, back out, more spares, coolant down there, all the good coolant too. Come around a bit further, even batteries, a couple of batteries here. Sedan radiator, tell you what, they've got everything. A junior radiator, absolutely fantastic. Inch pins for the bonnet, even tape measures, all with the KJB sticker on them. Let's have a look here. What do we got? Steering wheels, a couple of steering wheels, and even got a couple of helmets. So a helmet anyway. Yeah, there you go. KJB race parts trailer. And appearing at Bunbury Collie.
As we get ready to push out the next lot of cars. And that is the senior 125s for tonight for their feature race. So getting ready for a start here for Premier Main for the senior 125s. Just waiting on a couple of cars to come out. So just waiting for the gate to close, which it has. So these will be our starters for the 125s. Need to get my extra long eyes on to see the numbers on this one because they are very, very hard to see. Hopefully. We go green in the preliminary A main for the 125s, and it is the 14 car of Peter Harris which gets to the front. Halle Berry back in second spot for this one. Julian Beard in there and Trevor Cooker as well, which you expect to see a bit of moving and shaking from him. So they head around in the first lap of 12 for our 125s. It's been a great night out in front for Peter Harris and Halle Berry. Julian Beard and Trevor Cook has got up into fourth spot. So watch him move through the field. He's been a very, very fast car tonight, has Trevor, but Alan Beard is right there. He's going to claim into fourth spot at this point. So it's Harris, Berry and Beard. So 14 out in front from the 3, 36 and 65. And Alan Beard is still back in fifth spot in the 35 car. So we got a 10 laps to go in this one with the car slowing down on the infield and pulling away is car 28 there, and that is Jabal Nun Muhammad Dom out of this race. So Peter Harris gets around. 9 laps to go. Haley Berry, Julian Beard and Coulker, they've spread themselves out for first, second and third, but fourth and fifth are right on the hammer. That's Coulker and Beard. Trevor Coulker back in fourth spot at the moment in the 65 car here at the Make Smoking History Bunbury Speedway. Will we see some moving and shaking for the minor positions? I dare say we will, because Alan Beard is up into fourth, Coulker back to fifth that time around. They're going to swap for third and fourth between Beards in there as well. So we're going to see some shaking for the minor positions, but Peter Harris is the man to catch in this one. Back in second with 7 laps to go is Haley Berry. Alan Beard's got up into third, with Julian Beard dropped back to third spot. So the man is on the move is Alan Beard, with Julian Beard dropping back to fourth spot. Fifth spot in there is Trevor Coulker as well. They've got a car behind them in Charlie Harris, nearly half a lap behind, and we have another car pulling in. That is the 35 of Alan Beard. He is out. He got himself up into third spot. So a reduced field here, and it is Peter Harris out in front. Haley Berry got a bit of work to do to catch up, but as we can see, this car can move throughout the night. The preliminary A main with 5 laps to go for our 1-2-5s tonight. Peter Harris, Haley Berry, then it's back to the 36 of Julian Beard. Trevor Coulker is hot on the heels of our third place car of Julian Beard. Going to try and go up high around the outside, maybe on the back straight. Can't get enough speed out of that car, so it's a battle of 2 pairs. It is Peter Harris and Haley Berry in first and second. Closing the gap is Haley Berry, and Julian Beard and Trevor Coulker fighting it out for third and fourth. Got a bit to play out in this one, I'd say, for third and fourth. Can Haley Berry catch Peter Harris? Peter Harris has opened the gap ever so slightly. We'll see if my eyes are true. 0.692 last time around. What is it this time around? It is 0.927, so almost a second difference between them, and close for third and fourth between Beard and Coulker. 2 laps to go this time around, and your race leader is Peter Harris from Haley Berry. The 14 car been out in front for this entire journey of this race. 2 laps to go, and Haley is closed the gap slightly by 1/100th of a second. Back then to the 36 car of Julian Beard, Trevor Coulker in fourth. Going to see the white flag at this time around for 1 lap to go for our race leader, Peter Harris. Can Peter hold on to this front position? He's done it all night, all race I should say, and he's got Haley Berry, but with 1 lap to go on the white flag out, you'd say it's all Peter Harris's race. A good drive from him out in front. Haley Berry's tried absolutely everything. They split the scene on third place of Julian Beard and Trevor Coulker in fourth, and then it's back to Charlie Harris in fifth. A checkered flag out. Peter Harris comes out of turn number 4, picks up a checkered flag for a preliminary A-main win. Haley Berry in second. Julian Beard third, close between third and fourth. Trevor Coulker tried everything but just couldn't quite get around Julian Beard, and then Charlie Harris to round it out. A big congratulations to our race winner for the preliminary A-main. Peter Harris picks up the preliminary A-main for the Formula 1-2-5s. We are flying through these heat races tonight. Supermods up next, but I dare say a depleted field. Sorry, no, it's the Supermods. I did say Supermods. I was thinking the Super 6s will have a depleted field, but we'll see who comes out in the Supermods as well. So 10 to 10 here at Bunbury Speedway. Checking out the shot at home of the moon there. It's This is fairly dark. I don't know what stage of the moon we're at, but Marin season's open, so it must be... Yeah. So the super mod's being pushed away. Cars lining up for a start for the Supermods. So the Supermods will get a green start this time around. Wayne Bingham will lead them away. As we go green in the preliminary main, Wayne Bingham gets a pretty good start over Darryl Smith, and the 55 car of Gary Walker gets in and around there as well. It's 3 wide, mind you, behind the front two, and they managed to sort themselves in to some sort of an order as they come around. They're still 2-3 wide back through the minors. They come very close to each other as they come around. It is out in front of Ryan Carter. Troy, sorry, that's not correct. That's the 47 car out in front of Wayne Bingham in this one. So we get going around for this one, and Wayne Bingham is having a fantastic run out in front from the second place car of Darryl Smith, and then it is another one. Wayne Bingham out in front. Darryl Smith in second. Lance Beaver back in third. Fourth place is Gary Walker. They've sorted themselves out into an order here, and Wayne Bingham is the man to track down from Darryl Smith and Lance Beaver. Darryl and Lance right side by side as they head down the back straight. Going to be 12 laps to go this time around. Up nice and wide goes Wayne Bingham. He had to go wide. He manages to hold on to that lead though. It is out to 1.34 seconds. Lance Beaver has moved up into second in that one, and then it's back to third of Darryl Smith. So they've sorted themselves out into order. Looking further back, it's Gary Walker. Kim Enright's got up into fifth position over Jake Jury, and Eric Newman in there as well. One car is going to come to a halt here. It's 47. Wayne Bingham's out in front though, so we see this car. It is the 6 car of Darryl Smith as run out of noise. Puts his arm out to indicate that he's pulling in, so good work from him. Wayne Bingham in the 47, meanwhile, is out in front. So some good sportsmanship there from him to let him know that he's going to pass in. Lance Beaver in second. Then it's back to Gary Walker and Kim Enright. Not too many moves in this one, but we will see some lap traffic about to run through for our race leaders, and they will be catching up to Ryan Carter, who is just about to be
off the lead lap as Wayne Bingham comes around and gets very close. Will this help Lance Beaver out? He's only a couple of car lengths away, Lance Beaver. Lap traffic in front as they hit turns 3 and 4. Wayne puts the hammer down to get around equally. Lance Beaver's going to do the same thing. Lance gets a little bit more held up than Wayne Bingham, so Lance Beaver probably the disadvantage out of that passing car. As we look further back, good battle, good battle. Gary Wright and Kim Enright are side by side as they come out of turn number 1 and into turn number 2. It is a Walker from Enright. Then it's back to Newman, Broome, Leary, Rogers, and Carter is a lap behind our race leader. Good battle for this one. Gary Walker. Enright's dropped off the pace a little bit with this one. There's going to be 6 laps to go this time around for our race leader. He's having a great drive out there as he comes around turns 3 and 4 and gets into another lap car. That is Jeff Rogers he's chasing down. Will we see this help Lance Beaver this time? A disadvantage Lance Beaver, the last lap car. Will it help him out to get a bit closer to this flying car of Wayne Bingham in first? Second plot, Lance Beaver and Gary Walker. So it's Bingham, Beaver and Walker as they come around with a couple of laps to go in this one. Preliminary A main tonight for our super modifieds. In fact, 4 laps to go in this one for Wayne Bingham, Lance Beaver, Gary Walker and Kim Enright. They spread themselves out like Brown's cows pretty much now. Can Lance Beaver catch up and get underneath? He's going to try. They're very close. It's Bingham and Beaver out there. That's probably the only real battle. The 7 and the 27 having a bit of a go, but that is a lapped situation there. Underneath comes the 14 of Lance Beaver. Can't do it that time, but Wayne Bingham knows he's there now. 3 laps to go in this one. White flag will come out momentarily. Passing flag is out at the moment. So Wayne Bingham, Lance Beaver, Gary Walker, that is how they sit at the moment. It is a very, very close battle for first and second. Let's keep our eyes on that. White flag is out downstairs. 2 laps to go on our timing, so we'll watch this one and see how it pans out. So it is Wayne Bingham and Lance Beaver. Wayne Bingham, Lance Beaver. Lance Beaver, Wayne Bingham. Which way could it go? White flag out, checkered flag out. Now still 1 lap to go according to our timing. So we'll see how that one goes. Wayne Bingham and Lance Beaver. I think the checkered flag may have come out a lap early, but the car has slowed down. So checkered flag has come out early. So we'll see what happens there. Wayne Bingham did come across. According to our timing, it says there's still a lap to go, but the checkered flag did come out. So the manual timing says we're right. The electronic timings let us a bit of a stray in this one. That is all good. No doubt about the winner though. So Wayne Bingham picks up the win in the preliminary A main from Lance Beaver.
How you doing up there, Jared?
Good. Just we're fighting with the electronic timing for that race, but we've got it sorted now. But Wayne Bingham in the 47. Mate, you've been a busy man down there.
Mate, I just, I don't know. I don't even do this much at home, mate. My wife just gave me a lecture. She's like, I wish you were this energetic cleaning the house up. So, no, mate, it's just many hands, make light work. And it's just, we've got a really good team down here in the infield. We're, cleaning crashes up and we're all in it. So, no, we're just trying to do the best we can with what we got, mate. And it's just been, I know we're a little bit behind schedule. And thank you to everybody for being super patient with us as well, because we're doing our best to pump it through. But obviously we can't help some accidents and some yellows and bits and pieces. So Super 6 racing now this time around. Jeffrey Versma is going to start this one off the pole. Your former WA champion, mate. That car, I just love the way that thing hikes the left front up in the air. Like it's just absolutely crazy what it does. The only other person I really used to see do that is I used to call him Duck, and he was a state champion in Super 6s for as long as I can remember when I was a kid. So it's absolutely awesome to see. A few of these cars are for sale too, so they've got a few cars floating around. If you think you want to get into Speedway, it's a good cheap division. You can generally pick one of these cars up anywhere between $5,000 and $8,000, so it's exciting to see. But You can still see the guys just doing a bit of track work. The KJB pay shoots out on the raceway as well. Of course, we've got many other sponsors that get involved. You see 2 Tyre Power utes, you know, Justin and Mark Harris from Tyre Power Bunbury. Harris supporter of the venue, and they own both those utes. Colin Metcalf did a lot of work in the background to get them on the track and get them all signed, written up, and absolutely looks. It's no John Day ute, mate, but it's we look the best we can with what we got down here, mate, and it's good support and good everything down here. So then obviously the team from Brooks Hollow, the grader and everything, and the water truck and whatever else we need, they can't help us enough. And of course, you've probably seen the signs around the venue on site, powering those big pet light towers you see sitting around the venue as well, so we can all see what we're doing.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It's great to have those light towers here at Bunbury, the former lights from Perth, Perry Lakes, I'm led to believe.
That's correct. They actually went up for the 1998 National Sprint Car title here. I believe Max Dumsney won that one.
There you go. Man full of knowledge. This has been reduced to 8 laps for the Super Sixes. Was originally 12. They're going to go green now. Jeffrey Versma puts that car away. David Learton in second. The 26 car momentarily in third spot of Rod Clark. And then it's Winfield back in fourth spot. But Versma kicks it away to get a lap in the book this time around in the preliminary A main tonight for the Super Sixes. Then it's back to David Learton, the 26 car of Rod Clark, and the 69 car of Ray Winfield. A bit of a depleted field for the Super Sixes. Had a bit of bad luck, did Luke Mattelgen in the last heat, put him up into the fence in turns 1 and 2, so he's a non-starter in this one tonight. They roll around this one. 2 laps in the books for the preliminary A main, and the man out in front, Jeffrey Versma, is having a great drive tonight. Pretty close between 3rd and 4th at the moment, fighting for that final position on the podium. These 2 cars in Rod Clark and Ray Winfield. But David Learton has got a bit of work to do to try and catch up to Jeffrey Versma. I'd say the gap is maintaining pretty well the same the last couple of laps. So this 8-lap feature, and Versma is pushing away ever so slightly from David Learton. They're side by side for 3rd and 4th, the Rod Clark and Ray Winfield. That's probably the big battle out there. I don't know if Learton can catch up to Versma in this one. Gap growing a little bit, although you look at that 14 car of David, he's trying absolutely everything he's not leaving anything in the bank, that's for sure, but as pointed out, the front tyre coming up of Jeffrey Versma as he puts it out of turn number 4, and we'll see the white flag come out next time around for our race leader. The 2 cars at the back have come to a stop in front of our race leader, so I think that's Ray Winfield. He's out of noise, so that will slow these front cars down, but it shouldn't slow them down too much because the 26 of Rod Clark has got that back underway. So down to a 3-car field, guaranteed podium finish for everyone here tonight. Jeffrey Versma out in front from David Learton in second spot. Checkered flag will come out this time around for our race leader. That is the green 7 car of Jeffrey Versma. Gets around a little bit of lap traffic there. Thankfully, with that lap to go, didn't cause him any drama. Second place is David Learton, and in third place is Rod Clark.
Looks like Winfield's car's expired. That one, fire crew just quick on that. Smoke actually got quite thick out of the back there, so it's you can't say it's exhaust because these guys haven't pumped out the side. So these guys run all with different type of motor. Generally the 6-cylinder Ford Barrow motor you see in your BA4 Falcons and stuff like that is pretty common engine in these guys, and it's a really good affordable class. Unfortunately a little bit down in numbers for this feature race, but hopefully we see them all back in. We gain a couple, I think, as I said, overnight as we go V8 dirt modified racing, and that's this track provides, mate. She's starting to hook up quite nice.
It certainly is. Track doing wonderful things tonight. We've obviously seen and heard of what has happened over previous meetings, and each time we've raced on this, the track seems to just get that little bit better, and for an Australian title is presenting really nicely tonight. as the V8 Dirt Modifieds come out for the penultimate race of the night.
Just having a quick chat with Benny Evans there. I think my microphone's a little bit loud up there, mate.
Sorry, mate, I've accidentally bumped it up.
I know you want to hear my voice. It's a pretty romantically sexy voice, but I don't think anyone wants to hear that. Benny Evans just stopped there before he got pushed off, and he's pointing at his right rear, and I said, "What's wrong?" He goes, "Look at it, my tyre, it's a brand new one." He's feeling really rich. John Keane at Boying Up Sellers said he hooked him up, so of course Boying Up Sellers, John Keane, what can you say about the Keane family, mate? They've supported every division, they don't really care. They're just one of those families like the Beards that love to get in behind Speedway. I mean, you say the Beards, Kim Beard's our chief steward tonight, you know, so it's just absolutely amazing, the families in this sport and the support we get from the local community and out of town as well, which is absolutely amazing. So 5 cars to go the journey. Kennedy off the pole, Jason Craig in the 24 outside in, Mark King and Cody Evans, and Benny Evans will be off the back. Benny Evans is actually your Statesman champion, so they have 2 classes open in Statesman. I'll throw up Sarah to Jared. Let's get these guys racing for a checkers.
12 laps is on the board. Lights go green. The Kennedy car, as we've seen all night, gets up and going from Craig in second. Then it's back to Mark King in third. Sneaking underneath is Cody Evans. Was about to sneak underneath. Just decided not to do it at the last minute. Well, a little bit of a bumpy ride there for our race leader in Matt Kennedy. He manages to keep that car pointing in the right direction, which is good news for him. Jason Craig in second. Good battle for for third and fourth. It's the 43 car of Cody Evans getting around the 31 of Mark King for the time being. So they put another lap down in this 12-lap feature, and Matt Kennedy pushing away from this. Good battle for second and third now. Cody Evans trying to get underneath. He does, maybe momentarily doesn't. Closes the door up the back. Does Jason Craig. Holds on to that second spot. Second, third and fourth is a big tussle here in this very small field of the V8 Modifieds to finish off the night. What are we going to see here for second, third and fourth? Our race leader, meanwhile, Matt Kennedy, has said, "See you later." He is away with this one. Let's look back for the battle of second, third and fourth. Anyone's at the moment leading the pack is car 24 of Jason Craig, Cody Evans and then Mark King. They've stayed in that order for at least 2 laps now. King is going to try and get underneath. He gets up into third spot, so King gets around Evans for third. He manages to slot himself in the middle there with the second car in front of him of Jason Craig. So he's going to try and claim another one here as King tries to go low, tries to get underneath, tries to get into second, heads down the Bunbury Speedway straight, and he gets up into second. So it is King, the mover and shaker of the pack of 3 there. Meanwhile, our race leader, he is gone. He is out of here. Can King track him down? Second place for that King car. Then back to the 24 of Jason Craig and the 43 of Cody Evans, and the other car on the track is Benjamin Evans, watching it all unfold. So the battle now is basically between third and fourth for a podium finish. The 24 car of Jason Craig is only just winning that battle because Evans comes underneath and says, "I'll take that podium spot," and he does. Evans up into third spot. Our race leader is a long way in this one, out in front in Matt Kennedy, second place. Matt King, I would say Matt King's closed the gap, but it is a big gap. He's got to close a lot more of it to see anything in this 12-lap feature. Not too many laps to go in this one for our race leader. We'll look downstairs for that white flag to come out for Matt Kennedy. Shouldn't be too far away. 31 car of Mark King in second place. Then it's back to the 43 of Cody Evans, and then the 24 of Jason Craig. So that battle for 3 for second, third and fourth certainly sorted itself out. They've spread right out now here. We're going to see the white flag this time around for our race leader as he heads down the back straight for the second last time. Matt Kennedy, been doing it all night, out in front in the West Australian one with the 18 on top. He's seen the white flag. He comes around with half a lap to go. Mark King, who I say closed that gap, not very much, but definitely did close the gap over our race leader as the 18 car of Matt Kennedy comes around turns 3 and 4, picks up a checkered flag for a win. Back in second is Mark King. Third is the 43 car of Cody Evans. Then it's back to Jason Craig, and to finish it off is Benjamin Evans in 5th. Run and done for our supermods for the preliminary A main. And what a drive from Matt Kennedy out in front. That car is like a little rocket ship. We've seen a few rocket ships tonight.
Yeah, a few of them getting around here. The Make's making history, Bunbury Speedway, mate. Like, it's absolutely awesome to see there. Mark King, absolutely, that car's rocketing. But Cody Evans has definitely found some pace there. So it's got a few extra cars. I'm not sure why Raz Pedersen didn't quite get out for the start of that one. Bit of a shame. That would have been good to see him thrown into that mix too, because that 3-car battle would have definitely been a 4 for sure. Kennedy's just a cut above, you know. He's been jumping into a limited sprint car as well with the 18 machine in limited sprint cars. So his last time out at Bunbury wasn't quite as successful as he would have liked. He ended up upside down in front of Catalano, turn number 3 and 4. That was that crazy night, the limited state title here, where we watched about 4 cars go upside down in one heat race. So it was definitely better return to the making history Bunbury Speedway with the V8 dirt modified. And they'll be back tomorrow night, definitely with a few extra numbers in the field as well, and hopefully Raz Pedersen get that car all sorted out. As we get ready to go into one of our final A mains, I think, mate.
It certainly is our preliminary A main for the Hit WA Australian Legend Car Championship tonight. Our last event of the evening before, well, the presentation's technically the last event, but our last race across the evening for the preliminary A main. And this preliminary A main brought to you by Bustleton Bitumen Service and Civil, Pertec Fluid Transfer Solutions, and Edge Fiberglass, as well as we get ready to go racing here for tonight.
We will do presentations at the club rooms after this one for these guys, mate. So prelim presentations. Tomorrow night we'll do our presentations on the start-finish line on the burnout pad. We'll obviously award our top 5. We've actually got, there's a few little curveballs in with the Calcutta we had the other night, last night. So whoever was the person who starts in position number 5 gets himself a little payday, and whoever finishes in position 14, whoever purchased that driver will also get themselves a pretty little payday. So lots of good things going on here at the Hit FM Legend Car National Title. But more of the Hit team will join us tomorrow night here in Bunbury. Of course, thank you guys at home on YouTube with Real Speedway Television, watching us at home. And on the East Coast, I know I've got a few East Coast guys there watching the Gordons and bits and pieces and Rawlings and that. So it's quite good to get quite a following with a good handful of cars, and a good handful of crew, and a good handful of people. Of course, a lot of sponsors have got involved with this meeting. You know, it's just your heat race sponsors to your prelim. You know, like Kyle Rianasara at Edge Fiberglass, mate. What can I say about him? He's been Speedway's old life. He's brought a fiberglassing company, and he's straight away supporting and giving back to the sport that he loves so much. I mean, we all do. We all love the sport, mate. We do what we can for it. So it's I don't think I've spent many nights at a racetrack just like you, Jared. I don't think this is really just our life now, isn't it?
Definitely over January, December and January it does feel that way. But I do love coming here and enjoying a night out at the Speedway and doing my little bit where I can. And just incidentally, the hot laps will kick off tomorrow night at 4:55 for the V8 Dirt Modified. So then we'll get into the junior sedans as well for their heats, the supermods and the Formula 500s, and then we'll go into a little bit of the rest of the support divisions, and then the final round of heats for the Hit WA Australian Legend Car Championship. Another round of heats for our supports. And then we will get into the A-mains for all our division, finish it off with the Hit WA Australian Legend Car Champion being crowned tomorrow. And so get in tomorrow morning, tomorrow afternoon. You can come tomorrow morning if you want. The gates will probably be closed, but get in tomorrow afternoon as the public gates will open at 3 o'clock tomorrow if you're heading along, and might be able to sneak your way out to look at a couple of these cars.
We're just getting the cars out here. I've just got Blake out here with real-time television. So when Tony flicks over to this one here, we'll have our prelim A main. Just trying to get all the best kangaroo anglers here for you guys here at home. Snowden and Josh front row. It looks like Paul Joss is elected to start on the inside of this A main, mate. I'll throw back upstairs to you for the moment, and you go through our A main starters.
Certainly will. I'll just grab the starters from next door.
see for the order. So the starting positions for this one will be the 19 off the front of Paul Joss with the 9 on the outside of Darren Snowden. The 1N for Braden Williamson and the 1W of Rob Rawlings there. The 42 car on the third row, that is Ken Melvin with the 1A of Matt Gordon. The 3A of Tyler Humphreys in the fourth row, with the A in 8th position is the 22 car of Scott Nichols. The 16 car in 9th position on the 5th row is the car of Steve Barrow. The 12 car of Ben Boyd in the next row. In positions 11 is the 33 of Mark Mazick and the 17 car of Travis Gould. 13th position is the number 2 car of Troy Bolton and the 77 car of Wayne Campbell. The 23 car is Russell Seary starting off from position 15, and the 10 car of Phil Nichols. In position 17, the 89 car of Colin Metcalf and the 70 on the outside of Brandon Radford. And in position 19 is the 32 car of Kim Williams and the 91 car of Julia Gordon. In the next row in position 21, 78 car of Cody Roberts and the 57 car of Ricky Lee Beards, the 72 car of Baron Karks and the 57 car of, I've got the 57 car there, oh, sorry, that's the 69 car on the outside of that row, that is Greg Joss, the 3W of Brittany Radford and the 66 car of Kyle Sanders. So I dare say that there will be a couple of non-starters in amongst that one. I'm just having a look to see how many cars we do have out on the track as we get ready to go racing. This will be their start lap. 18 cars. Out there, so we are missing a few cars to start, and they are away. And Joss has gone, well, I'm going to get away with this one, and going. Darren Snowden's got back into second place. Rob Rawlings in there, and as expected, an orange light.
I reckon the 19 might have gone a touch early there, mate.
I would say that would be the case.
So they weren't really formed up a bit there, so they'll form them up again as quick as they can. The KJV pastry gets just up on the raceway, we just wait for the cars to come round.
So just getting a little bit of instruction from the chief steward next door.
I'll even add another job in. I'll hold one finger up, mate. Just, you know, just trying to tick all the jobs in one night. I've just got to run upstairs. I'm going to need Kimbo's job for it.
Man of many talents, mate.
Oh, mate, if only my wife was as impressed as you were, mate.
Let's see how this one progresses this time around.
Just quietly, who's your pick? Who's your dark horse? Who's your main pick and who's your dark horse?
Mate, you can't go past the 19 car, I don't think, of Paul Joss. And I'm going to put it out there that maybe Rob Rawlings.
Yeah, I think Rob Rawlings is sick and tired of following people across the line, but I'm going to go the quiet dark with Braden Wilmington out of position number 3, mate. I think he's just been there all night, and if he's got a chance, he's going to stick the nose in.
Let's hope we can see that 20-lap feature finish the way as the last heat did with the heat number 8, I think it was, off the top of my memory. As we get underway again, it's a barrage of legend cars coming out of turn number 4. Better start this time. Joss and Darren Snowden are fighting it out for the front position. Braden Williamson and Rob Rawlings in the mix there as well, and Ken Melvin is seeing all that happening as they come around. Joss is jostling around with Darren Snowden. One lap in the books this time around, all through safely, and Paul Joss has got up into that front position. He's going to be hard to catch once he gets there, so Darren Snowden will know that.
2 wide between Rawlings and Wilmington as well. In fact, Joss and Snowden are 2 wide as they come out of turns 3 and 4. What a good battle this is up the front. I've only really looked at the front 4 cars because that's where the fight is. And watching it all unfold, would you believe, is the AU1 of Matt Gordon. Ken Melbourne is back a bit further there in the 42 car. He's the next lot of 2 with Tyler Humphries right behind him as well. And then it's back to Scott Nichols in the 22 car, all in his lonesome between those 2 big backs of cars. And then look, for the minor positions, it's anyone's at the moment. But up the front, Paul Joss is kicking goals here. 20.069. He's just set the fast lap of the race. Darren Snowden wasn't far behind him, but 21.98. And then you look at Rob Rawlings. He is under all sorts of pressure with Wilmington and Matt Gordon as well. Get your T-tail out because it is going to be needed to get these cars covered because there's not much space between them. Paul Joss out in front, and he would be liking the fact that these battles behind are going his favour. Rob Rawlings has got around another one and has got himself up into second. That puts Darren Snowden back into third. Snowden on the infield for coming out of turns 3 and 4 there, and then it's back into 4th spot of the one end of Braden Williamson. And also in there is Matt Gordon watching it all unfold. Matt Gordon takes the opportunity as the orange lights come on. I can't see a car. There we are, turn number 2. Cars come around.
Swamp Donkey, mate. 77 of Wayne Campbell, unfortunately. I just caught it. I got a funny feeling he was just tagged going into turn 2. So the car went around way too quick for a spin out. So I reckon he got a slight touch, but I definitely couldn't tell you who by, mate.
Yeah, no, I was looking up the front of the pack. Couldn't take your eyes off that. The old Grandma's T-towel wouldn't take much to cover these front 5 cars because it's not much in, although Paul Joss was pushing away. But this, as we know, evens things up.
I don't think I've seen a division with so many number 1s in the field, mate. It's like we're in America and everyone's just got 1X and 1L and 1J. It's absolutely crazy just to see 3 of the 4 cars with a 1 or 5 cars with a 1 on it. So it's just, mate, this is just exciting. Plus here, and the quiet achiever in the background, that 2 machine of Troy Bolton, he's moving through the field.
He certainly is. I think we're ready for a restart. They've lined up pretty quickly. The cars have been lining up really well tonight. As we get ready to go green, will Paul Joss get the jump he wants? Will it be the one? In there of Rob Rawlings as well. They're all side by side. Darren Snowden in there, Brandon Williamson in there as well. Sort this lot out because it's 2 and 2. It's 4 cars within the space of 4 cars. There's not much room between them as they come around. The man that's leading the pack is Joss from Rawlings and Braden Williamson, although there's nothing between the 1N and the 1W there for 2nd and 3rd. 4th place is Darren Snowden. He's got a bit of work to do now to get around these 2 cars in front of him. The 2 ones behind Paul Joss are tussling it out really, really tightly as they come out of turns 3 and 4. Just in front is the W version of the 1. That is Rob Rawlings. He is the sneaky one in this one, if you ask me. He just maybe gives Paul Joss a little bit of a tap to let him know they're there. The 1 still says side-by-side. It's side-by-side racing for 2nd and 3rd position. Then it's back to Darren Snowden and Matt Gordon. They're watching this all happen. It's 3 wide now as Darren Snowden joins the number 1s to try and track down on Paul Joss. There's not much in it still, considering 13 laps to go. In fact, it's going to come around this time. It'll be 12 laps to go in this 20-lap preliminary A main. If this is what we're going to see tonight, imagine tomorrow night around about this time for the A main. It is going to be a hammer down, and Paul Joss, he will no doubt be up the front of this field for tomorrow night with Braden Williamson, who's now got up into 2nd, and Rob Rawlings dropped back into 3rd. So tussling for that 2nd and 3rd position. Darren Snowden's in 4th. Car on the infield. On turns 4, just on the infield there.
Tyler Humphries, mate, he's just looked at coming out turn number 4. Mate, how exciting is this for the Hit FM national title, mate? This is absolutely exciting. Paul Joss has no idea what's going on behind him. He's got a whole pack of Eastern Staters trying to chase him down, mate. Definitely holding strong for WA and waving that WA flag absolutely amazingly. Julia Gordon's moving up through the field nicely. So let's see what Tyler Humphries, he's going to be excited coming from the back of the field now because he was actually not far off this group of 5 or 6 cars. I think he was going to start to sort of make his presence a little bit, mate. So this is just, man, I'm excited, mate. I'm Big Kev here. I'm excited.
As the 3 car gets up and going again, hopefully we'll see a nice restart. I've been loving these restarts, the side-by-side restarts.
We do lose the 12 car. I think that's Boyd.
He's got it going.
He's been spun there, I think, for a while, seeing that. He's actually spun out the side. So, yeah.
See that?
No, he's tucked up behind the wall there. It's the 12. So, unfortunately, we lose him for the feature race. But that's okay. It's a prelim. It doesn't hurt their points too much tonight. So, it's not a huge hit to the points bank. So, but Paul Joss, have a look at this. Elected to go on the outside this time.
I think that's a wide choice. It is a wide choice, but it's a wise choice as well.
You're struggling, mate. You'll get Braden Wilmington's name, and you just keep Williamson or Willington. Or
yeah, I'll just throw the will out there, and hopefully it gets out right.
Wilmington.
Wilmington.
Yeah, there we go. Wilmington. There we go.
Wilmington.
You'll correct you later. Don't worry. And we'll go again. Jossie will lead. But Jossie, so keep the thing. Even though he's elected to go to the outside, he'll actually be the start car as he was the race leader.
As we get ready to go, Paul Joss, Braden Williamson, Rob Rawlings, Darren Snowden, Matt Gordon, Tyler Humphreys. This could be anyone's race. Green lights are back on. I'd say Josh has probably got not the best of starts, although we will see how it plans out coming around. And as we see from Josh, he gets up and around. Braden Williamson knows he's there. Maybe pushes him up a little bit higher. Well, Joss gets around. They just clipped back in front there as they come out, but they are still going. And Paul Joss has regained that front spot from Braden Wington, Rob Rawlings and Darren Snowden back into fourth position. So back in fifth place is Matt Gordon at this point. Being not the side-by-side restart that we've seen the last time around, but right on the heels of Paul Joss is Braden Williamson. That is the first of the one cars. The 1W is next in Rob Rawlings, and splitting up the one cars is Darren Snowden, because Matt Gordon is back in fifth place. 10 laps to go when they cross the start-finish line this time. So we've run half this race with half a race to go. Paul Joss has done all the hard work. He'd be hoping from a green from here, because once he's in front, he is hard to get around. But Braden Wington is going to have something to say about that, no doubt. So will Rob Rawlings. Rob Rawlings has just gone, well, let's get up into second spot with this car. He is going to try and get around the outside of Wington. He does momentarily. Wington's down low. Rawlings out wide. The inside car of Braden Wington manages to hold out, although Rawlings then goes around the outside one more time. Watching this all unfold is Darren Snowden. A little untidy coming out of turns 3 and 4 for the W1 there of Rob Rawlings. He's put himself back into fourth spot with Darren Snowden capitalising on that opportunity, although Snowden does sit side by side with Williamson at the moment, with Rob Rawlings at the moment. So they're side by side for third and fourth, although the number 9 car is winning that battle, Darren Snowden. Paul Joss wouldn't know what's happening behind him. A bit of move and shaking. One constant has been Braden Williamson, has pretty much sat in that second spot the whole time since the restart. There has been some close tussles between him and Snowden and him and Rawlings and him and the other cars that are out there. They're sort of jostling for those positions. One of the jostling positions is Matt Gordon with Rawlings at the moment. He's going to try and get up into fourth spot. 6 laps to go, so nearly 5.5, in fact 5.5 to go right now, and Paul Joss just clipping away from this field. 0.518 is the gap at the moment. Will he extend that? We'll have to wait and see. Let's see. It is 0.585, so pretty consistent with these Latin. Williamson is under pressure now from Darren Snowden, who's had a pretty good race. Williamson coming up around turns 3 and 4. We've got Paul Joss in his sights. Also got a couple of lap cars in their sights at the moment as well. And look at Darren Snowden. He is putting everything into this car at the moment. Matt Gordon is up into fourth, and Rob Rawlings has dropped back into fifth after he was competing earlier on in those 2 wide battles for that second spot. So will lap traffic change the dimensions of this? 3 laps to go for our race leader, and it's side by side for Williamson and also Snowden.
That is going to be a good battle towards the end. This has allowed the gap to close up between Joss and Williamson. They're both going to get around one elapsed car. They do. Disadvantage a little bit, maybe Darren Snowden as they come around. More lap traffic to play a part here. 2 laps to go in the preliminary A-Way for night 1 of the HIT WA Australian Legend Car Championship. Will we see another chapter in this race? Will it be Paul Joss that just maintains the norm? Will it be Braden Williamson that'll come around and maybe sneak one in? Will Darren Snowden have something to say about it? We will wait and see. Lap traffic is going to be the big part in this. Joss gets in. Joss gets around. Williamson is right there as well. If Joss gets held up, Williamson might capitalise here. The white flag has been... Oh, Paul Joss! Oh, no! Paul Joss gets hit by a lapped car, and that car has lost a tyre. He is out. He is out. I've got my hands on my head. I would say that there's plenty of people doing the same thing. Let's watch the replay at home. Joss has just come and been checked by the lapped car there. He has turned, he has been hit, and I believe that is his tyre that has come off that car. So this is, as Jason Crow would say, from chocolates to boiled lollies for Paul Joss in horrible scenes. And on the scene down there at the moment is Barry Roberts. Barry, what are you seeing?
Mate, I'm seeing heartbreak. I'm absolutely seeing heartbreak, mate. The Joss machine is looking absolutely second-hand. It will be fixable for night 2, but just I lost sight of it through the water truck on the infield, and mate, my heart breaks for Paul Joss. I'm not even going to bother trying to put a microphone underneath him at the moment. He does take this stuff in his stride pretty well, and he's pretty good, but yeah, mate, that's absolutely heartbreak there for Paul Joss. I'll just get up and have a look at the 77 machine as well. Paul.
So the 77 was an unfortunate member of that. Sorry about the feedback there. There is a speaker facing towards the infield on that side. It was the 32 car, I believe. Kim Williams, that was the lap car that caused the dramas there. He looks all right. They checked each other coming out of there, as you would have seen on the replay at home, thanks to the team at Real Speedway TV and catching that one. So I can see Barry Roberts down there just having a chat, getting a bit of information. I guess the big question is the work to be done on that car. So we'll see a green-white checker. It was literally probably, would you say, 200 metres left in that race. And we would have been all done and run for tonight. The red lights have come on. Whew. My hands were on my head, and I've got no doubt everyone's hands went up here. Whether you were supporting any of the top 5, it was a crazy moment to watch, and a tough thing to watch in Speedway when you've seen a car dominate all night. Paul Joss. So we'll see that restart. So this opens up the minor positions here, because Darren Snowden and Williamson were...
Just, sorry to interrupt you there, Jared. Just sort of have a chat with Paul Joss there now. So it's still probably not wise to put a microphone under him right now. We'll just go with he feels a bit hard done by. He's not impressed. The car is fixable, thank God, so they will be back. Wayne Campbell, unfortunately, once again, wrong place, wrong time, mate. They put a brand new front bumper on this one, and he'll be into another one again, but that snapped the shock on the 77 machine and some rods and bits and pieces. So that will be fixable as well, but you can't but help for the old Swamp Donkey. He was doing well in a heat race, and unfortunately front bumper tab break, simple as a thing, but as far as legend car ruling goes is you break it if the belt's the only thing holding the bumper on, that's your night. So heartbreak for Paul Joss. I'm speechless, Jared. I actually am. I'm glad it isn't the A-Main tomorrow night that this has happened, but yeah, mate, absolute heartbreak for Paul Joss in the prelim A-Main.
So starters will roll away. stewards have declared that there was no fault of any other driver, so they're all starting the way they were on the previous lap for the incident for the green-white checker. So we'll see a single file restart for this one. With the green-white checker to come. So I'll just obviously double check the order to make sure that we get that correctly. Just watching the replay on YouTube one more time. This will be the start lap this time around. Very unfortunate turn of events in this one. Lots of hands on heads in the stands, no down in the pits as well. So, like I said, was there another chapter to be written? There was. Will there be another one with this green-white checker? Braden Williamson, it's his race to lose now from the green-white checker. Darren Snowden, who was putting the heat on Williamson as well. Lights go green. They fire away. And Williamson gets the start he would want around the cone for tonight. So what will we see play out? Snowden, Matt Gordon. Will there be a Rob Rawlings in the mix as well? White flag out with 1 lap to go in the prelim A main. Only real jostling position at the moment is 3rd and 4th. That is between the 2 ones of Matt Gordon and Rob Rawling. But it is Braden Williamson out in front. Braden Williamson heads down the back straight. Will there be another challenge from Snowden here? Snowden's going to try come underneath. There's a challenge for 3rd and 4th as well. It is going to be Williamson for 1st. 2nd is Snowden. Around the outside comes the AU1 and picks up 3rd. Rob Rawlings in 4th and Travis Gould in 5th. Troy Bolton, Tyler Humphries, Ken Melvin, Scott Nichols, Julia Gordon is your top half dozen, or top dozen there. But how good was that from Williamson? The car, the 1N, Braden Wilmington, has picked up the preliminary A May win. Put your hands together for him in what was a tough finish for Paul Joss, and I've got no doubt they'll be straight into work with that after it. And Barry, mates, it's a win for Williamson, a big loss for Paul Joss.
Let's be honest, I mean, Braden Wilmington will take that win any way he can. I'm pretty sure no driver really likes to win a race that way, but it's, you know, Joss is disadvantaged, Wilmington advances, so pretty much it's lucky, as I said, it wasn't cutthroat points for the prelim A main guys, but that's just a sign of what's to come tomorrow night. I hope you can join us, a bigger crowd tomorrow, more online tomorrow. I will grab Braden once he's just had a quick chat, once he's been over the... I will grab Braden Wilmington. He's the only one I'll grab a chat with tonight. And I'll just chuck him over the scale. So they're not going to really do too many checks tonight, mate. They're just going to check a weight and then just send them on their way again. So
just one quick thing. Ken Melvin has been relegated. I think it was 4 spots.
Yeah, I think he forgot how to do a whip. Yeah, no, he didn't pass the infield, mate. He passed 4 cars before the witches happened. We all saw it, but I didn't want to say it on the microphone, so I'll just get Braden Wilmington just to, he's just chatting with Millsy, a former WA champion. He's such a likeable guy as well, mate. He's one of the real nice guys. Statewide Bearings, of course, on board with him as well. So as he'll just pull it up, I'll get him to take his helmet off. was just asking if you could do some donuts. I'm like, oh, not yet, mate, not yet.
I reckon it was do you want me to take my helmet off? Was it?
I said to him, can you take your helmet off? He goes, can I do some donuts? I'm like, not tonight, mate. Tomorrow night he can smoke the tyres off, he can do whatever he wants as he gets out of the car. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Braden Wilmington. Gets himself a feature win here for the first time. He's never been to WA, never been out of New South Wales, never been on the West Coast, so he's pretty happy with that. There's a live stream, many of them watching back home. His dad back over at Sydney Speedway. Matty Gordon be happy with that. It almost looked like an engine blow up earlier tonight and end up being an oil line and saving that one. So just as Braden gets the gear off, we'll have a quick chat for him for the live feed as well. It's definitely exciting, Jared, with the racing tonight. You know, it's been really exciting. But, mate, in some aspects is you'll take wins however you get them. It's a real heartbreak there for Jossie there with the lap traffic and everything else. But, mate, a win's a win.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's just part of racing. It's a average racing deal when a lap car does that to you, but I'm glad I wasn't on the receiving end of it, and hopefully Jossie can get his thing going. I think it was going to be a cracker of a battle towards the end of that thing anyway if he stayed on track. But anyway, it's really cool to win a prelim feature here for an Australian title. It's a really cool feeling, so I can't imagine what it's going to feel like if I can pull it off tomorrow night, and that's what we're going to be aiming for.
Mate, you're one step, as I said, the biggest issue you said you wanted to have this weekend was rip that end off and put an AU in front of it, mate. You've definitely taken a step in the right direction of that now. It gives you you don't want to put the monkey on your back, but it does give you a good confidence boost going into tonight too.
Absolutely, it's all about feeling comfortable, and I'm starting to feel comfortable in this thing again now. It's been a lot of work this week, but I really got to thank Kyle for giving me the opportunity to come over here and drive this thing, and John Dennehy and everyone that helps me out in this thing, and Cass for flying over here with me to come and spanner the car, as well as, you know, Statewide Bearings for helping fund the deal, and Marilla Electrical Group and Blast It, and as well as Hit Southwest for coming on board and sponsoring the car and the event as well. It's just awesome to have a company like that on board.
Yeah, well, you know, Cass is heavily invested in your racing. She did buy in the car cutter last night, mate, so it would be best. So, now, well done tonight, mate. Your feature winner, Braden Wilmington, he'll see you over in the club rooms a little bit later on for a bit more presentation now. So I'll throw it back upstairs to Jared. He can close up the night, and I'll definitely be back for tomorrow night, Jared. I can guarantee you're 100% keen to be here as well.
I'll be here. It's going to be a fantastic night for those that are leaving out the gates. Racing kicks off tomorrow. The gates will open at 3 o'clock. Drivers will be out on track for the hot laps for 4:55 for the V8 Dirt Modifieds, and then we'll get into racing from there. So we'll see you tomorrow night on the live stream. Also be back up tomorrow night, I would say from around about 4:30, roughly around then we'll be going live for the live stream, if not a little bit before, but there won't be any action on the live stream until about just before 5 o'clock. Enjoy the rest of your night, wherever you might be, at home or on the way home. Do take it nice and easy, as the track prep already starts here for tomorrow night as a big night of the Hit WA Australian Legend Car titles. Round things out for a big Saturday night. It's going to be a massive night. Of course, the Supermods, V8 Dirt Modifieds, F125, Super 6s and the June sedans will be back tomorrow as well. Enjoy the rest of your night. Catch you tomorrow.
Yeah, we're down in the pits now with Braden Wilmington from New South Wales. How you going, mate?
Yeah, I'm doing really, really good down here in good old Bunbury. Never been here before, and it's a beautiful place. Really enjoying our time here so far and ready to kick off racing tonight.
Fantastic. How'd practice go for you yesterday?
Yeah, not too bad. We ended up third in practice overall, so we're pretty happy with that. Just cruising into the weekend, and yeah, got a front row start for the first heat race, so we'll see what we can do from that.
Beautiful. And yeah, the track, I was talking to Matt Gordon just a moment ago. The track was a bit wet down low yesterday, and everyone was travelling half track high. How'd you find that?
Yeah, it was a bit tricky, but I love a challenge, so it was cool. Hopefully we can have something really good tonight and go out there and have some multi-lane racing, and that'll be perfect.
And you got some folks back home might be watching tonight?
Yeah, absolutely. Hopefully my parents are still awake tonight, because our first heat race starts at like 9 o'clock back at home, so she'll be a late night for everyone back at home. But yeah, I can't thank Kyle for the opportunity to drive the car enough, and Hit Southwest for sponsoring the event plus the car, and Statewide Bearings and Marilla Electrical Group for giving me a hand to get over here. So it's yeah, it's awesome to be here.
Fantastic, mate. Let's hope you enjoy this title. It's going to be a great one.
Thank you. It's going to be awesome.